We are live at Colectco for Thursday night's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let me know. Who do we got over there? There's Jake. Jake's busy at work. Who's over here? Jill. Jill's busy at work. Oh, you're all shiny today. Yeah, you look like David Bowie. Freddie Mercury. All righty. And then on the other side of the store is Paul and Laura. And I hadn't got to say hi to them. So let me step over here and, a good overseer says hi to everybody. My dentist, I get those morning appointments. He shows up and he'll walk through and say hi to everybody. Hi, everybody in the back. Okay, we got 2 mediocre highs back. Thank y'all. We got Laura. We got Paul. We got a hey out of them. Holy crap, look at all this vinyl. We got 2, 4, 6, 8 more crates of new vinyl. Golly. Thank you, John, as always. We're about to blast through some records tonight. It's metal night. I love when everybody says hello. Laura even said hello in the chat. I thought if I get here early enough, I was going to go after a blue juice, but I feel pretty good. I've got my Panera in me, and we might need that for another night. I haven't done 6 shows in a row in a while, so. John brought 2 more boxes of 45s, too. Golly. We're going to be going through some stuff tonight. Still waiting to find the kind y'all really like y'all really like the bid on, but man, those are hard to find. They're like garage and psych and that stuff, but it's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Facebook Live. Okay. Now let's jump over here to this. All right. YouTube. And let's get this on our story. Okay. Wow, look at that. That was found recently in an attic. I don't know if y'all have seen that, the news. It's a Superman #1 9.0. Could bring 5 to 8 million. It's been sitting in an attic for 100 years. All right. All right, that's on our story. And I think we're good to go. I've got it on our story, and I've got all that shared. Okay, we're good to go. If I forgot about something, I don't remember. So I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Monster is chugged and my cookie has been ate. That means I'm ready, folks. That means I'm ready. Cookie monster, cookie monster. All right, Ed's left me a lot of notes. We got new vinyl. We got stuff to get going. It's metal night. It feels like it's been metal night every night with this newest stuff. Let's put Ozzy and Paul McCartney somewhere safe. Oh, wow. Look at all these more 45s John brought. Let's crisscross these. And I'm going to move this over here for right now, Jake. Whoa. Let's park it right there. I think Jake can get through there. All righty. Okay. Let's see here. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. I think, yeah, I have that in stock. All right, so note from Craig, note from Laura, note from Paul, or note from Ed. These invoices, last invoice. No, we just can't buy from us again. Ed was leaving me a note about a straggler. He's done. He just can't buy stuff. Okay. Just can't buy stuff anymore. We'll fix that later, Ed. I'll reply to your letter. And you know, Joe Cocker, or actually it was the Box Tops originally. My baby, she wrote me a letter. Well, that's Ed. Ed writes me letters. Hatchet Ed. He has a soft side to him. All right. So, we have new vinyl Laura ordered, just this crate. Thank you. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8 crates of new vinyl. Wow, 8 crates of new vinyl again. 3 boxes of miscellaneous. 4 John crates. Paul's already got a crate up here. Laura's finishing up auctions. Paul's marking more stuff. And we got a new vinyl recap. We have hundreds of auctions and all kinds of stuff. Okay. Does he write in cursive? No, because he knows I couldn't read it. Please write in English print, not Chinese cursive. Suffocation, pierced from within. I think I have that too. Who asked about significant other? All right, so let's go ahead and start making. What happened to my pen? Yeah, I'm going to start carrying a notebook over here. I mean, whoever watches the sales makes notes for me like a secretary. Otherwise, I'd be lost as last week's Easter egg from last year. So, fire Otis? Fire Otis? Fire Seth, you mean? We don't want to fire Otis. Poor little Otis. You keeping Otis this weekend? Oh my gosh, I was supposed to. Tanner's Christmas present to Jill is letting him keep Otis the weekend. Well, that's okay. Here's Seth's handwriting. He writes like he's... I'm making fun of Seth. He writes like he's afraid to. Oh. Golly, that dude. Gosh, I can't stand him. I cannot stand Seth. He makes me so mad. Okay. Over here we have Thrasher on Limp Bizkit. If y'all had to hang out with him like I do, you'd be mad at him all the time too. Oh. Okay, and then somebody asked about Suffocation. I'm pretty sure I have that, Jim Berg. Suffocation, Jim Berg. If you want it, I'll go find it later tonight, okay? All right, so who asked about Louis Armstrong? Let's clear this off. Y'all been missing hundreds of Christmas 45s. $6.99 for Louis Armstrong. $6.99 for Louis Armstrong, okay? Who asked about that? Somebody asked about that. Somebody asked about this. David Jennings, okay? David Jennings. We got 2 records I got to hunt for, but David Jennings, that's going to be the first sale of the night. All right? So that's sold to David Jennings. Okay, then we're going to sell this children's lot. I know it's metal night. Bear with me. First auction of the night is going to be this children's lot. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, Wally Gator, Jingling from Beaver Valley, Popeye, and 3 Little Pigs. $15 start on all those. Okay? There is a King's X auction going up tonight. So this is Thursday Night Metal Night, which means our auctions are focused and featured on metal. Okay? Metal. Focused and featured from metal. And there should be other stuff mixed in as well on the auction block. And believe it or not, David, I believe there's a Japanese delivery, but I don't honestly think tonight's the right night for it. I'll see if I can get, but I do have other stuff. I've got the $15 start stuff over here too. So I've got stuff you've already seen, but it's $15 start, if that makes sense. And I'm about to put some of those up. So children's lot, $10 start. And then over here, we got, let's see. Let's go ahead and put up a $15 start Japanese. This one should be $25 or $35, but let's get started with it. Cheap Trick, all shook up. Cheap Trick, all shook up is near mint minus and pristine. It is a Japanese pressing, and we're going to put up for just a $15 start. There's the insert. There's the insert. There's the cover in shrink with Obi, and that's a $15 start. And then we're also going to go ahead and put this up right here, Crocus. And Crocus, Alive and Screaming, is a 1986 U.S. club, RCA Indianapolis, with the original inner sleeve, a bio insert and photo, so it has a press kit. Nice, so it's a promo copy with a press kit. Crocus is a $15 start, okay? Let's find my phone so I can pull this morning's video. So a lot of stuff going on in the last 48 hours in the group. So I posted a 6 a.m. video, a 7 a.m. metal video, a 9 a.m. vintage video, and then another 12 o'clock CD post. And I think I've had our staff here all day just literally, it's like we're selling stuff during the day and we're not even live. So it's a perfect storm, okay? So tonight is, if you curious on what kind of featured auctions, the featured auctions are posted on Facebook, Instagram, and over on YouTube. There's going to be a lot of other stuff that is not advertised, right? There's going to be a lot of stuff that's not advertised. You've got to hang around to see that. That's like the bundle. That's like Cheap Trick. That's like Crocus. You know, those weren't anywhere advertised. They're just being put up right now for auction. So let me grab an empty crate, and the show has officially commenced. My belly's full. I'm all hopped up on Monster. We're ready to go, folks. Here we go. Here we go. First thing I have is, well, before I show a single record, let me always read what has sold. Paul Di'Anno, Primus, Pink Floyd, Him, Warrant, Him, King Crimson, Marillion, Warrant, Dangerous Toys, Pantera, Youngblood, and Zeppelin 2. So Stone Temple Pilots Purple is still available. That is 180 gram. Interstate Love Song, Big Empty, and Vaseline. That is Stone Temple Pilots, $29.99. Right now, the Boondle is at $26 with Chuck Haley. Crocus is at $15 and now $16. And Cheap Trick is a no bid. We're looking for a $15 start. We cannot get Danzig. We cannot get Danzig yet. And then there was one other question. Judas Priest. I don't know if that's coming up tonight or not. Thank you, Jake, as always. Promise is officially sold, and we're down to one copy. This is sold to Paul Cruz, C-R-E-W-Z. That's Suck on This. It's on Cobalt Blue vinyl. That's sold to Paul Cruz. And then we have two copies of Stone Temple Pilots. That's their self-titled album on red vinyl. STP is $29.99. And then Shrek, music from the motion picture. Shrek is $34.99. And we have two of those available. So is Pulp. Pulp is $29.99. That's called Different Class. And that was found, and I think possibly we've ordered this before. Either I have, Laura has, Paul has. Somebody's ordered this. But it was also appeared on that 90s alternative playlist I was listening to. So there's that for $29.99. We have King Gizzard Lizard. That's that new Elemental mixes. And this was sold to Jeff Malwitz. That was my last copy if anybody wants on a waiting list for Lizard. And then I got the 80s King Crimsons. I got 3 of a perfect pair for $29. I got Discipline for $34. And then I also have Beat for $29. And those are the 200 gram 40th anniversary editions. So right now, the kids bundle has a high bid of $26 of Chuck Haley. Brad Waits, you've been outbid. That's The Night Before Christmas, Wally Gator, Jingaling from Beaver Alley, Popeye, and Three Little Pigs. And all those are being sold together. They're at $26. Cheap Trick is at $15 and now $16, and Crocus is at $22. And then we got some Led Zeppelin restocks. In Through the Outdoor is $33. Physical Graffiti was $44. Of course, it's a double LP. And then Led Zeppelin 2, we sold one copy. There's one left. Brian Stutter needs a Led Zeppelin 2. And now there's one Led Zeppelin 2 left if anybody wants it. $29.99, 180 gram. And then we got Coda for $36. And then some Pink Floyd bootlegs. First one we have here is Pink Floyd live at Brighton Dome, 1972. That's on purple vinyl. First time Dark Side of the Moon was played live, $44.99. And then Dangerous Toys. We're going to have a waiting list for this. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron. The first person on the wait list is going to be Tony Riddle. It's the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. It's on pink vinyl. So this is sold to Cynthia Herdron, and we need to put Tony Riddle on a waiting list, okay? And then we have Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs. That's on white vinyl. That's $33.99. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid on the kids lot. It's at $27 with Tim Voldness. Cheap Tricks at $18, and Crocus is at $25. So about time for me to start a fourth auction. We're going to go ahead and say the kids lot is now at $27 with Tim Voldness. Chuck Haley, you're out. Cheap Trick is now at $18, and Crocus is at $25 with Brad Waits. AC/DC Highway to Hell is $29.99, and this last copy of Youngblood was sold to Dean Tefford. Thank you, Dean. That's so to you. That's on silver vinyl, and it does have an autographed insert with it. 2 copies of Warrant Ultraphobic. The first copy of Warrant Ultraphobic was sold to Danny Thomason. Nope, it was sold to Mark Morris. Thank you, Mark Morris. That was sold to you, and then Danny Thomason, okay? So both of those are sold. If anybody else wants a copy of Warrant Ultraphobic, just let me know. Pink Floyd, Live in Philadelphia. That's a 2 LP clear vinyl. Pink Floyd in Philly's $44.99. And then over here we got Nick Cave, Amsterdam, 1981. That's live in the Netherlands, $29.99. And then Pink Floyd Paris, 1970. That's $29.99, and that's sold to Cecil Grosskopf II. And I have one Pink Floyd live in Paris 1970 left if anybody wants it. All right, well, Chuck Haley went out. Well, Tim Voldness, that little bump did it. You're going to get the children's lot for $27. Thank you on that. Cheap Trick could be done. Final call to Lewis Kulik for $18. And then over here, Crocus is at $30 with Brad Waits. All right, let's put up an Iron Maiden record that was not advertised that's going to go up for auction right now. Just coming out of nowhere. Let's see who's paying attention. Let's see how many Iron Maiden fans we got on early tonight. Wow, die-cut picture disc. This is a 1992 UK limited edition picture disc. So it comes with the original backing board, and then it comes with the original plastic, and it comes with this stand-up, okay? Actually, no, let's see here. I don't think the plastic, it probably come in a plastic sleeve. That is either gone or it was discarded because sometimes it's not the best to store them in. But it does have the cardboard cutout, which is a display device. It's never been punched out, and that was used to display the record. So Iron Maiden's a $45 start, OG 1992, and those tracks, if you're curious, are From Here to Eternity and I Can't See My Feeling. So Iron Maiden's a $45 start. That's now up for bid, okay? And actually, let me put it, I'll lay it on top of this, okay? There's that. Crocus is at $30. Iron Maiden's at $45. I think I got everything out of here that's sold. So let's go ahead and go into the next crate. But I will remind you, a lot of Zeppelin and King Crimson in here. But I still got Stone Temple Pilots. I got Primus. I got Stone Temple Pilots again. I got the Shrek soundtrack. I got Pulp. And then I got King Crimson, King Crimson, King Crimson. Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin, Led Zeppelin. Pink Floyd Live. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. AC/DC. Pink Floyd Live again. Nick Cave. That's a live unofficial. And then Pink Floyd Live in Paris. Michael Wilkerson, a couple different STP options. I can get you self-titled, which has been long out of print. That's red vinyl for $29, or I can get you purple for $29. Just let me know, Michael Wilkerson. And now Cheap Trick, we can go ahead and sell that, and that was sold to Lewis Kulik for $18. Thank you on that. New buyer for this week. $8 in limited shipping. As much as y'all want to buy every night. We get started on Sundays if we have a Sunday show. Speaking of Sunday show, Paul's doing a Psychedelic Sunday this Sunday. So Sunday, when Paul goes live, that's going to start a new week and a new invoice. So anything you buy this upcoming Sunday on that show, you won't be billed for it until the next Monday, so like 8 days later. So starting this Monday, we began a new billing cycle because we didn't have a show on Sunday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, tomorrow and Saturday, everything is $8. You will not get a bill until Monday afternoon. We put everything together. We figured it's best to do one billing cycle. Everybody can get all their pre-orders together, all their auctions together, any CDs they may buy, anything you buy in the group. Everybody, our staff puts it all together. They send you one invoice, and then you pay on Mondays, and it all ships together. Michael Wilkerson on purple, that's sold to Michael Wilkerson. Crocus is at 33. So anybody, Brad Waits was first on Crocus at 33. Iron Maiden just has one bid with Bret Michaels wig for 45. So anybody new, you don't have to be any kind of special password or any kind of special initiation to start buying. You can start buying right now. You can buy all the crates and you can bid on the auctions, because I have a feeling there's a lot of new people watching tonight because they've seen and heard about the new metal collection. They've seen and heard all the metal we've been pricing every day. They've seen and heard a lot. And they're like, yep, I need to watch tonight and see what Chad's going to put across that auction block tonight. You just never know, do you? And it's true. You just never know. You just never know. I got to do one thing over here on the Facebook admin side right quick. And far as an ad, and it's going to take me about 30 seconds. And I don't want AI generated text. It works good sometimes, but I take that off. I'm going to take this off. I don't want any special buttons. I don't want our phone number out there. I just want people to come to our Facebook page, please. Yep, I just want people to come to our Facebook page for 24 hours. That's all I need right there. All right, and we don't want it on Instagram, just Facebook, please. Okay, there's that. All right, let's get started. So, first thing we have is this. Crocus is at $33. We have Iron Maiden sold to Bret Michaels wig for $45. Coming out of nowhere. Iron Maiden is sold for $45 to Bret Michaels wig. Thank you, Bret Michaels wig. Always an interesting name. Crocus, the last bid was $32 with Victor Guerra, and Brad Waits bid $33. So Rich Kulak, Victor Guerra, and Brad Waits are all within $1 of each other. Brad Waits has it for $33. We'll see who breaks that tie in just a second. The suspense is killing me. Next is Iron Maiden. This is a 2005 UK limited edition picture disc. The Number of the Beast. It is near mint. It's a 2005 UK limited edition. Number of the Beast. And that's going to go up for a $55 start, okay? $55 start on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it's a $15 start. It's Deep Purple, 24 karat purple. 24 karat purple for Deep Purple is a great Japanese compilation. So near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the poster insert. There's the cover and Obi. $15 start on that. We have the albums, 2002 to 2012. That's Rush. That is a 4-album box set. I think it's a total of 2, 4, 6, 7 LPs, I think. $159.99 for Rocktober. I'm down to one Rush box set. Artillery by Inheritance. That's a purple vinyl limited to 1,000. $39.99. Last crate before we get into our newest new stuff. Dokken now playing. Dokken is $24.99. That is essentially a hits comp with Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, etc., etc. I think we're done on Crocus. I'm about to sell it. The last bid on Crocus was $33 of Brad Waits. Rich Krulik, you tied him, by the way. Somebody wants to know what it is. It's a 1986 U.S. Club copy. It's a promo marked, and it has it has promo materials with it. It has a press photo and a press kit biography and inner sleeve. It's at $33. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. Deep Purple's a $15 start. Marillion, Script for a Jester's Cheer. Marillion is sold over here to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Has everybody hit the I Love Coletco button? This is Pantera, and this is Far Beyond Driven, sold to Joshua Hepburn. Thank you, Joshua Hepburn. That was sold to you. We're down to one copy of Warrant Cherry Pie, limited edition 2500 on yellow marble vinyl, $39.99 for Cherry Pie. And then Lizzie Borden, this is Appointment with Death. That's red vinyl. This was out of print from 2007. It's now available tomorrow. You can buy one right now. Red vinyl, $38.99. King Crimson Earthbound, $29.99. I still got 2 copies of that. Medieval Steel. Medieval Steel is a privately pressed metal record out of Memphis in print, and that is $36.99. Over here, we got Crocus at $35 with Brad Waits. Maiden has one bid for $55, and Deep Purple's a $15 start. And I put this up for a $15 start thinking it's going to get a bid for $15, $20, $35, $40. But right now there's no bid for $15, and now I'm starting to get nervous. We got Sugar Hill Gang on red vinyl. That is $24.99, Rapper's Delight. And then Rat. This is also called Now Playing, Round and Round, Wanted Man. It's essentially a Rat greatest hits because their actual greatest hits is not in print. Paul Diano, in memory of Paul Diano. This is our last copy, so to Jen Cast. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. Matt Nichols wants a cherry pie, so to Matt Nichols. Right after this, we're going to get into our newest stuff. We have Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth is $39.99. And I got Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. This is new for Friday. A limited edition Coke bottle clear colored pressing, if all that made sense. $36.99. More Zeppelin restocks. Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl for $33. And then AC/DC High Voltage for $29. And Miles Davis, Round About Midnight, Mono, MoFi. It does have a ding corner, $44.99. Cherry Pie was $39.99. If anybody wants Deep Purple, you can pick it up for a $15 buy now. And Iron Maiden sold one bid, $55. Wow, the first two Iron Maiden records, just single bids at $55. Oh boy, could be in, everybody is rubbing their hands together. They're like, I'm going to get some steals tonight. Over here, we got Lewis Kulick on Deep Purple for $15. Brett Michaels Wig was second. Thomas Baumhart was third. We had some snipers. A couple people shot and missed. He was first, and he gets it for $15. Okay? And now Crocus is still getting bids. One of the first auctions of the night, and it's at $36 with Rich Kulak. Brad Waits, you've been outbid. That is still getting bids. With promo press materials, it is still getting bids. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Scorpions Worldwide Live. The Scorpions is an 85 USOG. It has, it's a 72 PRC Richmond press with the inner sleeves, VG Plus copy, a $20 start on that. Stanley Richmond needs to go on a waiting list. Brad Waits said he bid $38. Now it's on. Crocus, Brad Waits bid $38. Rich Kulick, you're out, okay? We need to put Stanley Richmond on the Paul Diano waiting list, okay? This right here. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We need to put him on a wait list. Tom Sullivan on the Miles Davis. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. That's so do you. And then Depeche Mode live in the Netherlands, 1983, $29.99 for that. And then over here, we have him, Deep Shadows and Brian Highlights. This is on clear vinyl, and both of these actually sold. We sold one to Sarah Weiberdink, and we sold one to Josh Tanner. So both of those are sold and sold. And now we have Pink, Can't Take Me Home, a 2LP Go Vinyl, $38.99. And then this is new, comes out tomorrow, Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, a picture disc, $36.99. Last two records, Red Hot Chili Peppers Live, $29.99 for that. It's a live unofficial. And Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $29.99. Okay, Scorpions 20. Scorpions 20, is there a special auction crate or one of the hot pick crates? So over here next to me, I have a bin, and it's full of all the stuff that's in the hot picture. So it's like, what, 45 records or so? I think it's like 45 records. And I think there's even extras in there. That is like right here next to me. Laura gets all those ready. Back here behind me, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other crates full of other metal records, just good auction records, Kiss stuff. There's Beatles in here. There's Metallicas. There's Iron Maidens. There's thrash metal. There's heavy metal. There's classic rock, and they're all tagged, cleaned, researched, and ready for auction. So that's the kind of stuff I pull this out of. That's the kind of stuff that I don't even know what I'm about to do next. It's just whatever I reach in there and I find that it's next. I have 2 entire full crates full of Kiss auctions. I'm talking about stuff that we didn't sell on Monday. All that's gone. I'm talking about just other stuff over here. It is completely full. Now, there's a note from Laura. We'll bring the rest up later, or we'll bring the rest up ASAP. So half of the auctions aren't even up here yet, okay? Because we usually don't get them started till 7. It's only 6:37, so we're 20 minutes away from even putting up the first hot picture auction. But we've already sold Crocus. We've already sold Scorpions. We've already sold a couple Iron Maidens. We've already sold Japanese. And we're about to put up even more. Right, Otis?
That's right, Chad. We're about to put up all kinds of stuff. I hope these people are ready.
See? That was Otis. Next thing is Iron Maiden. This is a 2007 unofficial picture disc. and it's not sold on Discogs since 2017 because it's banned from Discogs. It's the full album. They're self-titled, unofficial, $45 start on that, okay? $45 start on that. Let's go back up top, and the next thing we had is David Dull on one of those new Marshall Tuckers. David Dull, thank you. I'm going to give you this one because that other one's already... Yeah, David, these are pretty bad about the bottom seam being split. It's the bad design. Yeah, they're all kind of split. I'll give you the best looking one, which I think is this one. Make sure this goes in for $36.99. So did David Dull. All right, Crocus is still getting bids. It's at $40, now $42. Crocus, Alive and Screaming, is an 86 US club. It has the original inner sleeve. It has a photo, press photo, and a press biography kit. It's nice EX Plus and an EX jacket, and it's one of our first auctions of the night. It's still getting bids at $42. And then over here, Scorpions. The last bid on the Scorpions was the following. It's had 3 $20 bids. So there's a bunch of people thinking they're the high bidder, and they're not. The high bid is Steve McGee for $20. Everybody else is out. If you're not Steve McGee, you don't have the high bid on the Scorpions. And then Iron Maiden's an unofficial, a $45 start. Okay, anybody else? So we only had one waiting list from the video, and that's Tony Riddle on Dangerous Toys, artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Everybody else has got everything they wanted, okay? So we got Anthrax, we got Red Hot Chili Peppers, Marshall Tucker, Pink, Depeche Mode, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin. We have Tears for Fears, Megadeth. We have Rat, Sugar Hill Gang, Medieval Steel, King Crimson, Lizzie Borden, Dokken, Artillery, and Rush, okay? Crocus 43 and Scorpions 25. Chad, if you play the picture disc, it will rub off the artwork. Kind of skeptical about playing the Megadeth picture disc. I have never heard that before. I don't think that's true. I don't think playing a picture disc damages the artwork. Okay, let's go right into another crate over here. First thing we have is this. I've got a whole crate, and I'm about to figure out what's all in here. I'm about to sort through this. I'm trying to remember all what I ordered. Sometimes it all shows up and I'm like, what the heck have I ordered? Okay, here's some stuff Laura ordered. That's great. Let me see what's over here. Korea, that's Jazz. Look at all the seam splits. Oh my gosh. Seam splits galore. About every other record looks like it's in that crate had a seam split. That's very unfortunate. All right, let's go through this crate right here. We're going to be sending back. I got a big pile over here going. They just can't figure out how to ship these things. Okay? They can't figure out how to ship these things. Without getting seam splits, it seems like. Okay, so let's go back to the top and see what happened. So Crocus 43, Rich Krulak. Brad Waits 45. Scorpions 25, Scorpions 28. Bob Riger wants on the Paul Di'Anno wait list. That should be 2 people on that, okay? And then over here, we have Scorpions is at 30. And Miles Davis is already sold. It was $44.99. MoFi pressing. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll have to order you one, okay? And then seen the debut album, The Hot Pits. I'm looking for a copy of Junkyard second album, 6 and 7. Would you happen to have one of those as well? If we do, it'll be sold right here live on this channel. And then next thing is Iron Maiden. Nobody bid on Iron Maiden. This is a $45 buy it now. It's a 2017 UK unofficial picture disc. $45 buy it now. If we ever have any kind of rare, highly desirable metal record that everybody on earth wants a copy of, it will be sold right here on auction on a Thursday night. So if we have some kind of rare, highly desirable metal album that everybody in the world would get into a Royal Rumble over, we will sell it right here for the highest bid on a Thursday night. Be on the lookout for the hot picture, okay? So Scorpions, Sean Miller, $30. We're about to sell it. Rich Krulak, I think it's up to you on Crocus. Brad Waits has it for $45. Now Rich is at $46. Brad Waits, you've been outbid. MD for Megadeth. The Megadeth picture disc from the last crate was $39.99. The Megadeth picture disc. I've got 2 left. They're $39.99, and then I've got about 20 more up front. They're official. They are official. Okay, let's get started. This is we've got 8 crates of our newest new vinyl for tonight. I ordered a lot of stuff that's metal and metal related. I ordered a lot of new vinyl I haven't had in a while. This should be pretty fun. Okay, we have Matthew Kopus on Iron Maiden. That's sold to Matthew Kopus for $45. First thing, this is an official live Nirvana release. It's called Nirvana Live and Loud. It's a 2 LP. It's $39.99. So that's Nirvana. It's a 2 LP. It is called Live and Loud, $39.99. He's out on Crocus. So this is sold to Rich Krulak for $46. Thank you, Rich, on that. Nice battle on that. That's sold to Rich for $46. Let's put that away. Over here, Scorpions. The last bid on Scorpions was Sean Miller at 30. He is the high bidder. Depeche Mode, the best of Depeche Mode, Volume 1. Depeche Mode is $79.99, and that's a 3 LP, fairly new reissue of that. The Megadeth picture disc were long out of print, so for the longest, you could not get those. They were like $180 on Discogs, something just crazy. They did a big batch of them. We have sold hundreds, and we're down to probably less than 20. But that one right there just kind of showed back up. 2 more random copies. I think I've got them back ordered everywhere. So there's just really no telling. Next is Metallica House of Vans, London, England, November 18th, 2016. So Metallica is live. It is sealed, $175 start. I think this is one of the, let's see here, sad but true. This is, one of those really small shows they did. Really cool set list on this one. 2017, it's a 3 LP, and that was only sold through the Metallica fan club. $175 start on that. So that's our next auction. The Scorpions is sold, and the Scorpions over here is sold to Sean Miller for $30. That is sold. Metallica has a bid for $175. Depeche Mode is sold to Sarah Weiberdink. And we have 2 copies of Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer is $33.99. These are all new and sealed. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. 9 Inch Nails, Halo number 19, originally released in 2005. $44.99 for that double LP, 9 Inch Nails. And this is Black Sabbath. I've only got 1 copy. Symptom of the Universe. 70s radio broadcast. It's a Black Sabbath bootleg. It doesn't really say when or where. $29.99 for that. And a Beatles bootleg. Beatles, Melbourne, Australia, 1964. A pretty well-known Beatles recording. 20 tracks, $33.99. This is Nirvana, Live and Loud. It's an official release. It's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Nirvana. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be U.S. Metal. U.S. Metal, Unsung Guitar Heroes. Mr. Varney presents U.S. Metal. A 1981 USOG. The vinyl's in VG. The spine does have some damage right there. A $15 start for U.S. Metal, okay? First thing we have is Black Sabbath, sold to Bret Michaels Wig. Let's put George Jones on a waiting list. Let's put Brad Waits on a waiting list. Symptom of the Universe, 70s broadcast. The Beatles, Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. This is another live unofficial. Should be on purple vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is $19.99. Metallica has 1 bid for $175. This is Metallica Live at the House of Vans. It's a 3 LP. Metallica Fan Club exclusive. 1 bid for $175. Going once, going twice. We're about to sell it. Let me jump over here to this other crate and pull out some other auctions. Holy moly. Hope y'all ready for some of this stuff. Next is Rat, and Rat is a 1984 U.S. club copy on the Time Coast label. It's in shrink. It's nice. EX condition, a very conservative grade. This is a really nice copy. This album has still not seen a reissue. Rat is a $35 start. Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet. Crash Test Dummies is $38.99. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. Red Hot Chili Peppers is a double LP. That's $39.99. And then 2 copies of Hole. That is Live Through This. Hole is $33.99 with Courtney Love. And then 2 copies of The Velvet Underground and Nico. This is $36.99. So this actually has a real peelable banana. There's 2 copies in print. There's this one, which is a pretty dang good pressing. Nice jacket, peelable banana. And then there's another one that just has horrible reviews on Discogs. And it's been in stock for a long time, but everybody's like, do not buy this. It's horrible, blah, blah, blah. So this is like the better of the 2 that's in print. And there's a picture disc, but I think for those that don't want to spend $1,000 on a copy, this one might, for a nice one, this might be a good replacement. $36.99 on that. Rat has a bid for $35. Metallica just 1 bid, so to Chase Arnold for $175. U.S. Metal does have a bid with Jim Berg for $15. Thank you, Jim Berg. You have the high bid on that. Now Rat's at $35. Now Rat's at $35. And then we got 3 copies here. Over here, we got Slayer, Christ Illusion. This is $33.99. I think I remember about 2 weeks ago, I had about 10 copies come in because this had been out of stock and not available. So here's 3 more. Slayer, Christ Illusions, $33.99, and then Sonic Youth, Goo. Sonic Youth is $33.99. James Young on a Slayer, Jay Neutral on a Slayer. There's 1 Slayer left, and we have 1 bid on U.S. Metal. We have a tie on the Rat, and now we're going to go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Van Halen. And this is Van Halen self-titled. It's their debut. It's an OG 1978 Los Angeles in shrink wrap. The vinyl's conservatively graded VG+. It has the original inner sleeve. And Van Halen's going to go up for a $25 start. So James Young on a Slayer, Jay Neutral on a Slayer, Master Ma on Sonic Youth, Shannon Mashaka on Velvet Underground, Tony Clem gets the last Slayer, and Paul Richards, if it's okay with you, I will put you on a wait list for Slayer. So we're sold out of Slayers. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then over here we got 2 copies. And this is Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Beastie Boys is a 2 LP, $44.99. Check Your Head. And then the Beatles Love. Haven't had this in a while. $56.99. This has never been really cheap. It is the Beatles Love. It's a 2 LP, $56.99. Okay? So over here, U.S. Metal just got 1 bid, and that's sold to Jim Berg for $15. Thank you, Jim Berg. That's sold to you. Are we still tied on Rat? I find this very bizarre, but I'm going to make sure we're clear. John LeBeatty, you're out on Rat. The last bid on Rat that came in was Brad Waits at $35, the minimum opening bid. Nobody else was bid, and nobody else has placed a bid. It's an 84 U.S. Club copy, really nice and shrink, EX Plus on the vinyl. It's about to sell for 1 bid, Rat, $35. I'm going to make sure my microphone is turned. Can everybody hear me out there? I'm going to start sending telegrams. Van Halen has 2 bids, 25, 25, and now 27. Paul Richards on the Slayer waiting list. Thank you. Thrasher on Beastie Boys. That is sold to Thrasher. Brad has a new bid for $38. Primus Pork Soda. Primus is a double LP, $39.99 for Pork Soda. Primus Pork Soda. Our next auction is going to go up when? Right now, Chad. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not kidding you. It's going up right now. We're going to mix in Kiss. And I think this is a deluxe edition. It is. This is the 2021 deluxe edition of Kiss Destroyer, 45th anniversary. It has the inner sleeves and booklets that's original to it. It's a worldwide deluxe, sealed, $35 start on that. Over here, Stone Temple Pilots 4. Stone Temple Pilots 4 is $29.99. That's on black and white splatter vinyl. 2 copies of that. Collect a Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. That is their debut album with Shine and Breathe. $29.99 on that. And Misfits, Evil Live. Misfits is $33.99. Promise, this is live at Winton Farm, Socrates, New York, 1994. Promise, live unofficials, $29.99. Matt Nichols on STP4. That's sold to Matt Nichols. And a special request from Troy Robinson. This was Dan and Shay, It's Officially Christmas. This is 21 holiday classics and originals. Troy Robinson, Dan and Shay. Thank you, Troy. If anybody else wants one, I will order you one, $39.99. Josh Tanner wants the other Stone Temple Pilots, so did Josh Tanner. I think Primus Sailing the Seas of Cheese is coming up in another crate. There's 8 crates of new vinyl, and I ordered a lot of Primus. So now, let's update Rat. Rat's at $40 with Brad Waits. I think everybody's done. Final call. Still seems like a great price. $40. Final call on that. And then over here is Van Halen. It's at $29. And then Kiss is sealed. I'm looking for a $35 start. No bid yet. Sean Miller gets Sonic Youth. Lewis Kulik on Collective Soul. And now what we're going to do is read through these one more time, okay? We're going to read through these one more time and see what happens, okay? Yeah, Socrates, New York, that is a Primus at Woodstock. There's already a crate up here of metal that Paul marked. There's 4 crates from John. There's 7 more crates of new vinyl, and there's a lot still left in here. There's a lot still left in here. Hope everybody's ready, okay? So we have Nirvana, Live and Loud. That's a 2 LP. That's an official release, $39.99. Gatefold double LP. Slayer, South of Heaven is $33. That Slayer is still available. 9 Inch Nails is $44.99. Beatles Live, Melbourne, Australia, $33 on that one. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, purple vinyl, $19.99. Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet, that's $38. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $39. Californication, Hole, Live Through This. That is $33.99. And then Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. Michael Wilkerson wants this Slayer here. That's also sold to Michael Wilkerson. The Stone Temple Pilots you bought was $29.99. Yes. Beastie Boys Check Your Head is $44. The Beatles Love is $56. Primus Pork Soda, $39.99. Collective Soul is $29. One left. Misfits Evil Live was $33. And Primus 1994 is $29.99. Okay. Jim Berg wants on the wait list for Primus Tales from the Punchbone, okay? So let's go down here. First thing we're going to do is this. Let's say Van Halen. Todd Coe went out. The last bid was Calvin Ward at $29, and Todd Coe did go out. So Van Halen is a 78 USOG Los Angeles pressing with the original under sleeve. It's a final call for $29. Rat is a 1984 US Club in shrink EX Plus condition. Rat, the most recent bid was Brad Waits at $40, and then Kiss is a no bid. The the 45th anniversary 2 LP Deluxe, and Kiss can be picked up for a buy it now of $35, okay? Buy it now for $35. That's a no bid. How much is Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged? Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is just $19.99, okay? Let's go right into another one. Lots of great stuff still left in there. Figured that one would be almost obliterated. Y'all probably going to obliterate they're like, Chad, we're waiting to obliterate the next crate, buddy. Oh, okay. Let me get it up here then so y'all can obliterate it. Let me go ahead and show y'all a couple things we have waiting list for. Got to go ahead and show you a couple things we have waiting list for already. So, first thing we have a waiting list for already is Slayer, and that is Christ Illusion. So if anybody wants one of these, it can be picked up right now. Slayer, Christ Illusion, a waiting list. They'll be back in next week, $33.99. Mark Weiss wants Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. So to Mark Weiss, $8 unlimited shipping. We send an invoice on Monday. Make sure y'all are ready to pay when invoices come on Monday. Wow, Rat just sold for $40 to Brad Waits. And then over here, Van Halen is sold to Calvin Ward for $29. None of the advertised auctions have sold. It's still at least 6 minutes away from even putting those up. I've put up one. I've put up U.S. Steel or U.S. Metal. U.S. Steel. That was Rockefeller. Carnegie. We have U.S. Metal, and then here's Steeler, Strike Back. Steeler is an 86 German OG with the original under sleeve, VG condition, $15 start. And Fred Cardinale got Kiss for $35. Okay? Steeler, I think, was in the hot picture, so there's that. That's up for bid. And then let's go ahead and put this up right here. This is Metallica Helping Hands. This is a 2019 U.S. limited edition 2 LP blue marble vinyl sealed, a $200 start for Metallica. $200 on Metallica Helping Hands. That's a $200 start. And let's slip in another Japanese right quick while it's still early. The next Japanese pressing I have is going to go up right now, and it's actually Vandenberg Heading for a Storm. Vandenberg Heading for a Storm is a Japanese pressing. Let me get the obi. I pulled it out of the sleeve and the obi fell off. I hate when that happens to me. Anybody ever have your obi just fall right off? You get up out of bed and your obi just falls off. Do what? See if I can get this back on here. There we go. Not a problem with that one. Vandenberg Heading for a Storm. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $15 start. All right, here we go, here we go. First thing is this. We have 2 copies of Slayer, live in Paris, 1991. Slayer, Paris, unofficial live, $29.99 on that. We have the Beatles, live in Stockholm, 1964. Another live unofficial, that's $33.99. And then ZZ Top Recycler. There should be more copies coming up. But this one here is sold to Richard Bradshaw. He was on a waiting list. Richard Bradshaw, you get ZZ Top Recycler. I could have swore I seen more over here. There should be 3 or 4 more copies of that. Let me see if there's another one in here. Yeah, here's 2 more. So ZZ Top Recycler. I've got 2 extra copies. Richard Bradshaw needed one. And this is from that Rhino Hi-Fi series. So there's 2 more here for $39.99 if anybody needs one. Of course, we have El Loco, we got Deguelo, we got Eliminator, Afterburner. There's that, $39.99. And then we have Sublime. We sold a pre-owned copy last night. That was an older copy for like $55. This is new and sealed, a 2 LP, $39.99. Steeler is at $22. Vandenberg's at $16. And Steeler, so hold on a second. Steeler's at $22. Steeler's at $28. Vandenberg's at $16. Metallica's a $200 start, no bid yet. ZZ Top Recycler also sold to Razman, thank you. 2 copies of Slayer Rain in Blood. Rain in Blood is $36.99, and then Soundgarden. And we've been selling a lot of Soundgarden lately, probably because they was just in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But this is a great one. An A-sides. It's a hits comp. It's a greatest hits. It's a singles collection. Soundgarden is $44.99. So, yeah. Rusty Outshine, Spoon Man, Black Hole Sun, of course, Fell on Black Days, Blow Up the Outside World. That's a double LP, $44.99. Jay Neutral on Slayer, so great Soundgarden compilation there. And then I've got 2 copies, more Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty, 180 gram, audiophile quality, faithfully restored, $44.99. Paul Cruz also wants the other Slayer, so that's sold to Paul Cruz and Jay Neutral. Both Slayers are gone. Matt Nichols wants Soundgarden A-sides. That's sold to Matt Nichols. And then over here, we got Steeler at $29, Kelly Vlodderchek on the Beastie Boys. We have Steeler at $34. What about Vandenberg? So Vandenberg 18, Steeler $34, and then the Beatles White Album, $49.99. Cry, baby, cry, while my guitar gently weeps. Dear Prudence, dum. Won't you come out to play? Wow. The White Album, $49.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Double LP. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. And Metallica, $200 buy it now. Only a $200 buy it now. Helping Hands, live and acoustic at the Masonic. That's available. Now over here, we got Steeler at $36. We got Vandenberg at $20. And over here, we have ZZ Top's first album. And I think I made a note just last night who needed one of these. So let me set that aside. Somebody needed one of those from last night. I'm glad I already have them on the way. There's Recycler. I'll figure that out in just a second. But I do have one copy for sure. First thing we have is Tim Voldness gets the other Beastie Boys. There is that. And then Steelers at 44, Vandenberg 21. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And at this point, you might be like, my goodness, Chad, you've already blown my mind 4 or 5 times over. What impossible in all things good and holy could you be putting up for auction next? How about Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz? Crazy. That's how it goes. An 81 US OG, Jet Label, Terre Haute OG, EX or better condition, $45 star. It does have an old sticker pull and a sticker still on it, but it's not a bad copy. Blizzard's a $45 star. We have not sold any advertised metal auctions. Steeler's technically the first one. Let's go to Top Cam right quick. So we got Steeler. The last bid was $44. Vandenberg's $21. Ozzy's a $45 start. And we're in a crate of brand spanking new stuff. David Doyle gets ZZ Top. That's so to David Doyle. Thank you. And then another Beatles, Adelaide. This is Adelaide. Yeah, 1964, $33.99. And then we got 2 copies of Nirvana's Unplugged, $39.99. The Man Who Sold the World. Nirvana, $39.99. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. That's more 9 Inch Nails. 2 LP, $44.99. And then for Riger, almost said Vlodderchek, Alien Weaponry, Tay-Ra, Bob Riger. That's in. I'm not for sure what that is, buddy, but it's sold to you. And then we have another one for Bob Riger, even though we did the sticker upside down. We need to fix that. Alien Weaponry again, Bob Riger, $33.99. Thank you, Bob, $29 and $33. Thank you for special ordering those. Those are in and they're sold to you. When I come back, I'm selling Steeler for $44. I'm selling Vandenberg for $21. And if no one bid on Ozzy, I'm going to make it a buy now for $45. I'm not walking away. I'm just swapping out my crates because we've already filled up a full one here. A full, spanking full crate. That's going to be one of 300 we do tonight, Jill. 300 crates of records. Hope you're ready for some overtime. Hope you're ready for some overtime. Coletco staff will be cranking out some overtime. All right, well, I've come back, and guess what? Steeler has a new bid, but Vandenberg doesn't. So let's sell Vandenberg, Toddco $21, and let's make Ozzy a quick bite now for $45. Wow. I didn't give that one a lot of time, but I gave everybody enough time to bid, at least put in a bid. So $45. You can pick up an OG copy of Ozzy. It's not bad whatsoever. Just a little bit of cover damage up there on the top right, and you can pick it up for $45. Now Steelers at $45, and it is 7, so I'll start putting up some of the advertised auctions right now. It is time. It is time. So here we go. I'm just going to start picking them at random. Let's go ahead and see what's up with Warlock, True as Steel. Warlock is True as Steel. And this is a 1986 US Hot Pog with the original sleeve, a $25 start, okay? Warlock is now for bid, $25 start. AC/DC is a new sealed copy of Razor's Edge. New and sealed AC/DC Razor's Edge, $29.99. I really don't like the gap right there. Okay, and then let's put Indy like that. There we go. $29.99. It's just a new and sealed reissue. Of course, that album came out in the time when vinyl production was pretty low, so OGs are kind of tough to get. All right, let's go right into another crate, and I'm just going to remind y'all right here, we still got Slayer live in Paris 29, Beatles live in Stockholm 33, ZZ Top Recycler $39.99. Speaking of a tough OG to get, Sublime's $39. Soundgarden's 44, the A-sides. Beatles White Album 49. Tom Petty Greatest Hits 44. Beatles 33. Nirvana 39. And then 9 Inch Nails The Downward Spiral was 44. So that's what's left out of there. 2 crates of new vinyl down, like 300 more to go. Man, sorry, that was me sneezing. I also just broke a piece of wood in half. Golly. Whew. Man. Okay, let's do one more crate of new, and then we might go ahead and knock out one of these first crates of metal. Hope everybody's ready. If not, then you better get ready. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so first thing over here is Steeler. Steeler is at $56 with Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan has Steeler, and this is an 86 German OG with the original sleeve in VG condition. That's at $66. Warlock, True as Steel. Warlock is a 1986 US Hot Pog OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. It's about to be a buy now for $20 if nobody wants this, okay? All right, if not, it's about to be a buy now. First thing I have in here is the Best of Annihilator. That's a 2 LP numbered to 1500 on silver vinyl. The Best of Annihilator, 2 LP, $54.99. And we have Slipknot, Iowa. That's a 2 LP translucent green colored vinyl, $36.99 on Slipknot, Iowa. And Korn, Life is Peachy. Korn is $39.99. Chad, can you order from Metal Blade, Anniversary, Slayer, Hellaway, 3 LP, extras, pre-orders up now? I will make a note to look into that. I mean, we don't order directly from them, but we can get their stuff typically. So I'll definitely look into it. Let's go ahead and put up Rat. Rat's our next auction. This is Invasion of Your Privacy. It's a 1985 US Club copy, Columbia Record Club edition. So it's in shrink with the inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. Warlock 20, Warlock 20, Warlock 22, and then Black Sabbath Volume 4, $29.99 for Black Sabbath Volume 4. We have Korn, their self-titled album, a 2 LP music on vinyl press. Korn is $49.99, and Black Sabbath, that's their self-titled debut. Black Sabbath is $29.99. $29.99. Let's see, what does this say over here? Okay, so how about Steeler over here? My goodness. Steeler, Tom Sullivan, $66. Victor Guerra, you have not set out. Tom Sullivan has this for $66. $66. The last on Warlock was Brad Waits at $25, and Rat has a bid for $30. That's where we're at on all those. I hope everybody is familiar with what's going on right now. If not, hopefully you get familiar. Let me open this up right here. Okay. Next is Korn Issues. Korn's a double LP, $34.99 for Korn. That is 2 available, $34.99. And then Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is $33.99. Originally released in '83. This is the remaster. Iron Maiden's 33, and then Lorna Shore, I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me. Gatefold Light Blue Marble 2 LP. Lorna Shore is $44.99. I've got 2 of those. Ken Granger on Korn Issues. Thank you, Ken. That's so do you. And I lost Victor Guerra. He never did say out on Steeler, but I got to sell this. This is sold to Tom Sullivan for $66. That is sold over here Warlock. And Warlock is at 25 with Brad Waits. Victor Guerra, you're out. MT Matt, you're out. That's a final call for 25. And now Rat is at 30. And now Rat's at 33 with Sean Miller. And that's the high bid on that. Black Sabbath Master of Reality is 29. And then Korn Untouchables. Korn is $34.99. We got 2 copies of that. So Thrasher also wants a copy of Korn Issues. Put Michael Wilkerson on a waiting list. And Amanda Davis. Only had 2 copies. They're both sold. Ken Granger and Thrasher. Okay. Michael Wilkerson also wants Korn self-titled. That's right here. So to Michael Wilkerson, there's that. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. What is Rat opening price? It's already got multiple bids. Sean Miller has it for $33. It's about to sell to him. Now it's at 40. And now Warlock is at 26 with Victor Guerra. And now we're going to put up another auction. Fates Warning. Fates Warning is a 1988 USOG with the original inner sleeve EX edition. Fates Warning is going to go up for a $35 start. Hope everybody's ready to bid. $35 start on Fates Warning. Next is Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, Volume 3. That's on purple vinyl, $36.99 on that. And then we have Tool, Fear Inoculum, a triple LP, $76.99 for Tool, Fear Inoculum. And then this was a special request for Philip Holt. This is Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. This is Chess, 75th Anniversary. Pressed at QRP, mastered from the original analog tapes. Now, if I knew this was going to be Acoustic Sounds Chess, Master Tapes QRP, a gatefold jacket, perforated bag kind of deal, I would have posted this for a pre-order. But thanks to one of our great customers, he's like, hey, I need one of these. And I didn't know, there's so many versions of Moaning in the Moonlight. When I see them go for pre-order, I really don't know what's going on. This is a kind of record, there's probably like 10 versions of this in print right now. All kinds of different ones. There's probably hundreds of variants. So this is a really good looking copy. If anybody wants me to order you one, if I think they're still in stock, I might even make a post about it because this looks pretty dang cool. Audiophile, mastered from the original analog tapes, QRP, tip-on gatefold jacket, $39.99 for Howlin' Wolf, okay? So let's go right over here and see what's going on. The first thing I have is I got Warlock at $30, I got Rat at $45, and I got Fates Warning at $35. That's our high bids right now. Warlock $30, Rat $45, and Fates Warning $35. This is all new restocks here, probably some of our best sellers ever. Probably have sold no telling how many of some of the copies that's in here, but there was nothing in this crate that I had in stock. Nothing in this crate that I still had in stock. So Nick Bargeron on the Howlin' Wolf waiting list, no problem. And then up here, we have the Best of Annihilator, $54.99. Slipknot Iowa, $36.99. So this is like first time ever on vinyl. Yep. This is the OG pressing of this. There is no OG Best of Annihilator. You're looking at it. Slipknot Iowa is a very pricey OG record. I've only ever had a handful ever come through. That's $36.99. Korn Life is Peachy. If there is an OG of this, it's got to be hard to get. 1996. This is a music on vinyl press for $39.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4. I think y'all know the deal with this. We had a copy the other night that looked like it had been used for a Frisbee, and we had about 100 people, I think, wanting to bid on it. I'm talking about a copy that was destroyed. Everybody always needs a copy of Volume 4. How about a brand new one, $29.99, remastered, Korn self-titled? I don't think there was an OG pressing of this, but even some of the early editions are expensive, $200-$300 sometimes. $49.99 for Korn. That's a music on vinyl 2 LP. Black Sabbath's debut, same story as Volume 4, $29.99. The demand's through the roof. Iron Maiden, if we get an OG, it will go up for auction. That's $33.99. Lorna Shore, that's brand new. I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me. That's an OG record for $44.99. Master of Reality, same story, $29.99. Korn Untouchables is $34. $34. Slipknot's $36. That's on purple vinyl. And Fear Inoculum, $76.99. There was not an OG pressing of that when it originally came out. So you can get either that or the box set. Over here, Warlock, the last bid that came in was Victor Guerra. He gets it for $30. That's sold. Rat, did this get another bid? It didn't. Rat is sold to James Chilcott for $46. And now Fate's Warning's at $48. So let's go back to the top. We'll get Pantera on deck. It's still a little early for that, but we'll get it on deck. Don't go anywhere. Fred Cardinale wants on that Howlin' Wolf waiting list. Nick Bargeron wants on the Howlin' Wolf waiting list. And Chase Arnold on LS. And that was for Lorna Shore, right? Yep. And now there's one copy left if anybody else wants one. All right, let's do that. And so I believe a bunch of most of the metal from this morning's video got grabbed. Just FYI, if you hadn't already seen that, it was pretty amazing. Von Stomp also wants me to order him a Howlin' Wolf. I can do that. And let's go over here. Fate's Warning. Fate's Warning is at $50 with Jeff Brindley, okay? Let's jump over here and see what else we got going up for auction. And that next auction is going to be... Oh boy, we got some crazy stuff over here. Let's see what's going on with this Metallica from the bonus auction crate. So I've got Metallica Master of Puppets. This is the 1986 club copy. This is a very desirable press. This is a 1986 US club copy. Has the original inner sleeve. It is in strong VG condition, $125 start. It's got a little bit of damage right there, and there. Other than that, not bad at all. Metallica, VG, $125 start. The Howlin' Wolf we're taking a waiting list on is this right here. It is analog, or excuse me, it's acoustic sounds pressed at QRP. It is $39.99. Looks like an amazing sounding pressing of that, okay? If anybody else wants one, we have a request for Bride, another request for Bride, and another request for Bride. Oh boy, that's going to be one of those records. Button up your bootstraps. Jeff Brindley has Fate Warning at $50. Metallica already has a bid for $130. Here's tonight's no bids. OG Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $45. Whoever wants it. It's a buy it now. It's OG. It's EX Plus. It just has this little bit of sticker pull there. $45 on Ozzy. I got to figure out who gets this ZZ Top. It's already sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And Metallica is $200. Metallica's the 2019 2LP Blue Marble Vinyl Helping Hands. That's $200. Ozzy's $45. And there's that, okay? Somebody else claimed that Ozzy already. Somebody claimed Ozzy already. They have not done a good job yelling at me and saying, Chad, I want Ozzy. So... who wants Ozzy? Somebody said they've already claimed it. Whoever it was, they haven't done a good job yelling at me and saying, Chad, I'm trying to buy the Ozzy. Do you not see me trying to buy Ozzy? Hello, Chad, are you listening to me? I'm trying to buy that Ozzy for $45 because I don't see anybody. Okay, let's jump over here. And I think did I have at least one big pre-order or something another come in? Let's see here. No, this is just full of metal. That's full of metal. This is full of metal. Here's the more other cheap tricks. And here's this. But how about we go ahead and knock out... let's do this one more here because I see something that has a waiting list. Yeah, this has a waiting list. We can knock out... Okay, so yeah, let's do this one. And then I'm going to probably go ahead. I think Paul marked this right here. We'll knock it out. All right? Here we go. So... Fate's Warning. The last bid was Jeff Brindley at $50. I hope everybody's out. And then Metallica has had two bids. The first bid was $130 with Chris Aguilera. That's actually the only bid, okay? Here comes Paul. Paul's looking very mysterioso. Can you get through here? I think is that your work?
Probably.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so. That's your work. Great work, Paul.
Thanks.
There's some cookies up front if you need a treat, like Otis. Every time you bring me a crate, I'm going to give you a treat. Next year. Saturday. Okay.
Oh, wait. You need to go to the bank and pull that up for a trip.
When are y'all leaving?
Tuesday.
Okay. I will get on that.
Let's get it tomorrow.
Okay. Either I'll get it or Julia get it.
Someone needs to get it.
Okay. We'll have cash.
Otherwise I would.
Okay. We got to have cash here. Yes. I will take care of cash. Some say I'm the cash king. We have Astro Creep 2000, White Zombie, $38.99. White Zombie is a music on vinyl press, $38.99 for White Zombie. I don't remember ordering this. Chrome, Alien soundtracks. Is this something you ordered perhaps, Laura? Maybe. Chrome, Alien soundtracks, $24.99. And then here is the rest of the Cheap Tricks, all washed up. And let's go ahead and pull this up and read off the rest of the pre-order. And then we had a waiting list from last night. So Cheap Trick, let's see here. There's this and there's this. And here is Cheap Trick. And Cheap Trick over here, all washed up, is $34.99. And we need to finish the rest of the pre-order, which is Sherry Darnell, and then Dean Tefford, and then Brent Robley, and then Scott Beebe, and then Brian Call. So I had 4 extra copies, and last night some people already got one. Mark Morris already got one last night. Jerry Stone already got one last night, and Scott Smith already got one last night. So these are sold to Sherry Darnell, Dean Tefford, Brent Robley, Scott Beebe, and Brian Call. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so all those are sold. And then Metallica, just one bid, $130. Chris Ligero, shocking. Folks, I'm shocked. I'm without speech. The very desirable 86 Club copy of Metallica sold for $130. Fates Warning is sold, and Fates Warning is sold for $50 to Jeff Brindley. That is sold to Jeff Brindley for $50. That is done. And then we got 2 copies of Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, Blue Vinyl, 40th Anniversary Edition, $29.99. I knew there was a 20 in there somewhere. Next crate is going to be nothing but straight price metal that Paul has marked. Next auction is going to go up right now is Riot. And this is Riot Restless Breed. Riot is a 1982 German OG. It is EX Plus or better, and Riot is going to go up for a $30 start. Let me see over here if Jake's got the waiting list for the rest of the Cheap Tricks. That's not everybody. There was a, oh my gosh, look at all these waiting lists. We got waiting list over here for Rammstein, Grinch Stole Christmas, Gordon Lightfoot, Mother Love Bone, Dio, Dangerous Toys, Rick Astley, Zapp and Roger, Trick or Treat, Stone Temple Pilots, Inner Sanctum, Cheap Trick. Here it is. Cheap Trick all washed up. Brian Reynolds and Don Nicole, and then that leaves 2 extra copies for whoever wants one live here right now, Jill. I'm going to have to start wearing an oxygen mask and doing these sales. Imagine if I did these up there in like the Rockies, I'd be passing out. Okay, so over here we have and that means these 2 copies here. So to Brian Reynolds and Don Nicole. So those are sold, those are done, and then first thing is New Scorpions in. No, Mike Ospaw and Cheap Trick. There's 1 new Cheap Trick left if anybody wants that. And then Riot has a bid for 30 with Gregory Roberts. Okay, Cranberries Unplugged. You know, Master Mom, I think I've seen one in the putback bin. I have failed to order that for you, but if there's one still over here in Hatchet Ed's put-back bin, I'm going to go ahead and grab it for you right now because I think somebody either put it back or canceled or something. If it's still over here, I'm going to grab it for you right now because I have not ordered it yet. Let me see if it's still in here. There's actually a lot more in here that should be. Yeah, there's one in here right here. I think this person passed or canceled, so some people pre-order so much, they get their invoice and they're like, we did not pre-order this. And then we have to send them a screenshot, and they're like, oh, I did pre-order it. My bad. Well, can I cancel it? I don't want it anymore. Then my blood pressure goes through the roof. And then we have this here, so to Master Ma, Cranberries Unplugged. And I have not ordered them, so let's make a note, whoever's watching, order more Cranberries Unplugged. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Every once in a while, I'll flip through Hatchet Ed's crate, and there'll be somebody cancel or put something back that somebody else wants. So I'll just go ahead and swap them out. First thing over here is Ken Granger on White Zombie. So to Ken Granger. And then Rod has a new bid for 40 and then 45. All right. Now somebody asked for Bride. Let me see what Laura already has up here. Not all the auctions are up here yet. Not all of them are up here yet, but we're getting there. Let me see if I can figure out what this record Bride was, okay? There's Pantera. Pantera, by the way, is unofficial. And then here's Bride. Oh boy. An 88 USOG EX with insert. Bride Live to Die, a $55 start. Bride Live to Die, $55 start. Riot's a $45 start. Over here we have Winger. That's on green vinyl, $33. It was Josh Brown. There he is. Josh, I hadn't got to that sticky note yet, but here you are. ZZ Top's first album is sold to Josh Brown. There's that. Okay, Bride's a $55 start. Winger is $33.99. Green vinyl. Danger, Danger. Music on vinyl press, $39.99 for Danger, Danger. Sleep Token, Sundowning. Sleep Token is $36.99 for Sleep Token Sundowning. And I have 2 copies of that left. I also have 2 copies of Gorgira Magma. Gorgira Magma, and that is $29.99 for Gorgira Magma, okay? $29.99 on that. And then we have the Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton, and we should have had a small, short, but sweet waiting list for the Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton, $34.99. And this comes out tomorrow. And let me try to pull that up right quick. If anybody new is watching and you want in on this activity, don't hesitate, okay? Don't hesitate. You can buy right now if you want to. Danny Thomason was on the waiting list for Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton. Thank you, Danny Thomason, $34.99. There's 2 extra copies in here if anybody else wants one. So back at the top, Bride, highly requested, just 1 bid, $55. Greg Smith on Winger, and that's sold to Greg Smith. And then over here, next is Jay Neutral on G, and that's Gorgira. That's sold. And then over here, we got Brent Robley on Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton. Amanda Davis on Sleep Token. That's sold. And then over here we have Riot, and Riot is officially sold to Brad Waits for $45. Wow, Brad is about to get 1 bid for $55 and sell. Just that simply. Somebody needs to put up Metal Church. Metal Church. I don't even think that's up here yet. I think Laura still has that in the back. She's finishing up on some of the auctions right now. Everything that's in the hot picture is 100% without a doubt always sold here at auction to the highest bidder. It is going to be sold to the highest bidder. Sometimes I have stuff sell for half of the market value, and I'm like, what is going on? And then sometimes we get into bid wars here, and there'll be something get bid on for 3 hours, and there'll be people bleeding from the nose by the time they're done. This one guy got done bidding on the auction of the night. He said, Chad, I'm literally bleeding from my nose. I'm like, oh my gosh. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. This is an 81 USOG Jetman Pittman press, VG++ Nearly EX. Somebody's took the hop sticker that was on the shrink wrap and they've put it on the cover, and it's a little torn right there, but that's pretty cool. They kept the hop sticker, and Ozzy's going to go up for a $45 start, okay? Now, next thing is this. We have over here Fred Carnell on Sleep Token. That is sold to Fred Carnell. There is that. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that's Motley Crue. And that is Dr. Feelgood. Boy, this is a nice copy. It's an 89 USOG shrink wrap, hop sticker, original Sound Warehouse price tag, an 89 USOG VG Plus, a $75 start. Also, we got 2 copies of White Zombie La Sexta Risto. That's $38.99 for White Zombie. Iron Maiden Power Slave. Iron Maiden's $33.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets. Metallica's $29.99. And then Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough is actually on purple vinyl. That's from Friday Music, $39.99 for Enough's Enough. Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token is $38. And then I have another Chess 75th Anniversary Series. So this is the other one. We had Muddy Water, or we had a Howlin' Wolf earlier. This is the best of Muddy Waters. Philip Holt, thank you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Bride just got 1 bid for $55. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Master Mob wants on the wait list as well for Muddy Waters. Thank you. We'll get you on a wait list for that. We're sold out of Sleep Tokens, unless this is the other one you wanted, Fred. I don't think so. So there's 2 different Sleep Tokens in here. Jeff Brent says, can I see the bottom edge of the Ozzy Diary of the Madman? This is Ozzy Osbourne, a 1981 USOG Jet Label OG Pittman press. It has the original inner sleeve and the hop sticker that someone's put to the cover. I would grade the cover VG. It's got ring wear there. It's got ring wear there. It's got shelf wear at the bottom. Somebody had this on their shelf. Can you believe that? At some point, somebody had this on their shelf and they were pulling it in and out because they were listening to it. Can you believe that? Somebody was actually playing this. $45 start on Ozzy. That's now up for bid. And then Motley Crue is a $75 start. No bid on that. Next thing is Winger with seam splits, unfortunately. Winger and the Heat in the Heart of the Young, blue vinyl. I've only got 2 and they have seam splits. Seam splits, seam splits. Seam splits, seam splits on Winger, okay? Seam splits, seam splits. But if you want one right now, you can have it for $33.99. That's Winger and the Heart of the Young. But about every 10 records we have shipped to us, that right there happens. So we're very lucky sometimes to have these mint condition records. I mean, it's like man, the amount I have to send back is astonishing. It is astonishing. Okay, so first of all is Motley Crue at $75. Winger is sold to Mark Morris. I've got one extra. Mark, I gave you the better of the two. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, we're about to go through a straight price metal crate that Paul has prepared. We got 297 people already watching. Holy moly. Nobody bid on Ozzy. This is a $45 buy it now. And at the last minute, Motley Crue has a bid for $77. Wow, two no bid Ozzies tonight. $45 and $45. What's the deal with that? And then Metallica is a $200 buy now. In the no bid pile is Metallica and Ozzy. Write that down as things Chad has never said before in his life. In the no bid pile is Metallica, Ozzy. Write that down as things Chad has never said in his life, nor did I think when I woke up 2 hours ago I'd be saying that again. Next auction is Riot, and Riot is called Thunder Steel. It's an 88 USOG blue CBS label, inner sleeve EX, a $55 start on that. Next thing over here is this. We have Zach Flowers is going to get Ozzy for $45. I still got Blizzard for $45 and Metallica for $200. Riot's the next auction at $55. And then Chris says, I want the Metallica for $200. Sold. That's sold to Chris Ligero. Now we have one Blizzard of Oz left, $45. We have Ozzy's already. Well, some of y'all do, but let me tell you, right now there are thousands, if not millions of people that want a OG Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, and they're trying to find one. They're looking, they're searching, they're turning over rocks in their backyard. They're going through random ditches on the side of the road. They're looking for Ozzies. They're like, where's all the Ozzies? We can't find them. Right out of the cellar is an 84 Euro OG, a German press. EX condition, a $35 start for Rat out of the cellar. Now Motley Crue's at $85, Riot's a $55 start, and now all the Ozzies and Metallicas are sold. That's sold to Robbie Summerlin for $45. Here's what's left in here. White Zombie is $38.99. Chrome Alien Soundtracks is $24. Cheap Trick $34. Ozzy's $29. Blue vinyl. Winger's $33. Green vinyl. Danger is $39. We have Gojira Magma for $29. We have Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, $34.99. White Zombie, $38.99 again. Iron Maiden's $33. We got Metallica for $29. Enough's Enough's $39. Sleep Tokens, $38. And then Winger has a Sing Split, $33.99 blue vinyl. Can y'all believe that we got a crate of jazz over here too? Oh my gosh. A crate of jazz. And we got 4 crates of new vintage stuff. But first, let's see what Paul has delivered here for us. And do I need a bottle of water? Yes. Am I going to go get one? Yes. Riot, Thunder, and Steel has a bid for $55. Motley Crue's at $88. And Riot's about to be a $35 start as soon as I get a crisp, fresh, ice cold bottle of Dasani water. We got Metallica blankets. We got Megadeth blankets. We got blankets. We got blankets and water. Oh man, that's ice cold. Let me go get that pack of Oreos up front in case I pass out. Jill, come over here and wave one in front of my nose. Okay, here we go. Motley Crue is officially sold. Travis Woods, $88. Riot is sold. And Riot is sold one bid. Kyle Francis, $55. And Rat sold one bid. Sean Miller, $35. Board is cleared. Let's go ahead and grab some more stuff. Laura is currently restocking the auction bin. Next is Ozzy. Can you believe it? Next, also over here, is going to be Kiss. Can you believe it? And we have, I'll pull something out there in just a second. This is Kiss, Creatures of the Night. A 2022 half-speed master sealed. $25 start on Kiss. Aussie, the Live EP, an 82 Canadian OG, near mint minus, $35 start on that. First thing we have is Pantera. This is all new pre-owned stuff that's been marked today. No more, no less. Purple vinyl Pantera, History of Hostility. It's a greatest hits comp, $24.99. Pantera, $24.99. Everything in here is straight price metal. We've been doing this for 4 nights in a row now. We did it on Monday, we did it on Tuesday, we did it last night, and here is the next night. Paul's already marked a couple crates. Laura's going to try to mark some. And we've got a whole crate of auctions. She's delivered everything. I've got 4 crates of bonus auctions. Holy crap. There's Pantera. Next is High on Fire, Cometh the Storm. Blue with white and gray, yellow splatter. Blue with gray and yellow splatter. That's sealed for $39.99. And then over here we have Forbidden, Twisted into Form, $64.99. This is the Revolver exclusive. Twisted into Form, numbered to 250 on green and yellow swirl. Forbidden, $64.99. Wow, that's pretty cool. Revolver exclusive. And then one more, then I'll get caught up. Creator, Live at Dynamo, 1998. Creator is sealed, $29.99. So I introduced Kiss, a sealed half-speed master for a $25 start. Aussie is a $35 start. It already has a bid. John LeBeatty bid $35. Is that an Iron Maiden last crate a picture disc? There was no, that was black vinyl. Iron Maiden was black vinyl. Sorry, Janet, I missed your question there. Jake Gold first on Pantera, so did Jake Gold. And then over here, we got Jason Thomas second on Pantera and Ken Granger on High on Fire. Thank y'all. All right, moving right along. We have Suicidal Tendencies on magenta colored vinyl, 2022, $34.99 on that. Kiss has a bid for $25. And Overkill, the Electric Age Deluxe Edition, Overkill is sealed, $34.99. So Aussie one bid 35, Kiss one bid 25, and now all the advertised auctions are up here. So if you got something you want me to work in, let me know. Here's the time. Oh my gosh, danger, danger. We had this in the low end tab, probably because it's got something wrong with it. Yep, it's a 1991 US Euro OG. Okay, so this is in poor condition. There is a mark affecting most of the playable surface. Laura said she play tested the last 2 or 3 tracks on each side, and they still play. Play tested. The last 2 or 3 tracks on each side still play. So this is obviously buyer beware. It's got, let's see, what side is this? So right here, it's got some kind of bizarro mark on it. Can y'all see that right there? So that's very unfortunate because this is a very tough album to get. Near mint copies have sold for as much as $350. So it's still a playable record, but it's damaged. Just buyer beware on this one. Danger, danger is a $1 start. $1 start. Danger, danger, $1 start, okay? That's now what for bid. Let's go back to the top. And Janet wants the Egyptian. She wants Power Slave. Yep, this is all vinyl. So Power Slave, and we also had Peace of Mind. That is sold to JetBlue 004, okay? And then Ozzy got a new bid for 38. James Davidson on Forbidden. That's sold to James Davidson. Kiss got a new bid for 26. Fred, that was Forbidden. It's already sold. And then over here, King Diamond request, Trick or Treat soundtrack request, Kiss 28, Metal Church request, Danger Danger 11511 and 10 and 10, okay? Might be a good placeholder until you can find another one, but that is tough to get. So let's update all 3 auctions quickly, but I'm going to go ahead and show 2 more records. I have this, Blackened Images. This is Mortuary, Blackened Images, Where Death Takes Your Soul. That is $34.99. It is $34.99, okay? And then over here we got Lawsuit. What? This is Lawsuit 3 the hard way. Lawsuit is a 1986 Canadian OG, sealed, unopened, $49.99, okay? Here we go. First thing is this. The hot pictures are never posted on Whole Lotta Records. They are posted on the Colectco main page or Instagram or YouTube community section. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Auction number 1. Kiss, Creatures of the Night is a 2022 half-speed master sealed. It's a new half-speed master sealed. The high bid on Kiss is a final call. $28 to Kevin Tays. Nobody else is in higher. Nobody else is bid. Final call. This is the 4th Aussie auction of the night. Y'all have already missed a lot if you're just getting on. New Aussie Osborne, live EP. That's what the front cover says. This was released in Canadian, a 1982 Canada press. I can't spit that out. It's near mint minus. It's near mint minus. Aussie. It is near mint minus. The most recent high bid right now. The most recent high bid right now on Aussie is $38 for Bret Michaels wig. James Davidson got forbidden. You leaving, Jill? Thank you as always. So Aussie's at 38. James Davidson got forbidden. Then Fred Carnell asked about it. Okay? And then John LeBeatty bid 39 on Aussie. Then John LeBeatty bid 39 on Aussie. Then Stephen Tuttle wants FG. And FG for Stephen Tuttle was for something. I'm going to pause there. Okay? Then Jeff Brindley said he wants forbidden. It's already sold. Then Kiss got a bid for 30. Then Kiss got a bid for 29. Then Aussie got a bid for 40. And then Aussie got a bid for 40. And then Aussie got a bid for 40. Did you add black and blue? Rolling Stones black and blue. I don't think I saw your question, but I'll go back up here and see. I haven't ordered any Rolling Stones black and blue. I messed up. I was trying to figure out which one I wanted to post first, the box set or the standard, and I never did get around to it. So I don't see your question, but to just let you know, I did not order any Rolling Stones yet. I hadn't posted any box sets or anything. So, okay, Aussie 45, Aussie 50, and I think we're caught up. So, it's really busy right now. So there's 3 auctions going up. It's that time of night. It's still kind of early, and I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know what's going to happen. For about the next hour, it's going to be really busy because there is people all over America right now. They're still driving home from work. They're trying to put their kids in bed. They're cooking supper. They're walking their dog, and they're trying to feed their cats. They're also trying to get on Collectco and bid on Kiss, Aussie, and Danger Danger. So for about the next hour, there's going to be an inordinate amount of questions, probably more than I could ever answer. I would have to literally just shut down the show and take questions for the next hour. We're also in a very busy bin. By the time we're done with this crate, there's going to be almost nothing left. And then people's going to be on and off trying to figure out who has the high bid. So the next hour is going to be very complicated. We now have 323 people watching. So bear with me. We'll get through it all. We'll get through this together, okay? I promise. We'll be able to get through this together. I promise, okay? You've got to be able to focus, and hopefully you have got your kids in bed, you've told your wife good night, and you are locked in for the rest of the night, at least for the next 3 hours, because it is going to be nonstop metal, okay? Nonstop metal. Here we go. So let's jump over this. The last bid on Kiss that came in, I have no idea at this point because the feed has moved about 30 lines. Chad Snyder has Kiss for $30. Aussie's at 47. Now Aussie's at 50. Danger Danger, by the way, is damaged, okay? It is damaged. And Butters has it for 88. Butters 8871 has it for $20, okay? $20. That's the high bid on all those auctions. I'm just going to go ahead and show these records one more time that's in here. Creator, 1998, official live Creator, orange brown marbled, $29.99. Suicidal Tendencies, purple vinyl, Suicidal Tendencies, $34.99. Overkill, somebody asked about this. Overkill is the Electric Age Deluxe Edition. Sealed, $34.99 for Overkill. And then we had this, which was Blackened Images, Mortuary. That is $34.99. And we had Lawsuit. 3 the hard way. Lawsuit is sealed, $49.99. Now earlier, somebody asked what was Overkill. Ken Crooker has first dibs. Ken, this is yours. If you don't want it, then Janet can have it, and then William Warner wants K, and that's for Creator. That's so to William Warner. Guess what? Kiss has a new bid for 31. Danger Danger has a new bid for 21. We're about to sell Aussie. Calvin Ward, you're out. Stanley Richmond has this for $50. Thrasher, you were second on Creator. Next is Hammers Rule, Show No Mercy. A 1984 USOG on white vinyl, an 84 OG pressing, $49.99. Wow. 84 OG pressing, $49.99. Power Trip, Opening Fire, 2008 to 2014. Power Trip is on Go Vinyl. It's a remaster, $34.99. Danger Danger 22, Danger Danger 25. Ozzy has a new bid for 52, and Kiss has a new bid for 31. All those still have new bids. Danger Danger's at 25, Ozzy's at 52, and then Kiss is at 31. We had 2 people on Creator. Everything in here is first come, first serve. Malevolent Creation, that's always a mouthful for me. 2019 Silver Vinyl, $24.99 on that. And this is Protector, Leviathan's Desire. Protector is a 2021 press, $24.99. Jake Gold on Power Trip. We have OO for 52, and that's Ozzy Osbourne. And then Hiram Aponte on Malevolent Creation. And then Thrasher next on Power Trip. Are we done on Kiss? I'm showing Joe Delgado at 31. The bidder before him, I think, was from a long, long time ago. And that was Chad Snyder. So I'm going to make sure we're done on that. Tom Sullivan also third on Power Trip. Now Danger Danger is at 27, but the high bid's already 28. And now Ozzy's still getting bids. He's at 52. This here is Tankard, Volume 14. Tankard is a 2018 red vinyl pressing, sealed, $29.99 for Tankard. And what do we have here? This is Thulsa Doom, Realms of Hatred. Wow, a lot of metal in here. Anybody shocked? 2019 Death Metal, $24.99. And Divine Empire Redemption. This is a 2022 Oxblood Bone Swirl, $29.99 on that. All right, so Kiss is officially sold, and Kiss is sold to Joe Delgado for $31. Danger Danger, I'm going to make sure Tony Bradford's done. Butters over on Twitch has it for $28. I hope everybody's done on Ozzy. Actually, we're tied. Oh, boy. Calvin has this at 52. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Fred, if I could advise you as an advisor, I would say go ahead and bid $65 on this, okay? That would be my best advice. It's tied at 52. I would advise you to bid 65. This is a 1982 Canadian OG. This is probably blowing a lot of people's minds because they're like, wait a minute, I've never seen this in my life. That's because it was only released in Canada. Ozzy, live EP, Near Mint Minus. It is Ozzy, an 82 Canadian OG. It's blowing a lot of people's mind. They're like, what the heck? I've never seen that before in my life. It's official. And Fred has bid 55. He almost bid 65. Now Calvin's out. Calvin, do you want to go ahead and bid $65? First one to 100 wins it. First one to 100 wins it. I promise. I promise. And I've got my fingers crossed because somebody could outbid you, but I'm just saying. All right, let's go ahead and put up some other auctions, all right? Holy crap, look at all this stuff over here. Oh, my gosh. Next auction is Metal Church. Metal Church is an 85 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original company inner sleeve. This thing is nice. It's really nice. It's near mint. It's got a nice cover. It's a $55 start. There we have. Over here, next thing we have is What Danger Danger? Ozzy Details. What is Danger Danger? Ozzy 55. More info on Ozzy. Ozzy 56. Chad, what is the Ozzy? Ozzy 58. Ozzy 60. Thrasher on Divine. And then Ozzy's at 65. Finally, Fred took my advice. Who wants to go ahead and bid 100? We have Overkill Scorched. Overkill is a 2023 Go Vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Danger Danger is at $30. Butters is out. This is a 1991 OG. It has a problem with it. Buyer beware, damaged record. Playable but damaged, okay? Just FYI. And this is at 30 with Tony Bradford. If it was near mint, it would be at 300 with Tony Bradford. It's at $30 with Tony Bradford. Now Ozzy's at 65. Who wants to go ahead and bid 95? Devil Driver, Dealing with Demons. This is a 2023 yellow with black marbled. That is sealed for $24.99. And this is Angelus something another. Angelus Apaturita Aftermath. And this is a 2023 on tan vinyl, sealed for $29.99. And KK Priest, Center Rides Again. KK Priest is translucent vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Danger Danger is at $32 of Calvin Ward. Also, there was a note from Laura. Laz Rocket, Know Your Enemy was warped, so it's going in the record flattener. Okay, so there will be no Laz Rocket tonight. It was warped, and we're trying to fix it, okay? Now, next thing is Ed Riviera on DD for Devil Driver. Ed Riviera also on Angelus. And then Ozzy has a bid for 70. And now Danger 33. Thrasher next on Devil Driver. I'm assuming everybody's done bidding on Ozzy. The high bid is Fred Carnell. Now Calvin Ward has it for 70. Now Fred's at 75. Do you want to go ahead and bid 110? Calvin Ward. Danny Thomason first on KK Priest. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Next is this right here. This is Bloodbath, Nightmares Made Flesh. Bloodbath is a 2010 press, $49.99. No one has bid on Metal Church. We're about to make it a buy it now for $55. Now, I know y'all not going to let that happen because someone's about to bid $55 and they're like, oh crap, I'm not going to be able to steal this for $55. Now I'm going to have to start bidding. Then someone's going to bid 60. Then someone's going to bid 85. Next thing you know, we're going to be at 120 bucks. But right now, Metal Church is an 85 U.S. Specialty OG. This is real. It's OG. It has the company inner sleeve, and it's a $55 minimum bid, or I'm going to get involved, and I'm going to start bidding. And it's going to pop up Chad Williams, Metal Church, 120. They're going to be like, well, dang, now I got to bid 125. Ozzy's at $80. Fred Carnell, do you want to go ahead and bid 100? Danger. I will read you all the notes on the back from Laura. Poor condition. There is a mark affecting most of the playable service. She play tested it, and the last 2 or 3 tracks on each side still play. You're going to get about a third of a record, okay? You're buying about a third of a Danger record. I guess that's why it's only at $35. It's priced accordingly. $35 with Tony Bradford. Metal Church is at $55. Ozzy's at $85. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid $105? Next thing is Annihilator Feast. Annihilator's a 2013 OG. $39.99 for Annihilator. And then this is Tankard. Another Tankard, Stone Cold Sober. Tankard is a 2018 Blue Vinyl Remaster sealed, $29.99, okay? Ozzy is at $85 with Fred Carnell. Metal Church is about to sell for $55. If you hadn't placed a bid yet, you're probably about to lose the auction, then you're going to be mad at yourself for the rest of your life. You're going to be like, I cannot believe this. That record was right there in front of me. I could have bid. I didn't bid. And then guess what? Now I didn't bid, and now I'm just so mad I could bite through rebar. Chad's going to take a drink of Dasani water. One bottle of water down, 300 more to go. I'm going to do 300 bottles of water tonight. Holy moly, somebody call Coca-Cola. We need a delivery. Next thing is Ed Riviera on Annihilator. That's so Ed Riviera. Jeff Brinley was next. Danny Thomason third. Bass kicking on Feast. Not for sure what that was. And then Jake Gold next on Annihilator. Danger, $36, okay? First thing is Ozzy. Hope everybody's done over here. Ozzy is sold to Fred Carnell for $85. Metal Church got one bid for $55. And this is sold for one bid for $55 to Trent Peasley. Okay? That's sold to Trent Peasley for $55. That is sold. And then over here, Danger. Like I said, you're buying about 1/3 of a record. David Tate has it for $36. David Tate, $36. Next is Trench Hell Southern Cross Ripper brown and bone merge colored vinyl, $24.99 for Trench Hell. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is Steel Lover. Is that what that says? Steel Lover, Glove Me, an 84 euro original Steel Glover EX condition, a $15 start. And then over here, our next auction is going to be the following. And somebody just said, my gosh, Chad, you're blowing my mind. I don't know if I can take much more of this. I'm going to have to go outside and smoke a cigarette. We have Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin. There's some people right now like, good gosh, let me go outside and get a smoke break in before he puts anything else up. My nerves can't take this. This is an 86 US OG. This is an 86 US original pressing of Ultimate Sin with the original inner sleeve, a nice VG Plus copy, a $75 start. $75 start on Ozzy. This is what? Haven, Age of Darkness. Haven is a 2017 remaster, sealed, $39.99. And this here is Lord Dying, Poisoned Altars. That is a 2015 Doom Sludge, $19.99. And Ranger, Where Evil Dwells, Ranger 2015 Speed Metal, $27.99. Danger is sold to David Tate for $36. Ozzy's a $75 start. $75 start. Steel Lover's a $15 start. You're almost there, John Bergenstorm. And then somebody says King's X. We got Grim Reaper, Exodus, Smash Gladys, Lizzie Borden, Overkill, Nuclear Assault, Cinderella, Hallows Eve. We have Death Row. We got Kicks, Defiance, Junkyard, Johnny Crash, Tyrant, Raven, Whitesnake, Loudness, Motley Crue, King Diamond, Pantera, Angel Witch, Omen, Brittany Fox, Ozzy, Halloween, Killer Dwarfs, Faster Pussycat, Trick or Treat, Firehouse, Flotsam and Jetsam, Testament, I don't know what that is, Creator, Warrant, and Venom, and Kick-Axe, okay? I don't see anything from King's X over here. Next thing over here is Ozzy's at 80 with John Bergenstorm, Still Lover 15, Still Lover 15, Still Lover 15, Still Lover 16. This is Orporibium, Serpent Temptation, a 2016 remaster, $34.99. And Sacrator. Sacrator is a 2022 Thrash, Clear with Orange and Cloud Effect, $34.99 on that. Boy, do we have the metal for you. All right, so Still Lover now has about 3,000 bids. Next thing we have is a request. I've looked down and someone says Testament. Practice What You Preach. This is a 1989 Grease OG pressing with insert. It has the original on her sleeve. Testament is a $75 start. Now it's up for bid. Also, we have Anacrusis. This is Reason. Anacrusis is a 2019 remaster. That is sealed for $29.99. Ranger is sold to John Mincemoyer. Thank you on that. And then over here, this is here, Wehrmacht Shark Attack. Wehrmacht Shark Attack is a 2021. That is sealed, $24.99. So the last bid on Still Lover was 2023. Ozzy over here, the last bid on Ozzy was one bid for $80. And now Testament has one bid for $75 and now $80. Okay, also we have Tankard, and Tankard is a 2019 Clear Blue. That is $34.99. And Boat Thrower, this is Spearhead. Boat Thrower is a remaster, $24.99. And we also have Protector, Misanthropy. Exactly. 2021, $29.99. Are we done on Still Lover? It is up to one person, Victor Guerra. Are we done on Testament? It's up to Trent Peasley. D-Kong has it for $80. Are we done on Ozzy? There's only been one bid for $80. Shocking. Shocking. Ivan R. on BT for Boat Thrower. That's sold to Ivan R. Sean Drew and you were second on Boat Thrower. And we have Sodom, Genesis 19. Sodom is a 2020 orange split on silver vinyl, $49.99. And we have The Bleeding, Mono Creator. The Bleeding is a 2023 orange gray merge, $24.99. And then over here, we have over here, Carnation, Chapel of Adherence. And that's a 2018, that is death metal, $24.99. Still Lover 28. What condition on Ozzy? Ozzy new. Testament 90, Steel 30. Ozzy, there is no new copies of Ozzy that exist unless you buy a brand new OG copy. This album has never been reissued. It's never been put back into print. So the only way you can buy this record is some sort of vintage OG copy from between the time it was made and probably through the early 90s at the latest, and then the Ozzy box set. So there's only essentially one pressing of this, OG, and this is what this is. It's an 86 U.S. Carrollton OG. It has the original on her sleeve, Ultimate Sin. It's a nice VG Plus condition, $81. You will not see, at least anytime soon, a new sealed copy of Ozzy. That does not exist unless someone's pulled one out of the box set. Now, if they've pulled one out of the box set, then it's going to be on splatter vinyl. And I have had somebody break up an Ozzy box set before, and they absolutely went crazy because you could get these albums on colored vinyl that are out of print. So there it is. Testament's at 120, Ozzy's at 90, and Still Lover's at 35. Let's go back up to the top, and the first thing we have is, so we sold Boat Thrower to Ivan. Sean Drew was next. Hiram Aponte on Card Nation. which I think is this one right here in front of me. It was. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And then over here, what was the one described as sludge? Oh, boy. Let me see if I can find it. Your guess would be as good as mine right now, Fred. We might have to come back to that. And then what are the two tankards? I'll give you the most recent. This one here is Tankard B-Day, sealed for $34.99. I think the other one was right in here. The other one is sealed $29.99, Stone Cold Sober. B-Day and Stone Cold Sober. Okay, and then Steel 33, Aussie 81, Testament 110, Steel 35, Aussie 90, Testament 120. Joshua Cross wants Lord Dying. Lord Dying for Joshua Cross. This one right here, that's so to Joshua Cross. That was Doom Sludge. Well, guess what, Joshua? You're in bad luck because that's the one Fred was asking about. What was described as sludge? That is Lord Dying. Fred, if you want that, that's the one. If not, it's so to Joshua Cross. And then we have Steel Lover out, Testament 140. And then over here we have Steel at 40, and then over here, Steel 43, and then Jeff Brindley wants both tankards, okay? Those are sold and sold. Quick update on our auctions, because my crate is full and we're swapping out crates. Aussies at 91, those are still getting bids. Steel Lovers at 40, Aussies at 95. Testaments between two people, D. Kong and Trent Peasley. Trent has it right now for $120. No junkyards have been sold. I'll get one on deck in just a second. We've gone through 4 crates of new vinyl. There's still about 4 more left. We've gone through crate 1 of 2 that Paul's marked of new metal. There's 4 vintage crates over here that John has marked. And Laura is currently right over here next to me pulling titles out of the newest collection. Stuff just like this. And she's going to take it back there and mark it. So we got even more stuff coming. First thing is Pestilence. Consuming Impulse. Pestilence is a 2017 sealed, $34.99 on Pestilence, and this one here is Extremity, Coffin Birth. Extremity is $19.99. I can't feel my extremities. What extremities? That's a Seinfeld quote. Aussie's at $95 with John Bergenstorm, Zach Flowers out. Okay, I lost Fred Cardinale, so let's go ahead and sell Lord Dying to Joshua Cross. Joshua, that's sold to you. Pestilence is sold to Richard Davis. I got requests for Flotsam and Jetsam, Halloween. Yes. One of those crazy nights. Just keep reminding me when you think an auction's near the end, keep asking, keep asking. It's going to be fresh in my mind, I'll try to find it. I'll pull it up, okay? Plus, we got lots of surprises I got to slip in. I mean, this is, there's a lot, okay? It's a lot. So first is Steel Lover, still getting bids. And then Aussie's at 95. We're close to that. And then over here, Testament. I'm going to make sure D-Kong sit out. He's back in at 140. So Trent Peasley, you're out. Trent Peasley, Testament's at 140. Trent Peasley, you're out, okay? My bad on that. Richard Davis got Pestilence. That was the last claim, right? Yes. Okay, and then Kyle Francis says, nah, Consuming Impulsive. I don't want that to be clear. Okay, next thing over here is this. And this is Satan Rebellion Metal Invincible Force. Invincible Force is a 2015 thrash death metal. $19.99 on that. And then we have Struggling Harsh Immortals. $19.99. Struggling Harsh Immortals. 2021 red vinyl punk industrial metal. $19.99. If there's some Maiden pictures or Metallica. Well, you've already missed 3 Iron Maiden picture disc and 2 Metallicas. And then over here, Testament is sold then. Testament is sold. And Testament is sold to D-Kong 52 for $140. There's that. And then over here, Aussie, the last bid on Aussie that came in was John Bergenstorm at $95, and that's sold, okay? Let's put up some new stuff then. Here we go. Steel Lover. Victor Guerra's out. This sold to Ed Riviera for $48. A clear board. And then Thrasher on Invincible Force. That's sold to Thrasher. Big Knot if you like metal stuff. Holy crap, look at all this stuff over here. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's been, I would say, between 200 and 700 requests for this. Somewhere between 200 and 700 requests. Flotsam and Jetsam, Doomsday for the Deceiver. I love this hop sticker. Features Jason Newsted, now with Metallica. Flotsam and Jetsam, double hop sticker in shrink wrap. An 86 OG with the original on her sleeve. A $55 star for Flotsam and Jetsam. Let the bidding begin. Let the bidding begin. And then, of course, Oh my gosh. Here we go. Get ready for the most dramatic auction of the night. If you like drama, you can go to a high school or you can tune in right here to Coletco. This is some drama. Folks, be careful owning this record. I've told people before, your life could be at risk. Be careful telling people you have this. Be careful in public settings. Okay? Be careful in public settings. I know a guy, one time he was in Walgreens shopping for Russell Stover's chocolates. And he told somebody, yeah, man, I just bought a Junkyard album from Coletco. And he scared some people to death in there. They was like, this one guy came up to him, he said, sir, did you say you owned a Junkyard album? So just be careful. One of the world's most desirable records is going up for auction. Just be prepared. An 89 USOG gold stamp promo, a Grail among Grails, Junkyard, a $30 start, VG Plus condition, hop sticker, gold stamp promo, significant cover wear along the top. Junkyard, a $30 start. Please be careful. It's now up for bid. Flotsam and Jetsam has a bid for $55. Going twice, going 3 times. Evidently, nobody else wants Flotsam and Jetsam. Junkyard is a $30 start. It's now up for bid. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. A Grail among Grails. Killing. Face the Madness. Killing is a 2021 red vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Rage, My Way. Rage is sealed, $14.99. Scarecrow, Raise the Death's Head. Scarecrow is a 2021 white with black splatter, $19.99. Devil Child. Devil Child, 2018 reissue, VG Plus, $19.99. Flotsam's at $60, Junkyard's at $32. Oso Adventure, you're out. Richard Davis gets Rage. That's so to Richard Davis. And we have Blitzen, World in Chains. Blitzen is a 2020 press, VG condition, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. I hope y'all are ready. Pantera. Now, this is an unofficial pressing. The OG's abnormally, incredibly, bizarrely rare. Pantera Metal Magic is an unofficial. Unknown year, but it's likely 2000s or later. Near mint, $55 start. Okay? Next is Junkyard 35. Flotsam and Jetsam 62. Ed and Riviera on B for Blitzen. And then Richard Davis was next. How much is AC/DC in the back? $29.99, new and sealed. Black Tears, The Slave, an 85 German import, EX edition, $22.99. Sadus, A Vision of Misery, VG Plus, $22.99, 2019 orange vinyl. Soul Grinder, this is Filth Encrusted, a 2023 metal with sticker, EX $17.99. Damien Thorn, that sounds better. Damien Thorn, The Sign of the Jackal, an 86 euro original, EX $27.99. So up at the top, Edwin got Blitzen, Richard Davis second. Flotsam and Jetsam, $61. Junkyard, $35. Oso already bid $35, so Janet, you tied them. Then Janet bid $36. And then another bid on Junkyard for $38. J Nutra on Sadus. That's so to J Nutra. Pantera got a bid for $55. Thrasher second on Sadus. John Mincemoyer on Damien Thorn. Tony Clem next on Sadus. Richard Davis next on Damien. This is Protector, Reanimated Homunculus. That is a thrash album, 2013, VG Plus $19.99. Black Tears, So Do Mike Straws. And we had Mascara, Enjoy the Violence. Mascara is a 2013 Argentina reissue, $24.99. Hessen bid 62 on Flotsam. John Bowling bid 40 on Junkyard. Mitchell Richardson also bid 40 on Junkyard. And we have Flotsam at 64, Junkyard 45. Scott Savakis on Protector. And then Junkyard 45. Pantera has one bid for $55. That's an unofficial Stephen Lewis Jr. 55. Now, Junkyard's at 45 because we started a lot lower, VG plus, and then the cover damage at the top, VG minus. You know, these copies in really nice shape, near mint, they usually get started close to 100 whenever we put them up. And then they take off from there. So this one still could get there because most people just want a copy of it because it's not in print. It's never been reissued. This album here, not in print. This album here, not in print. This album here, not in print. You'll see a trend tonight on the demand for these albums. The demand for these albums are always high if they're being auctioned, 9 times out of 10, because OGs are very desirable and you just can't get enough of them, like Black Sabbath or Ozzy albums. You just literally, I could never have enough of that kind of stuff. Never out of print, possibly never to see a reissue. Pantera does not like this era of their catalog. They've almost tried to erase it from history. Junkyard, never seen a reissue. Sometimes Music on Vinyl does Flotsam and Jetsam, but it's not in print right now. So if you do get a pressing, it'll probably be Music on Vinyl. That's the story on those three. That's why the demand is high right now. Okay? That's why the demand is high right now. Scott got Protector. Tony Clem was second. Junkyard 45, Flotsam 63, Junkyard 50, Flotsam 66, Junkyard 48, Junkyard 40, Pantera jacket, good quality. Yeah, nice, not blurry. A lot of bootlegs are blurry where they've uploaded some kind of cheap image. Yes, it's nice, no damage. One bid, $55. Okay? And then we had Junkyard 46, and over here is Junkyard had a limited edition reissue. Not in print at the moment, though. So any of these three, unfortunately, I wish I could. I just can't order a brand new copy. And it is bizarre. An album like this, if they do reissue it, they do something weird like that. We're only going to make $1,500. Why? I would sign a contract and say we're going to make 10,000 of them. Pantera's at 57, and Flotsam and Jetsam is at 75, okay? I don't think there was any more claims. Let's go down the board, and boom. Indiana Jones is the soundtrack, $36.99. It's on sale because it's damaged. It has a seam split, $29.99. $29.99 on Indiana Jones. It does have a seam split at the top. I'm putting up chapstick. All righty, folks. Here we go. Flotsam's at 75. Junkyard out, Junkyard out. The last bid on Junkyard was Mitchell Richardson at $55. Okay? And then Pantera Metal Magic. Pantera Metal Magic. Pantera Metal Magic has a new bid for 57. Stephen Lewis Jr. is back in at 60. Jim Cooper on Protector. That's already sold. Protector got sold quickly. Tony Clem on Mascara. Now, I don't know if I want to go through all these again. Maybe a little bit later. This was completely full of metal. I still got new stuff to show y'all. And there's another crate that Paul's already marked. This will be a great thing to go through again later because I think the metalheads are going to stick around for a while. We got to keep the action going. We don't have time to linger around. We don't have time to twiddle our thumbs. There's no time for that. There's absolutely just no time for it. We just don't have the time. There's no time. No time at all. There's just no time for it. No time. There's no time for it. Okay? We have no time for it. First thing, Flotsam 60, Flotsam 80. Flotsam 80, Junkyard 60, Flotsam 85. Pantera, X-Wing, it's all up to you. First two records have seam splits, Portishead and Portishead. Portishead Dummy, seam splits, Portishead, $36.99. Collective Soul, self-titled, $29.99. Depeche Mode, Almost Acoustic Christmas, the KROQ broadcast. Depeche Mode's $44.99. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication, Sabotage, $44.99. Nirvana, Live in Tokyo, unofficial clear vinyl, $29.99. Collective Soul, Discipline Breakdown, 25th Anniversary Edition, red vinyl, Collective Soul, $29.99. Scott Dwallow wants a Portishead. So does Scott Dwallow. Flotsam 85, X-Wing, do you want backing on Pantera? Junkyard, the last bid was Sieg at $60. Everybody else is out. If you're not Sieg, you don't have the bid of $60 on that. 2 copies of Tori Amos, Under the Pink, $38.99. Flotsam and Jetsam is an 86 USOG with the original on her sleeve, EX condition. Danny Thomason has it for $85. Features Jason Newsted, now with Metallica. That is the high bet on this. Junkyard is official. It's a gold stamp promo, hype sticker, damage along the front. It is an 89 OG, VG Plus on the vinyl, not bad. The last bid on Junkyard was Sieg at $60. Everybody else is out. Pantera is about to sell for $60. It's an unofficial. Somebody just bid $58. The high bid's already $60. It's an unofficial pressing. The bid just went down. I don't like that. I'd rather the bid go up. Tom Sullivan on Beastie. Sean Miller on Nirvana. Pantera $58. It's already at $60. Flotsam $86. Lewis Kulik on Collective Soul. There's 2 different ones. There is Discipline Breakdown and they're self-titled. Let me know on that. Live Mental Jewelry. I have a waiting list for this. Let me set this to the side. I know at least one person's on a waiting list. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Cheese Wheel Variant. It's on white and yellow pinwheel colored vinyl. Looks like a wheel of cheese. $39.99. Tori Amos is $38.99. This is L7. Bricks Are Heavy, 30th anniversary. $36.99. Scott Dwallow on Primus. That's so to Scott Dwallow. Ivan R on Primus. Promises are gone. And then Offspring Americana, $34.99. That is a gatefold jacket. And then Pulp Fiction soundtrack, $36.99. Anybody else wants on a Primus waiting list, let me know. These are so to Scott Dwallow, Ivan R, Paul Cruz on a wait list, Charles McDonald on a wait list, and Live is $33.99. Mental Jewelry. Pulp Fiction's $36. Killers, Direct Hits. That's a double LP, $44.99. Junkyard is sold. Junkyard is sold up here to Sieg for $60. That's done. Flotsam and Jetsam. I hope everybody's finished. The last bid was Hessen Session at $86. Danny Thomason, you're out. This is at $86. Pantera has 3 $61 bids. The first person who bid 61 was X-Wing. X-Wing 61, Brian Campbell, you're out. And then Stephen Lewis Jr. just bid 65. Laura said she ordered L7. There's one. So to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Laura, for ordering that title. Lewis Kulik gets Collective Soul self-titled. There's one left. Killers Direct Hits, 44. Tyler Childers is 24, live on Red Barn. White Town, Women in Technology. Limited edition 1000 turquoise colored vinyl. $39.99 on that. 311's Greatest Hits is $33.99. And then this was a special request for Troy Robinson. And this was Shuggy, S-U-G-E-Y. Thank you, Troy Robinson, $29.99. That is so due. Flotsam and Jetsam has a new bid for $90. Pantera is between Brian Campbell and Stephen Lewis Jr. That is an unofficial, okay? We need new auctions for sure. Boy, those hung up for a while. A lot of people curious about what those were. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Brittany Fox, Boys in Heat. Folks, this is an 89 original retail copy, sealed, never been opened. A $95 star. Brittany Fox, Boys in Heat, $95 star. No wait list on Charles McDonald for Primus. Does anybody else want one? One person right now, Paul Cruz on Primus. Anybody else? Beastie Boys is a 2 LP double album gatefold. Yes. Chris Smith says, I'll take Live Mental Jewelry. We're down to 0 copies. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then we have a special request for Justin Deckelman, 1914 Ubris Unitas, $33.99. Sell that to Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Justin. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I was like, uh-oh. I thought that was a seam split, Justin. There's a tear in the shrink up here. Just FYI, but that's... we got to be careful. Justin Deckelman has bad luck with seam splits. Donna Turner, this is the Bodyguard soundtrack. I Wish I Love You, more from the Bodyguard. $34.99, that's so to Donna Turner. And then Vlodarchek, TV Girl, Who Really Cares? So to Vlodarchek. Those are all special requests. If anybody else want anything in there, let me know, okay? Let's go back to the top, and we left off with Flotsam out. Brittany Fox 95, Pantera 68, Tim Rory also on the promise wait list. Tim had just asked about that. It slipped right through your hands, Tim, but those are definitely in stock. You'll be in next week. Brittany Fox is at 100. Matt, the L7 you bought was $36.99. And then we're down here at the bottom, Flotsam 92. Danny, you've been outbid on Flotsam. It's at $92. Pantera is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $68. So, first things first, we're down to 2 auctions, pretty 2 dang desirable titles. Flotsam and Jetsam, a really cool copy, not only because it's pretty difficult to get, but most so because it is in shrink with a double hop sticker and it's pretty dang high grade. And that's with Victor Guerra at $92. Danny Thomason, you're out. The last bid on Brittany Fox over here was $100 with Gregory. Calvin, you tied them. We got 2 people on a promise waiting list. And then over here, what did you do? No rest. I have not sold that yet. Jeremiah Stasich wants us to order him a copy of 1914. Anybody else, 1914, Unibris Unitas. That's a special request. Waiting list for Jeremiah Stasich. Over here, JetBlue on 311's Greatest Hits. That's sold. And then next thing is Flotsam and Jetsam 95. We make sure nothing gets shipped with seam splits here unless y'all are under the knowledge that it already has a seam split, okay? Like I showed that Portishead, I said, I've only got 2 copies. They both have seam splits. Some people could care less. Like, I don't care if the cover's folded in half like a burrito. I just want the disc. I want to play it. Some people's like, Chad, if you send me a new LP and it has a smudge on it, I'm going to be very upset. So we got to be very careful for shipping out new vinyl. Obviously, people want something new, and most people's under assumption it is a pristine, mint, sealed copy. Trying to get it from the manufacturing plant to a distribution warehouse to us and then to you with it remaining perfect, no dings, nothing has happened to it, it's actually pretty dang challenging. But we make sure nothing ships from here that has a seam split, unless you already know it has a seam split. And if it has a seam split, it's still sticker price. We just get our money back on it, or at some point, if I forget to send it back, I'll sell it cheaper later. Okay? First thing over here is Brittany Fox is at 150 with Gregory. Flotsam and Jetsam was up to a couple people. MT Matt has it for 95. We got a request for Cinderella. We got a request for everything that's been advertised tonight. Everything. I'll get them up right now. Here's what's left in here. Portishead dummy. It has a small seam crackle. Portishead is $36.99. Collective Soul self-titled $29. Depeche Mode live almost acoustic Christmas $44.99. Unofficial. Beastie Boys one left. Ill Communication $44.99. Nirvana. Dear Boss, limited to 300, $29.99. Collective Soul, Discipline Breakdown, Red Vinyl, Record Store Day, $29. Tori Amos, Under the Pink, $38.99. L7 is $36.99. Bricks are heavy. Let me pause right there, and let's go ahead and put up, we had a request for Cinderella. We got Grim Reaper, Exodus, Smash Gladys, Lizzie Borden, Overkill, Nuclear Assault, Cinderella, nice songs. Cinderella's an 86 USOG, EX, and Shrink and Hype. Original price tag of $45 start. Next is Nirvana. That is sold to John LeBeatty. Chuck Egger on Collective Soul. Chuck, do you want self-titled or Discipline Breakdown? I had never ordered that before. 25th anniversary because it just came into print or came available to me. The Offspring Americana is 34, Pulp Fiction's 36, and then over here we got Killers Direct Hits for 44, Tyler Childers for 24, Whitetown Women in Technology. I think that appeared on my 90s alternative playlist, $39.99, and we also have 311's Greatest Hits. No more Nirvana live unless you want on a waiting list. Matt Nichols and Chuck wants that last copy of Collective Soul self-titled. Okay, Mike Codrini wants the other Collective Soul, and we have not sold Warrant yet. No. 2 LP Depeche Mode. Yes, live unofficial, $44.99, Parachute Records. Let's go through another crate of new vinyl. Master Mall, this may be your time to shine. Flotsam and Jetsam's at $125, Danny Thomason. Everybody else is done. Brittany Fox is at $200. Cinderella's a $45 start. No one's bid yet. I'm waiting for the bids to just start rolling in. Tyler Childers, one of my favorite live albums, live on Red Barn is just $24.99. Jackie Reynolds said she will take a Depeche Mode. 311's greatest hits was $33.99, and then Flotsam's at $130. And next is Matt Nichols on the Nirvana waiting list. Love One Another live in Japan, Tokyo. Okay, Matt Nichols on the wait list for that. You got it. We've already went through 4 other crates of new vinyl. I'm sure some of y'all missed some stuff early in the sale, so hang around. This is going to be a night of recapping. We're going to have, we're going to try to go through all the new stuff, not maybe the vintage stuff, because if we don't get that tonight, that's okay. We can always do it tomorrow. I'm going to try to get through all the new stuff, all the new priced metal, and then we'll probably try to do a recap, okay? Trick or Treat come in, and did I get one? I'll have to go check the pre-order. The pre-order, if you've got a thumbs up, you did. If not, I'll go check it right quick. Jake Gold gets a Tyler Childers. Edwin Blom, I've got 3 left if you want one. Cinderella 45, Cinderella 45, Cinderella 45, Cinderella 46. Any vintage rock, blues, or jazz. There will be 4 new John crates as soon as we go through the rest of the new and all the straight priced stuff that Lauren Paul's marked. So before I do the first John crate, here's what I have left to go through. There are a total of 1, 2, 3 more crates of new vinyl and another Paul crate. And I bet the time I get done with those, Laura will have even more up here. So yeah, there's going to be some, but it's going to be much later or a little bit later. I don't know about, quote, much later, but it could be later because we have 3 more crates and then Paul's got another straight price of metal. And then I might have to do a quick recap. But that means tomorrow it could be vintage galore, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of new vinyl deliveries, just because everything is kind of piled up the last 2 nights. There shouldn't be too much show tomorrow, maybe a couple things. And then, of course, Saturday we don't get deliveries. So there could be a couple big nights for vintage classic rock. So let's keep it going. It's only 8:22, and we got 299 people watching right now. At one time I looked over there, it said 353. So we got people on and off, on and off. Here we go. So we got Flotsam and Jetsam. MT Matt, $135. Thank you, Scott Arnold. Thank you, Scott Arnold. And then Brittany Fox. Boy, what happened on this one? Sold to Gregory Roberts for $200. It was $39.99. I need to see, honestly, if I can get any more of those. We didn't have a wait list. We sold out on the button, but I meant to go ahead and just grab more because I always need them. And I bet I've screwed up, and I bet they're already gone. But they get restocks of them. 2,000, you know, it blows my mind. That sounds like a lot of making 1,500 or maybe not enough. I don't know. To y'all, it may not sound like a lot. But yeah, see, they've got hundreds in stock right now. So I'm going to go ahead and order some more, at least 10 more copies right now. And we always can use those. And I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second. And then we got an original auction tonight. We got an OG copy. I'm going to go ahead and order 10 just in case that stock evaporates, which I know it does sometimes. Okay, here we go. So back to record selling. Mayhem, oh my gosh. D Mysterious, Cursed in Eternity, $134.99. Now, I don't know what this is, some kind of live Mayhem box set, but I know it's Mayhem, and I know we got some people, certain people, crazy about Mayhem. And it's sold immediately to Master Moss 666. This could be his crate. We have Flotsam and Jetsam 155 and Cinderella 69, and we got insane stuff to put up for auction. All right, I think the next most requested thing is this right here. Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. Another out-of-print Ozzy record. Once again, only available through the box set. It's never seen a modern-day reissue, except for that box set. Could it come in the future? We all would hope. An 88 Euro original. EX++ near mint minus. EX++ near mint minus, a Euro edition with the original inner sleeve. It even has the original $5.99 British pounds price tag on it. $95 start on that. We have Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Kevin Gray, RTI. Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique, with Herbie Hancock, Albert Stinson, and Joe Chambers, $34.99. Amon Amarth, Berserker, Beige Marble Vinyl, Amon Amarth, a double LP, $44.99. The Right Touch, Duke Pearson, with Freddie Hubbard, Turrentine. This is a Blue Note Tone Poet. Kevin Gray RTI, $34.99. I've got 2 copies of King Crimson. This completes all the King Crimson discography I've ordered. This one has a little bit of a scene split. That's in the Court of the Crimson King, $34.99. That's an essential album. Whether you got an OG, a repress, a G+ copy, or a brand new 200-gram remaster. I would judge you if you don't have that in your collection. I'd be like, where's your King Crimson records at, John? And then John's going to be like, John's just a hypothetical name. They're going to be like, I don't have any King Crimson in my collection. And I'm going to be like, no King Crimson? You don't have any King Crimson in your collection? No King Crimson? And then I'm going to look at you kind of funny. We have Master Ma and M for Mayhem, and then BH for Bobby Hutcherson. That's sold to Master Ma 666. Next is William Warner on Amon Amarth. That is sold to William Warner. And then Duke Pearson sold to Master Ma. And then what about Flotsam and Jetsam over here? I think we're done. MT Matt 155. Danny says he's out. Cinderella over here. The last bit on Cinderella was Kaysen at 69. Cody's out. We're about to sell that for 69, and Ozzy has 1 bid for 95. The Mayhem box set was D Mysterious, and this is Cursed in Eternity. It's, I think, a 4-disc box, $134.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We still got Bobby Hutcherson, Amon Amarth, there's Duke Pearson, there's King Crimson, and Wasp. I have a wait list for this. I'm going to set one right over here. Wasp is a 2LP, $44.99. Where's my laptop at? I keep on setting wait list off to the side to speed up stuff, but I need to go ahead and tag these because I'm sure somebody's watching. I was like, well, Chad, I would buy one, but I don't know if you have me on a wait list or not, so please let me know ASAP. And Wasp is it Brad Waits. He was on a waiting list, okay? And that means I got 2 extra copies of Wasp. That's a 2LP best of the best of the Wasp, $44.99. And then what was next over here? That was Live Mental Jewelry. And the waiting list for Live Mental Jewelry was not Pantera, John LaBeatty. John LaBeatty, I got you down for a Live Mental Jewelry. So now we have a wait list for Live, and put down Deckelman for the wait list for Deckelman on the wait list for Mayhem. All right, Flotsam and Jetsam sold. Flotsam and Jetsam, MT Matt 155. Thank you. Someone's walking in the front door. Who could that be? Hopefully Otis. Next is Kaysen. Gets Cinderella for $69, and I'm gonna make sure everybody's done on Ozzy. Ozzy's a final call. $95. No Rest for the Wicked, $95. Oh, it's Laura. I was like, I hope it's Otis. I didn't even see Laura go out. She is a shapeshifter. She can move through walls. We have Contour, Sam Rivers, $34.99 for Sam Rivers Contours. Also, we have $34.99 for Carmel Jones, the remarkable Carmel Jones, another Blue Note tone poet. And how about another Blue Note tone poet, Anthony Williams? None of these I've had before. I've never had any of these Blue Notes. Anthony Williams with Sam Rivers, Herbie Hancock, Richard Davis, $34.99 on that. Next auction, let's do something else from the high-end tab. Faster Pussycat. Oh boy, here we go. Here's another one of those. Buyer beware. I'm not saying that because of the condition. I'm like people will fight you over this record. It's an 87 U.S. Specialty OG. We're talking OG. We're talking shrink wrapped. We're talking inner sleeve. Faster Pussycat's a $55 start. I can't believe it, but Ozzy just got 1 bid for $95, and this is sold for $95. And who bid $95 on this? Somebody bid $95, and that was the only bid, and it's sold. What happened to it? John LaBeatty, $95. Thank you on that. And Victor just bid $98. Victor, you waited too long. This is already sold for $95. The Mayhem box was called D Mysterious, Cursed in Infinity, $134.99. $134. Now somebody else is trying to bid on Ozzy. Dang, y'all shouldn't have went to go to the bathroom. Y'all missed Ozzy. Now everybody's trying to bid on it. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, too late. It's gone. Next auction's Angel Witch. Angel Witch is going up for bid right now. A 1980 UKOG EX++ near minus. Angel Witch is a $55 start. $55 start. No Doubt, the singles. That's on orange vinyl. No Doubt is on orange vinyl. The singles, $36.99. And we have 2 copies of Chick Corea. Now He Sings, Now He Sobs. Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Gigi Allen, Expose Yourself, the singles collection, 1977-1991. GG is $29. Adolescence is on blue vinyl. That is their self-titled blue marbled Adolescence, $29. And then We Wish You a Metal Xmas. This is $29.99. I've got 3. Limited edition snow-colored vinyl. Alice Cooper, Dio, Dave Grohl, Tony Iommi, Lemmy's on here, George Lynch, Jeff Tate. and this is $29.99. We wish you a metal Christmas. We wish you a metal Christmas. And then Faster Pussycat. What is the starting bid? $55. This is an 87 OG in shrink wrap, EX edition with the original inner sleeve. Angel Witch. Angel Witch is a 1980 UKOG EX++ near mint minus. Is the cover really thin? Yes, because it's a 1980 UK copy, and that is a $55 start. 55 and 55 on those. So Ozzy was sold to John LeBeatty for just 95. Victor, your bid came in late. Chad, your bid came in late. And then over here, Oso wants No Doubt the singles collection on orange vinyl. That is sold. And then Mike Pierce put GG. I think that means GG Allen. That's sold to Mike Pierce. Faster Pussycat 60. And then Metal Church sold to Razman. Oso, or excuse me, Metal Christmas. 3 copies sold. Razman, Oso, and Danny. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll have to put you on a wait list. And then Jason Wilski on GG, and that was for GG Allen. Okay? Those are sold. And now those 2 bids, the 2 current auctions right now are, dang, sorry, I'm trying to fix my crate over here. Okay, and then let's get a waiting list going for Metal Christmas. Sean Miller, if it's okay with you, you'll be first on the waiting list. Sean Miller first on the waiting list, if that's okay with you. So the only bid is Faster Pussycat at 60. No one has bid on Angel Witch. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Warrant. Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Oh my gosh. 1989 USOG EX++ near mint minus. Warrant is a $75 start. No Doubt is called the singles collection. It's orange vinyl, $36.99. We have a crate of straight price metal coming up next. So No Doubt is essentially a hits comp, 2 LP, orange vinyl. And 2 more people on Metal Christmas, Chris, Casey Driver, and Sean Druin. Those will be in next week. Those will be in next week. Quick recap here. Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34. Amon Amarth, Berserker, Beige Marble Vinyl, $44.99. The Right Touch, Duke Pearson, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34. King Crimson, $34.99, 200 gram. Wasp, the best of the best, double LP, $44.99. Sam Rivers Contours, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Carmel Jones, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Anthony Williams, Blue Note Tone Poet, that one was called Lifetime, $34.99. Chick Corea, Now He Sings, Now He Sobs, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Adolescence Blue Vinyl, $29.99. And No Doubt. Let me make sure that Robin doesn't want this. Robin, if you say pass, it's going to be sold to Melanie Clausen, okay? And then over here, Faster Pussycat's about to sell for $60. Angel Witch does not have a bid. It's about to be a $55 buy now, and Warren has a bid for $75. How do you bid? You bid as easy as you asked how to. All you got to do is bid in the comments. And then if you end up winning something, we just got to get you registered. We'll send you an invoice on Monday. $8 limited shipping. We do this every night. There is somebody like Vince that just clicked on CollectCo for the first time. Now, everybody will tell you that's watching, you've missed out on 5 years of epic record buying. We've been here doing this every night for a long time. I'm here almost every night. If I'm not here, then something's kind of obscure has happened, okay? Like Paul McCartney is in town, or the Tennessee Vols are playing in a big football game. I'm here every night selling records. First thing is No Doubt is sold to Melanie Clausen, and if anybody wants on a wait list, let me know, because that was the last copy, okay? So there we go, new bids, and when I come back, I'm going to make Angel Witch a buy it now. Michael Wood also on the Metal Xmas wait list, okay? Metal Xmas wait list also for him. Jimi Hendrix should be back in tomorrow, okay? They kind of wait an extra day to ship those box sets. I also got a few miscellaneous things over here I'm about to show while we're doing metal. There's still 2 more crates of new stuff to go through. A crate I ordered of mostly metal, and then a crate of stuff Laura ordered, which is a variety. I see a lot of King Gizzard in there, and then I've got a few blankets, and I've got some Funkos and other toys to show you. Okay, I've got more Funkos and other toys to show you. So let's first go ahead and go through this other crate of straight price metal that Paul's marked. This could get very interesting. This could get very interesting. Okay, this could get very interesting. Another fully priced crate of metal. This could get very interesting. Man, we've already went through a ton of stuff tonight. I'm already kind of exhausted. I'm going to have to get my Waffle House and go to bed right after this. Holy crap. CS Discipline Breakdown previous crate. CS Discipline Breakdown, previous crate. I'm assuming that was a straight price metal record. CS Discipline Breakdown. Is that a metal record from CS Disciplined Breakdown? Let me figure out what that was. CS Disciplined Breakdown. Collective Soul. Aha. Collective Soul. Got it. Jeff Church. Jeff Church, Collective Soul. Thank you. Boom. Okay. So I see Warrant at 90, Faster 61. Nobody bid on Angel Witch, a $55 buy it now. Angel Witch is a $55 buy it now. A 1980 UKOG EX++ near minus. $55 buy it now. We got to keep this pace full because some people decide they go to bed and then they aren't going to be watching anymore. And I can't sell you records if you're asleep, so I better start selling you stuff right now. My job to sell you as much as possible, as fast as possible. That's my job. Someone walked up to me and said, hey, we're with News Channel 5 out of Nashville. What do you do for a living? My job is to sell people every night as many records as fast as I can. Every night. Faster Pussycat, 64. Warrants at 105. OG, nice. OG, nice. I would bid like you want them. Next thing over here is this. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is King Diamond, the Family Ghost Shrine. And this is King Diamond, an 87 USOG. It plays at a 33 1/3. Some copies come out as a 45 RPM, so you can get a 33 or a 45. This is the 33 1/3. King Diamond is a $35 start. Okay, $35 start on that. Next thing is Angel. Paul Cruz picks that up for $55. Warrants at 110. Things are still getting bids. My crate over here is nearly full, and I'm about to swap out, but let's go ahead and get started with this, okay? Here we go. King Diamond 35. We got Dark Angel. Time Does Not Heal. Dark Angel is a 2020 red and yellow, limited to $349.99. King Diamond 35. King Diamond 35. King Diamond 35. Warrant 125. And we have Artillery by Inheritance, and Artillery by Inheritance is sealed, $39.99. 2021 blue with red splatter. Artillery, that just came out with music on vinyl. There's another edition. Mass, Take You Home. Mass, if I can get these to stand up, it'd be much better. Mass, M-A-S-S, $19.99. E equals MC squared. Energy, Mass, Mass, Take You Home, $19.99. Also, we have what? Messiah? We have Shatter Messiah, Orphans of Chaos. That's a 2016 prog metal, power metal, $17.99 on that. And over here, we have Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, a 2015 press, $39.99. And Haunt, Windows of Your Heart. Haunt is autographed. It is clear of red, black, and splatter, and it's signed. Haunt is $39.99. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. I remember saying Warrant was at $125. King Diamond got a new bid for $37. King Diamond got a bid for $40. King Diamond got a bid for $40. Warrant out, and then Richard Davis first on Mass. That's so to Richard Davis. Thank you, Richard Davis, on Mass. And then over here, Faster Pussycat 65, King Diamond out. Danny on A for Artillery. Is that right? Haunt, Morbid, A for Artillery. So did Danny Thomason. And then Thrasher, you're next. Now, Thrasher, just so you know, I have this in stock with music on vinyl. It came out last week. I can get you a copy if you want it. $39.99. And then Warrants at $135. And then Brian Stern next on Mass. How much was Dark Angel? Dark Angel, Charlie Buck was $49.99. King Diamond 45. Faster Pussycat 66. King Diamond 46. Jake Gold on Morbid. Jake Gold on Morbid. And that was here for Morbid Angel. And Brian Stern says Mass. Check that. I think we have a challenge flag. The first person on Mass, I'm showing Mass, is Richard Davis. Are you asking who got it? I got Richard Davis first on Mass, and then Brian Stern, you were second. Yeah, Richard Davis first. Richard Davis first. Yours came in 14 seconds later. Whoop, almost dropped my phone. That would be bad. Yeah, 14 seconds later. Okay, so first thing is Warrant, $140. King Diamond 50. Faster Pussycat 66. And my crate's full. Let me swap these out right quick. Hype is real tight. Hey, that's my other job. My other job is hyping y'all up. Imagine if I got on here and I sounded like like I was about to go to sleep. I got to get people excited. I'm a record motivator, record buyer motivator. So if you're feeling down in your life and you need some records to motivate your life, you can tune in right here. Dark Angel, Soda Deckelman. What press was the A I just got? It was a, I don't know. It wasn't music on vinyl. And then we have, give me a second, I'll have to go get it. There's Bob Ross. Good gosh. This is $24.99 Cloudy Green. And the note from Paul says it looks really cool. Wow, yeah, it looks like there's something inside of it. $24.99. Warrants at $143. We're about to sell King Diamond for $50. If you're not Michael Wilkerson, you don't have the high bid, and Faster Pussycat's about to sell to Stephen Freyu for $66. Next is Clockwork, Angelus Apparatia, and this is a 2022 red vinyl, $29.99. Midnight Hellion, Condemned to Hell, green vinyl, $24.99, and the Black Delilah Murder, Vermonius, what? Slime Green, $29.99. King Diamond 53, Ed Riviera on A&G. He wants this right here. That's sold to Ed Riviera. We have Grave Huffer, a Grave Huffer. Wow. Your Fault. It's on red vinyl, $19.99. Grave Huffer. How bizarre. And then we have Eroded Corridors of Unbeing by Spectral Voice. Spectral Voice is a 2022 gray marbled, $34.99. The Black Delilah Murder. Delilah? How about Delilah? And then Zach Flowers on BD, and that was for Black Delilah. And then warrants at 155 Thrasher on Red Man. The TDM, that was the black. That means Thrasher, you were second, okay? Jeremiah Stasich on Spectral. Charles McDonald was second. Faster Pussycat is officially sold. And this is sold Faster Pussycat to Stephen Freyu for $66. Dahlia, Black Delilah, Delilah, Black Delilah, Black Delilah. And then we have Warrant. The last bit over here was D Kong at $155 and King Diamond at $55, now $57. Thank y'all for the phonics. Is it going to help me? No, it's not. Not at all. From now on, that word is known as Black Delilah. That's what it looks like, and that's what I'm calling it. It's Black Delilah. The court is adjourned. We have, what is this? This is Mortician, Darkest Day of Horror. Mortician is a 2024 sea blue with white, red, and green splatter. Darkest Day of Horror, $24.99. Mortician is sold to Mastermoth 666. Death, non-analog on stage. Montreal, June 22nd, 1995, $34.99. And then over here, Warrants at 175 and King Diamonds at 60. 60 on that. Yeah, it doesn't really, the goal of this show is not to pronounce stuff correctly, it's to sell stuff. So I could call Raven Ravine. Here is Ravine. Nothing exceeds like excess. Nothing exceeds like excess. Ravine is a 1988 USOG, the only time ever pressed a vinyl in the US. It's sealed. Unfortunately, it does have a punch hole, but Raven is sealed and it's a $20 start. Charles McDonald, you were next to Mortician. King Diamond 63. And then, sorry, is that Death Live 91? Death Live 95. Montreal, June 22nd, 95. Raven's up for bid, a $20 start. Warrants at 178. Raven does have a punch hole, but it's an 88 US sealed, a $20 start on that. Next is Slipknot, the gray chapter. Slipknot is on pink vinyl, $29.99. And Nuke with a very pixelated cover, but it's made to look like that. Nuke is a 2017 speed metal thrash. Boy, these metal people are fascinated with nuclear bombs. Nuke is $14.99. To be in a metal band, thou shalt be either obsessed or concerned with nuclear warfare, but I guess we all should be. $14.99. Warrants at 178 with Josh Jones. What about King Diamond? Danny has it for $65. So King Diamond's with Danny at $65. Warrants at 175. And Richard, make sure if you want to bid on Raven, you put Raven 20, okay? Raven 20 on that. And then over here, how much on Death? And Death is $34.99. Gray vinyl, non-analog on stage. And then Hessen says he wants it. Who asked first about it, though? That Hessen Hessen asked about this first, so this does go to Hessen session. He was first on that. Scott Dwallow on Slipknot, King Diamond out, and Brian called next on Death, and then over here, Jake Gold on Nuke, okay? There's that. And then over here, we have Hazard, Misleading Evil. Hazard, Misleading Evil is a 2018. This is the Damned edition. They only made 101 copies, $54.99. Hazard, okay? Warrant is at 185. King Diamond, I think, is going to go to Danny Thomas, and final call for 65. And I want to make sure Raven officially does not have a bid. It's sealed for a $20 star. Final call on that. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next auction because we are about to continue and put up new stuff. Let's go over here to the bonus crate. And I've got something that was not in the hot picture, and I know it always interests a lot of people. What could that be, Chad? You're about to find out. I have going up right now Savatage, Power of the Night. Savatage is an 85 USOG. It's an allied pressing with the company inner sleeve, and it's EX, and Savatage is a $45 start. Scott Savaki's on Has. That's so it has. And I started getting a whiff of like spaghetti or something. Laura must be cooking something. Laura, I'm getting all this kind of like aroma of like meatballs and cheese and noodles all of a sudden. Time to end the show and go get a snack. Raven does have a bid for 20. We have Incarnation. Incarnation Aqua Blue Vinyl. This is $29.99. And we have Misfire, Sympathy for the Ignorant. Misfire is clear with ruby splatter, $29.99. Okay, so King Diamond is so to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny, $65. That is so to Danny for $65. Let's put that away. And then Savatage is at $45. And then Warrant's at $195. So there's Warrant, $195. Raven is about to be sold for $20, and then Savatage is at $46. Next thing is Jersey Dogs. Don't worry, get angry. Jersey Dogs is an 89 USOG sealed. This is 89 OG sealed, $19.99 for that. Raven has another $20 bid, but there's already a $20 bid with Razman. And then I think I missed something. Incarnation is sold to Mastermall. Yeah, I think that's an I for that one right there. Now Raven has another bid for 25. Now Savatage 50. Now Savatage 50. Now Savatage 60. Wow, Warren over here still getting bids. $195. Josh MF or Jones is back in at 203. That MF or Jones is still bidding, and that's literally his name. I'm not, saying anything derogatory. Nervosa Jailbreak. This is sealed, $29.99. And how much was Grave Huffer? Grave Huffer is $19.99. This is Sacrifice Apocalypse Inside. That's a wild one there. Wild cover. Sacrifice 2019 Cyan with white splatter. $27.99 on that. And then we got Slaughter, Surrender or Die. And I don't think that's the slaughter that's like stick it to you. That's a different slaughter. They're right there. They're sticking it to you. There you go. This is $29.99. Bloody Red Vinyl. Warrants at $205. Savatage is at $65. The last bid on Raven that came in was Richard Davis at $25. Everybody else is out. Richard Davis on Laugh. And that was Laugh? He might have got auto-corrected on something. I bet he meant Slaughter. I bet he got auto-corrected on Slaughter. So to Richard Davis, Jim Cooper second. We'll make sure he's trying his best. He's probably cursing the autocorrect right now. Merciful Fate, Melissa. Merciful Fate is sealed, $34.99. Always a highly requested album. Wow, $34.99. That's a good one. And then Gore Guts, Considered Dead. Gore Guts is $44. I think that's the first one in this crate that I've actually listened to. Well, I don't know what I've sold, but I have actually listened to that album before. Merciful Fate, Melissa. Okay, and then over here, next thing is, Richard Davis on Slaughter, Savatage 70, Jim Cooper next on Slaughter, Danny Thomason third on Slaughter, and Warrant has a new bid for $211. Scott Dwallow on Fate for Merciful Fate. John LeBeatty next on Merciful Fate, Jim Cooper third on Merciful Fate, and Jeremiah Stasich on Gore Guts. That's so to Jeremiah Stasich. Foreseen, Helsinki Savagery. Helsinki Foreseen, white vinyl, $19.99. And we have Mortician, Chainsaw Dismemberment. My gosh, her leg is chopped off. It's $34.99, blue, red, and black splatter. That's not funny. Why am I laughing? Mortician, $34.99. Chainsaw Dismemberment. Next thing is this. Fate already sold. And then over here, we got Gore Guts, Thrasher, you were next. And then over here, we got Jim Cooper on Mortician. Okay, that's sold to Master Moss 666. Jim Cooper was next. And then Warrant over here is officially sold to Josh M.F. Jones, $210. And then Raven is sold for $25. And Raven is sold to Richard Davis for $25. And then Savatage is at 78 with MT Matt. Let's go back to our auction bin. Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is going up. And this is an 87 USOG $35 start. It's like, why am I laughing? It's like all these Norm Macdonald comedy reels have been popping up on my doom scrolling. And of course, Norm Macdonald would just say something horrendous or very bad. And just the way he would say it, people just couldn't help from laughing, and then that was basically his whole comedy. Grim Reaper is $35 start, and 87 USOG with the original on her sleeve. Grim Reaper is a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Brian Campbell's already in. How much was Jersey Dogs? Jersey Dogs is Don't Worry, Get Angry. 1989 USOG sealed EP. It is $19.99. Who was first? A Mortician. Master Ma 666 was first on Mortician. Okay, and then Savatage still getting bids. There's Grim Reaper. And then over here is Halloween. This is Keeper the Seven Keys Part 1. Over here, Halloween Keeper the Seven Keys. An 87 USOG original on her sleeve. Near mint minus. $55 start on that. $55 start. Grim Reaper have See You in Hell. No, that's on the album See You in Hell. Price on Foreseen. Price on Foreseen. This is $19.99. Huffer 10. Vince, everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. Next thing is Mike Straw says, I'll take Jersey Dogs. That's sold. And then Grim Reaper 36, Halloween 55, Halloween 55. Norm, yeah, there was actually a YouTube video that was suggested. Norm Macdonald, OJ, it's like 36 minutes. It's 36 minutes of clips on him on Saturday Night Live. Fight, A Small Deadly Space. Fight is a 2020 record store day, red with black smoke. $34.99 on that. Ed Riviera on Foreseen. That's sold to Ed Riviera. So over here, Savatage. The last bit on Savatage that came in was Mark Steele at $80. Grim Reaper 37. Halloween 55. Halloween 55. Halloween 58. Authorize, The Source of Dominion. Authorize is a 2025 blue and yellow split. And this is $39.99. Brian Furman on Fight. Boy, this crate is definitely getting obliterated. I can't wait to go through the other crate of stuff Paul marked earlier. Y'all probably missed that. There was another whole crate of metal like this we've already gone through. And then Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura is a sealed remaster, $39.99. Obituary, Dying of Everything. Everything. Gold Nugget, $29.99 for that. Obituary. And Carnivore, limited edition neon yellow vinyl, 2023 sealed, $49.99 for Carnivore. Okay? Are we done on Savatage? It's been a while. MT Matt went out. Mark Steele 80. Hammer Up. Grim Reaper 37. Brian Campbell 37. Brian Campbell 37. Brian Campbell. And then Halloween's at 60 with Brian Stern. Everybody else is out. Hesson Session on S, and S was for Sepultura. Jim Cooper on Carnivore for Carnivore. That's sold to Jim Cooper. And Jake Gold put DEP for possibly something. Let me know on that one. Revocation. Relapse Records, 2024 Gold and Black Galaxy, $29.99. That was for Sepultura. Okay, you were second on Sepultura, Jake. Halloween, new bid 62. Justin Deckelman on O for Obituary. Brian Campbell on Grim Reaper sold. That is about to be for 37. Let me see else. Did somebody not say out? Jim Cooper. I was going to make sure Jim Cooper's out. Yep. And then over here, Revocation sold to MT Matt, then Chris Smith. All right, so the first thing we can do is sell Savatage, and then Savatage is sold, and that's sold to Mark Steele for $80. Thank you, sold. And then Grim Reaper, unbelievably, just for $37, sold to Brian Campbell. And Halloween is still getting bids, of course. Brian Stern is in on that at $65. All right, so here's some stuff I still got in the auction bin. And then I'll get into some of the bonus. Exodus, Smash Gladys, Lizzie Borden, Overkill, Nuclear Assault, Hallows Eve, Death Row, Deception Ignored, Kicks, Defiance, Johnny Crash, let's do that one, Tyrant, Whitesnake, Loudness, Motley Crue, Omen, Killer Dwarfs, Trick or Treat, Firehouse, Devastation, Creator, Venom, and Kickaxe. Wow, we still got some big titles. First thing we have is Johnny Crash. This looks like something a lot of people would want. This is Neighborhood Threat, a 1990 OG. It does have a hole punch on the cover. It does have writing on the cover, but the disc has been graded super clean, which means near mint minus. Near mint minus. Johnny Crash. It does have KRNR. That might have been a radio station because that's more like a promo punch than so much, and it looks like at one time, yeah, I bet this was at a radio station. So it's got radio station call letters on the front. It's not a promo copy, though, but it's really nice, but a VG cover. Johnny Crash is a $30 start. Okay, Victor, your bid on Grim Reaper came in very late. Omen's on deck. Halloween out. Exodus is on deck. Is Devastation OG? I believe so. And then over here, this is, what do we have here? $19.99 for what? The Glorious Dead. $19.99 for the Glorious Dead. This is Carcass Surgical Steel, blue swirl of red splatter, $29.99 for Carcass, and Exhumed Gore Metal. Exhumed is a 25th anniversary green slime, $24.99, and Coffin Sinister Oath. Coffin Sinister Oath is green inside black smoke, $24.99, okay? Next thing that was just asked about was this right here, Omen, Escape to Nowhere. Omen Escape to Nowhere is a 1988 USOG top copy, except for this drill hole. So shrink wrap, hop sticker, near mint, Escape to Nowhere. Another Dimension with new vocalist Cobra and Farr, produced by Paul O'Neill, who produced Aerosmith and Sabotage. Metal Blade Records, a $55 start on this. Okay, and then Halloween, I hope we're done. The hammer's up. Brian Stern, $65. Josh Baldwin, you were outbid. You can bid again or you can say out. Johnny Crash is at $30, and Omen has a bid for $55. Anybody else want anything in here? Now's the time, okay? We have what here? We got Shatter, Messiah, Orphans of Chaos, Haunt, Windows of Your Heart. This one here was Tymo, Tymo, The Art of a Maniac. Also, Midnight Hellion. We have Misfire. We have Nervosa. We have Gravehuffer. We have Sacrifice, Authorize. This one was The Glorious Dead, Carcass Surgical Steel, Exhumed Gore Metal, and Coffin Sinister Oath. These are going to go right here behind me. I'm going to go right in. We got 2 more crates. I'm about to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl, stuff I've never shown before that I've ordered, and then a crate that Laura's ordered. And Laura's working on marking some stuff just like this right now. There's 4 vintage crates, and I said I would get to those after we knock out this other stuff. So here we go. And I'm going to swap out right now. When I come back, I'm selling Halloween unless there's a new bid. Omen just has 1 bid for $55, and Johnny Crash is at $40. Johnny Crash is at $40, okay? Boom. This week is probably going to go down. It's probably one of the busiest weeks we've had in a while. Thanks for everybody that's tuning in already. We have sold so much because of this influx of these metal collections, and it's only Thursday night, and we're only halfway through. So probably I have a projection we're going to be like, yeah, this is one of the biggest weeks we've ever had on record because of just all this new stuff. Plus, it's either going to be next Thursday or an upcoming sale, maybe as soon as tomorrow. Last night, y'all may have not seen it, but I did get letters back from JSA. So I have freed up a ton of really incredible autographs because we now have letters on hand. I've got all kinds of really high-end autographs to finally start selling now that I have letters back from JSA. King Griffey Jr., AC/DC fully signed, REM, the Black Crowes fully signed, Motorhead fully signed, Ramones fully signed, Black Sabbath signed by everybody, Ozzy, Tony, Geezer, Bill, Bee Gees fully signed, Iron Maiden fully signed, Megadeth fully signed, Kiss fully signed. That's some really cool stuff. I was going to do them tonight, but I figured we was already loaded. I couldn't imagine as busy as we've been tonight trying to put some of that stuff up because I have to have time to advertise it, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, these are incredible auctions. That's all signed and authenticated stuff that's going to be going up. If I have time, I'll get them photographed and go up tomorrow or Saturday, or I don't know, we might do them like next Tuesday or something, next Monday, so we have plenty of time to get them ready. That's some pretty dang impressive stuff there. Sing split, sing split, sing split, sing split. My gosh, sing split, sing split. They've got to do something. I vote that all discs are not shipped inside the jackets. I mean, that's the only way they can fix that. Okay, Halloween didn't get another bid, right? Halloween did not get another bid, and Halloween is sold, and Halloween is sold over here. I never did hear back from somebody. This is sold to Brian Stern for $65. Okay, that's sold for Brian Stern. Josh did say out. Okay, thank you. And then Johnny Crash, not Cash, Johnny Crash, the last bid on this was $45 with Victor Guerra. Victor Guerra has this for $45. It's a 1990 near mint. The cover's VG. And then over here we have Omen. The last bid on Omen is Ken Crooker at $55. This is a 1988 USOG top copy. One bid for $55. Victor Guerra said, how much was Tymo? And then Richard Davis says he wants Tymo. All right, so let's go find Tymo. TYMO is $24.99. If you don't want it, Richard Davis does, Victor. It's up to you, okay? Details on Glorious Death. Details on Glorious Death. Is that something that's coming up from auction, or is that within the crate? I bet that was in the crate. Glorious Death. That was this one right here. Glorious Death was a 2020 pressing on gray, white, and merged with black and green splatter. Glorious Death is $19.99, okay? Next thing over here is new and sealed stuff. Let's get started. First thing I have is Black Sabbath, Paris 1970. I've only got one that doesn't have a sing split. That's a well-known, amazing Black Sabbath concert. A lot of that footage is on YouTube. It's epic. Early Black Sabbath, $39.99. I've got one, and I've got one with a sing split. I've got the Beatles Past Masters. I've got one, and I've got one with a sing split. The Beatles Past Masters is $49.99. Nirvana In Utero. This is the 2LP 2013 mix, the double LP, made in Germany, $44.99. I've got one, and I've got one with a sing split. Beastie Boys, 30th anniversary of License to Ill. Beastie Boys is $36.99, and then Michael Jackson Off the Wall is $24.99. So Victor Guerra does get Tymo, Richard Davis second. If anybody that asked about Glorious Death wants it, it's still available, okay? Johnny Crash is at $47. Omen has sold one bid, Ken Crooker for $55. Jay Neutral wants BS for Black Sabbath, no sing split. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. Firehouse. Oh my goodness, here it is. And this one is available right now. You're looking at a real copy of Firehouse, a 1991 South Korean. 1991 South Korean with insert, VG++EX. It has this lyric insert with it, and the 91 South Korean Firehouse is a $75 start. Metal Church is sold. Johnny Crash has a high bid with Mike Ospaw for $47. Everybody else is out. Oh boy, Exodus. Here we go. Pleasures of the Flesh. Exodus is an 87 US EMW. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus. VG minus because it has quite a bit of scuffs on it. No feelable marks, just scuffing, but it is VG minus. Exodus is a $20 start. Okay, Amanda Davis wants MJ. Don't stop till you get enough. Come on. And then Brian Stern's in on Firehouse at 75. Richard Davis wants Carcass from the last crate. That was Surgical Steel right here. This is sold to Paul Richards. Thank you on that. I got two copies of Soundgarden, Super Unknown, Black Hole Sun, Won't You Come, Wash Away the Rain, $44.99 on Soundgarden. Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique, $36.99 for Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique. And we got two copies of Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. Oasis is $44.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core is $29.99. And more Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Smooth Criminal, $24.99. 2 copies of Tyler Childers' Purgatory for $24. And the Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries is $33.99. Chris Smith on the Beasties, I'm assuming for Paul's Boutique. There's also in here a License to Ill, but Chris, I've got you down for Paul's Boutique. Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, 2 LP pink vinyl, $36.99. Misfits Collection. I got something to say, and this is Pearl Jam Unplugged. It isn't unofficial, but it's the only way right now available where you can get the complete Pearl Jam Unplugged concert, $38.99. $38.99 on that. Red vinyl, and then Bush, 16 stone red vinyl Bush is $39.99. Johnny Crash, must have got a new bid because Mike Ospaw went out. Victor Guerra, you get Johnny Crash for $50. Thank you. That's so to you for $50. Johnny Crash is gone. Right now, Firehouse has one bid for $75, and that's what Brian Stern. If no one else bids, we're about to sell it. Exodus has a bid for $26. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Our next auction is Devastation. Adulterary. Devastation is a 1991 Netherlands OG, $85 start. Some copies have sold close to $200. This one's nice, EX with the original under sleeve, $85 start. Amanda Davis on the Cranberries. Thank you, Amanda Davis. Big night for new vinyl here. Holy crap, this is a lot of stuff. James Young wants both MJs, so let's sell him a Off the Wall and let's sell him a copy of Bad. The only thing I have left now is Bad. If anybody wants on the wait list for the other, let me know. Black Sabbath Paris 1970, $39.99. Sing Split. Beatles Past Masters, Chad Recommends, $34.99. Nirvana In Utero 2013 mix, $44.99. Beastie Boys, $36.99. 2 available. Soundgarden, $44. Beastie Boys, $36. Oasis, $44. Stone Temple Pilots, $29.99. Michael Jackson Bad, $24. Tyler Childers, $24. Cranberries, $33. Bush, $36. Misfits, $33. Pearl Jam's $38. And Bush is $39.99. 16 stone red vinyl. That's like some of the best-selling records I've been selling for a while now. Just didn't have any of those in stock. I didn't have any Bush in stock. Didn't have any Pearl Jam Unplugged. Didn't have any Misfits. Didn't have any Cranberries. Believe it or not, didn't have any Michael Jackson. We've been selling the fire out of STP. Believe it or not, no Oasis was in stock. No Soundgardens. No Nirvanas. We've been selling a lot of those. Amanda Davis wants the other Michael Jackson Bad. Okay? There's that. And then Firehouse is now at 85, now 90, and now 95. Exodus is at 35. Danny Thomason's out, and no one's bid on Devastation. It's an $85 minimum bid. A steal. You would have to get arrested if you bid that and get it for $85. I will have to call the cops, and I'll say, yes, we just had theft live. It's recorded. It's all over the web. You can go back and watch the footage. Go arrest that person. They just stole that for $85. Yeah, and there will cops that show up and they'll say, hey, you're under arrest. And you're like, what? I didn't even pay for it yet. And they're going to be like, well, too bad. You was trying to steal it. All right, this is some stuff Laura ordered. I have always, bear with me when I go through a crate like this because there's no telling what's about to happen. It could be something I know like the back of my hand. It could be something I've never heard of. So first thing we're going to do is sell this to Kenny Cates Jr., okay? And then Firehouse is at 105. Devastation has a bid for 85 with Vince Captor. So it does have a bid. Now Firehouse is at 105 and Exodus is at 36. So I found out a customer sent me, I hadn't got a chance to listen to it, but evidently Sharon Osbourne was just recently talking about the Earth tape. So if you go find the Osbourne podcast, she's on there talking about the Earth tapes, and I'm going to try to find it so I can share it with y'all in the group, maybe copy it off because I think so many people's curious. So that Earth thing that keeps getting pushed back and pushed back, it's a big copyright thing on who actually owns it. So the demand is extremely high, but I think she's tying it up because I think there's some lawsuits going to happen, and there's just a lot of riffraff on who owns what. Same thing with all these other live recordings. So I'm sure, like with Black Sabbath and Ozzy and live Black Sabbath and live Ozzy, they're going to put out as much as they can, but it usually comes down to who owns it and who's going to get paid. and that's where the complications happen. So that's why a lot of this stuff gets held up. But evidently, Earth may never get released. I think the person who has those tapes, if they get it released, he probably is going to have a huge. He's probably going to get sued. The way I understand it, if that comes out, someone's getting sued. So they're probably going to fight over it until somebody obtains the proper rights or pays for it. So if you've pre-ordered Earth, the legendary Lost Black Sabbath tapes, I would not get your hopes up. There's a good chance that never comes out. That happens with a lot of music. It just gets tied up. You'll have to listen to it bootlegged or something. But as far as an official, quote, official release, that thing may never come out. If it does, probably someone's going to go to, have to go to court, you know. And I don't think you want to go to court with Sharon Osbourne. I think she's probably got enough power and money. You're probably going to lose. We have Firehouse at 115. The last bid on Exodus is 38, and Devastation's at 100. So first thing I have is this, King Gizzard Infest the Rat's Nest. King Gizzard, black and red split vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Infest the Rat's Nest, black and red split, $24.99. Let's see what Laura has ordered here. We have the 1975, Being Funny in a Foreign Language. That's on clear vinyl. The 1975 is $29.99. King Gizzard, the 1975. And this is $29.99. More dog stuff. It's Knocked Loose. Knocked Loose Pop Culture. $29.99 for Knocked Loose. That's beer and bone with evergreen splatter. Also, we got 3 copies of Amyl and the Sniffers, Comfort to Me. Amyl and the Sniffers, just $24.1990. $24.99. We have the 1975, and that is sold to Amanda Davis, okay? Next thing is Firehouse, 120. So that means Travis Woods, you're out. The other bidder over here, Devastation, Alex Kane's at $100. If everybody else wants in, right now's the time to do it. Mike Straws has bid 101. Alex, you've been outbid on that. And then what about Exodus? The last bid on Exodus over here is Stephen Lewis Jr. at $38. Stephen Lewis Jr. at $38. We have My Morning Jacket. It still moves. My Morning Jacket is $24.99. 2 LP golden smoke colored vinyl. $24.99 on that. More King Gizzard. This is Sketches of Brunswick East. $29.99 for this one. Migraine, is that what that says? Migraine Edition Wax. Yellow and black ice cloudy vinyl. $29.99. So Weasel on King Gizzard, that's obviously for the first one because I just showed it. And then Thrasher on KL, and that's probably for... What was that, Thrasher? KL, was that for one of the King Gizzards? And then I've got Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. That's $24.99. And then we have Alton Gunn Yule, gold-colored vinyl, $24.99. KL Knocked Loose. Aha. Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Thrasher. KL Knocked Loose. Sold. And then Firehouse, did somebody go out? Travis, 126. It's up to Mike Quadrini. Mike, you're out. Devastation's at 105. Mike Straws, you're out. And then Exodus. I feel like we were done on this. Exodus was Stephen Lewis Jr. at $38. Let me make sure Danny's done. Danny, you were outbid on Exodus. I was just making sure because I think you're still on the track, on the chat. Let me know if you want backing on that. Trick or Treat, I'll run it next. We still got some great stuff to auction. Aim on the Sniffers is $24.99. I have another Alton Gunn. I think that's how you say that. Churches, The Bones of What You Believe. Churches is $34.99. And My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall 2, $24. There's some great prices on these because I think, Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, I think some of these titles were on sale because we are able to mark these. I saw the cost on them, and I think a lot of this stuff was on sale. So take advantage of these prices. My Morning Jacket, $24.99. Alton Goon, thank you on that. Danny, Exodus is at $38. It's at $38 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Firehouse was up to one person, and that was Mike Quadrini. I'm going to make sure he's done. He's out. So let's go ahead and sell Firehouse to Travis Woods for $126. Super Unknown, there's one copy left. Jim B 1001. Oh no, is Jim B on Twitch? Oh my gosh. Is that a different Jim B on Twitch? We have Exodus over here, Final Call, and then Devastation 105. I got to make sure Mike Straws that out. Mike, you're on the clock, okay? 2 copies, more Amyl on the Sniffers. That's $24.99. And then Alton Goon. I'll have to remember that. Alton Goon. And then, oh my gosh, Nilofer Zanya. Nilofer Zanya, Painless, $24.99 on that. And then more King Gizzard, Nonagon Infinity. That is $24.99 on that one. Okay. Yes, usually on Facebook as James Bullock. Okay, James Bullock. Okay, boy, I'll have to remember that because if I start saying Jim B, then it could get tagged to the Jim B that's on YouTube. But I'll remember that. Jim B 101, 100, and 1001 is different guy, okay? Devastation sold to Alex Kane for $105. Stephen Lewis Jr., you're out bet on Exodus. It's at $40 now. We still got Smash Gladys, Lizzie Borden, Overkill, Nuclear Assault, Hallows Eve, Death Row, Kicks, Defiance, Triumph, Whitesnake, Loudness, Motley Crue, Killer Dwarfs, Trick or Treat, Creator, Venom, and then I hadn't pulled anything from the bonus crates in a while. But over here we have Trick or Treat, Fastway. This is an 86 USOG EX condition, a $55 start. Exodus has a new bid for $42. That means that Danny Thomason, you've been outbid. And then over here we have Exodus at $42, and then Amel, the one with the white and black cover. Not this one. Probably this one. It's actually like a dark green, but it probably looks black. That's sold to Vladarchek, and then Scott O'Man and My Morning Jacket. That's sold to this. Is Amel still the only girl in the crate? I believe so. I believe so. Scott O'Man got a My Morning Jacket. I will read these again, though. I'll leave that question up to Laura. This is all stuff she ordered. And we had 9 crates of new vinyl tonight. Let me go ahead and knock out one miscellaneous item because I know there's a pre-order on it. And because it's Metal Night and because it's close to Christmas, these are pretty dang cool. So my distributor has started offering from Rock Sacks these amazing Sherpa fleece blankets, and this is Metallica's Ride the Lightning. So this is a queen size 60 by 80 Metallica Ride the Lightning blanket. They are $79.99, officially licensed. And there was actually a pre-order post because I didn't know if I could sell 1 or 100. I had a feeling we could at least get one person bought in. And guess what? We did sell at least one. And that person, I think, was Brandon Jones. Let me find this right quick. Metallica blanket. Yeah, nope, that's a Metallica Ride the Lightning. Metallica blanket. Let me just type that in. $79.99. I've got some others to show. Yeah, this one is sold to Brandon Jones. So Brandon Jones, thank you. This is sold to you. $79.99. If anybody else wants one, I've got one more Ride the Lightning. I'm going to go ahead and put this on miscellaneous table. $79.99. Thank you. And oh boy, there's not a lot of room in here. Let me start laying stuff over here then. Let me move this lot. Our poster table is full of posters. If that makes sense. Here we go, right there. All right, there's that. So thank you. And then I've got to show some others in just a second, okay? Kenny Case Jr. says he'll take the other. Awesome. That's sold to Kenny Case Jr. Both blankets are sold. Now, I don't know how they're shipping these things because that's obviously a large package. So it's for $8 shipping. I'm sure we're taking a bath on that because that's a large item there. Okay, first thing is Exodus, $45. Danny, you're out. Trick or Treat has a bid for $60. And let's read through these. I'm going to show some more blankets in just a second. King Gizzard and Fest the Rat's Deaths, black and red split, $24.99. The 1975 clear vinyl, $29. Knocked Loose, $29.99 on that. Aim on the Sniffers is $24. I've still got 3 of those. My Morning Jacket, again, it still moves. 2 LP Go Vinyl. That's just $24.99. King Gizzard Sketches of Brunswick East is $29.99. And Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix is $24. We have Alton Goon, Yule, Gold Vinyl, $24.99. Churches, The Bones of What You Believe, $34.99. My Morning Jacket, Waterfall 2, $24. Aim on the Sniffers, 1 copy left for $24. This one here, thank you, Laura, for the pronunciation, is Nil Ufer Yanya. Wow, $24.99. I'm not going to get that right a second time. Nonagon Affinity, another King Gizzard. That's another King Gizzard for just $24.99. All right, Exodus is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $45. And Fastway just has 1 bid for $55. Trick or Treat, $60 of Razman. $60 of Razman, going once, going twice. Next auction is Smash Gladys, Social Intercourse. Smash Gladys is an €88 original EX++ near mint. A $95 $25 star. This one here is So Depressed and Rose. That is So Depressed and Rose, okay? All right, there's that. And next thing I'm going to do, whoops, I just smacked the camera. Sorry about that. So next blanket, same size and price, Grateful Dead. I know we got a bunch of Dead heads. Grateful Dead, same thing, 60 by 80 fleece Sherpa blanket with the Grateful Dead head, and that is $79.99. I have Grateful Dead head blanket. Gigantic 60 by 80 kind of queen size. I was told 60 by 80 is a queen size, so I sell records. I don't sell a lot of blankets every day, so I think it's the rendered image looks like a pretty big bed. So there's that. I got 2 Grateful Deads, fleece blankets, $79.99. Hey, it's Christmas time. Gift idea, gift idea, gift idea. Darren Johnson wants the other record like Preston Rose just bought. And let's put up a couple more metal auctions. There's Smash Gladys, $35 on that. Razor's Edge is new and sealed, $29.99. Let's also go ahead and put another record up from the high-end tab. Folks, we got Killer Dwarves. Killer Dwarves, Dirty Weapons. Killer Dwarves is a 1990 US OG EX condition, a $95 star. That's OG. Fastway's about to sell for $60. And let me show you one more blanket. I'm knocking them out. And this one, I've got 2 of these. I think this one's really cool, especially if you're a fan of this band. If you're a fan of this band, Megadeth, Rust in Peace. That's going to be a cool blanket. $79.99. Sherpa fleece, 60 by 80. $79.99 for Megadeth. $79.99 for Megadeth. $79.99 on that, okay? And, whoops, price tag fell off. So Megadeth and Grateful Dead. I got 2 Megadeths and 2 Grateful Deads. The aim on the sniffers is Comfort to Me, $24.99. Comfort to Me, $24.99. Okay, before I do anything else tonight, I'm going to go ahead and sell Trick or Treat to Razman for $60. Smash Gladys. I got to make sure everybody's paying attention because there's auctions flying up, and I was going to make sure everybody's locked in with me. I'm going to sell Pam Murray and Amo and the Sniffers. Okay, tomorrow I've got now about 3 crates full of stuff Laura's ordered. 2 from, I think, last Thursday when I wasn't here, and now tonight's stuff. I'm probably going to make that the 12 o'clock video tomorrow because I try to keep all of her stuff together, and so she knows what has sold, and I know what has sold, and she knows sometimes maybe what to reorder or etc. And so there's that, okay? And Suffocation. I'll have to do a little bit more hunting for that. That is buried. Our total new vinyl inventory is now in 2, 4, 6, 12, 16 crates, plus everything up front, plus everything tonight. So all of a sudden, we have a lot of new vinyl in stock. We have nearly 25 crates full of new vinyl in stock. That is stuff that's been shown and has not sold. 25 crates of new vinyl stock that is still available. So it's obviously buried somewhere. It's a lot. It's a lot. And we're going to turn back the clock almost 4 hours because I'm going to start condensing stuff. And for me to condense stuff, I need to go ahead and bring this over. And I'm about to go through a vintage Botnell best offer crate. Okay? So right now, was I second? Yeah, there was 2 copies. You got one and somebody else did. Darren Johnson. Yeah, y'all both got a copy. Okay? So Smash Gladys. Killer Dwarfs is at 95 and Killer Dwarfs is at 100. Killer Dwarfs is at 95 and 100. Travis Woods has this for 100. Okay? And then Smash Gladys, I think, just has 1 bid for no bids. Okay? So let's look at that one more time. I have this right here, a 1988 Euro OG, EX++ near mint minus, 88 Euro OG Smash Gladys. As of this moment, there is no bid. We're looking for a $35 start. What is the Megadeth, or excuse me, what is Overkill? Which Overkill is it? Can you show Overkill? Overkill, Feel the Fire, is a 1985 US Hot Pog OG. It has the original on her sleeve. VG minus. Laura says she play tested this. The feeler on side B, the feelable mark, did not skip. $30 start. The lowest this record has ever sold for on Discogs is $40. That's the cheapest this has ever sold for in the history of this entry on Discogs. We're going to put this one up for a $30 start. Overkill is now what forbid. Okay? Now, let me get called back up here. First thing is this. Killer Dwarfs 95. Killer Dwarfs 100. Kenny Case Jr. wants a Megadeth blanket. I have one Megadeth blanket left. That is Rust in Peace. That one sold to Kenny Case Jr. Thank you, Kenny Case Jr. That was sold to you. That's sold to Kenny Case Jr. That's sold to you. I have one Megadeth left. I have two Grateful Dead left. And then over here, next thing is I'll take a Pierce from Within if you have it. A Pierce from Within. What was that? And where did you see that at? And then any more Ride the Lightnings? No, but I do have Master of Puppets. And I'm going to have one extra. Or are those in? Hold on a second. Did I already show those? I guess not. Maybe they're just not delivered yet. No more Ride the Lightnings, but I'm supposed to have Master of Puppets, but I don't see it. Here's the only other one I have, Ghost. Ghost is $79.99. Same thing, queen size, 60 by 80. Ghost. Ghost is $79.99. Okay? Next, I'll take a Pierce from in if you have any. Any more Ride the Lightning? No, but I can put you on a wait list, and then Master Puppet should be here tomorrow. There's going to be one extra. Smash Gladys 35, Killer Dwarfs 105, Overkill 30, Killer Dwarfs 112, and then Smash Gladys 35. AC/DC's $29.99. Suffocation. We need to pull one for Kenny Roll and one pull from Jim Berg. Okay? There's that. Rust in Peace blanket is $79.99. Okay. Is everybody on the same page with me? Right now, on hand, I have one Megadeth left. I have two Ghost blankets and two Grateful Dead. That is on hand. What is on the way, I'm not even going to say. Because if I do say, then it could cause massive chaos. And I'm trying to cut down the chaos right now. That's what the Grateful Dead blanket looks like. It's got the Grateful Dead written in the background and then the skull, the lightning skull. These are 60 by 80. It's like a queen size. I have one Megadeth in hand, two Ghosts, and two Grateful Deads. One more look at the Ghost. Other bands to come in the future. I'm not going to say because it could cause total and utter chaos. And I'm trying to keep total and utter chaos to a limited amount right now. Okay? Now, first thing is this. Let me write down these people. So early in the show, somebody wanted a Suffocation. Now somebody else wants a Suffocation. And that's Jim Berg. And now Kenny Roll. And I'll have to dig those out like in 4 hours. Okay, it's not going to be now. It's not going to be in 2 hours. It's probably going to be like in 4 hours. I'm going to go try to find those for y'all. It is buried. I would literally have to stop the show. It would take me 20 minutes to find it. If you time me right now, I'd probably be looking for 20 minutes to try to find that. But I will get you one. Before we do anything else, I have no idea who the high bid is. That means probably y'all don't either. The last bid on Smash Gladys was MT Mad at $40. Killer Dwarfs is at 145s, and then over here, Overkill is at 40 with Michael Hamburger. That is at 40 with Michael Hamburger. It does have a feelable mark that did not skip. That's why we graded it VG minus. It has one bid for 40. Killer Dwarfs is at 150. And over here, Smash Gladys is at 40. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid, but Alan Hagen hadn't set out. So we're also going to go ahead and sell one Megadeth blanket to Danny Thomason. So we're sold out of Megadeth, Rust in Peace. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We're sold out of Ride the Lightning if anybody else lets me know. I know for sure I've ordered Master of Puppets, but I don't know where those are at. So, and one of them's already sold. So we can do waitlist on Megadeth or Metallica's. And then, of course, I got Ghost and Grateful Dead. Two Ghost and two Grateful Dead. That's the status on blankets. I knew they would be popular. Officially licensed, really cool stuff. I actually made a post about Metallica, but we had Brandon buy one of each. Okay? I don't know if the Master Puppet shipped or not, Danny. I actually don't know if they're I can look and see. I don't know if we just didn't get them and they back ordered them or not. I honestly don't know. So I can try to look here in just a second. I'd have to pull up tracking and see what they all shipped. It could be a split delivery, but I could have swore those were on the way. Nirvana, Live and Loud, a 2 LP. Nirvana, $39.99. Somebody asked about Pink Floyd. I think so. I'll look into that tonight for sure. 100%. I'll look into that tonight. Slayer, South of Heaven. That's the only copy left. Nirvana is $39.99. Slayer is $33.99. And 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. 9 Inch Nails is $44.99. That's 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. That's a 2 LP. The Beatles live in Melbourne, 1964. That was $33. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $19.99 on that. And then Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet, $38. So Danny, you need to probably let me know on this. And so we have Chris Sheridan on Slayer. All right, so Chris Sheridan gets Slayer, and that means Smash Gladys is still getting bids, $43. Alan Hagen, you're out. Ken Crooker gets Killer Drawers for $150, and then Overkill is officially sold. And Overkill is sold to Michael Hamburger, just one bid, $40. The cheapest that's ever sold for in history. We have Robert Warner on the Beatles, Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Robert. And then Kenny Case Jr. needs to go on a wait list for Slayer, South of Heaven. Kenny Case Jr. on a wait list for Slayer, South of Heaven. Also, 2 copies of Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, $39.99. And then Hole, Live Through This. Hole's $33.99. So no Megadeth blanket for Danny. He's going to wait. And maybe on a wait list for Master of Puppets. And that means so Megadeth Rust in Peace is still available if anybody wants one, okay? Unless the Master of Puppets are back here behind me and I just can't see them. There's a lot of stuff in boxes back here. I mean, a lot of stuff. Sometimes I go crazy ordering stuff. I mean, I'll just start clicking and clicking and clicking because I know it's that time of the year and I'm just clicking and clicking and clicking and I don't know what shows up. I don't know what ships. They just charge my bank account and start shipping stuff to me. So thank goodness they're honest. An 86 German OG first press. An 86 German OG first press. Wow. 86 German OG first press. No barcode on the back cover. It has the original inner sleeve. This is Creator. Pleasure to Kill. Has an old retail sticker. $95 start on that. Okay, so Smash Gladys is sold to MT Matt. And that's sold for $43 to MT Matt. And then over here, we have Creator and Solar Plexus. He'll take the Megadeth. So now that I know these are going to sell, they do make smaller sizes that are a little bit cheaper. But my thought is, you know, go ahead and get the big size, you know, because I don't know about y'all, but there's nothing more I hate than a short blanket. Oh, my gosh, that's frustrating, especially I'm kind of tall. So a little short blanket, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be madder than fire. I'm going to be like, golly, this blanket's so short. I can't cover my toes up. So I'm going to go with the big blankets first. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. And we have Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Beastie Boys is $44.99. I have 1 copy left. And then the Beatles Love, $56.99. So Solarplex, put him on a waiting list for Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets. So it looks like if Master Puppets show up tomorrow, they're already sold. 1 to Brandon, 1 to Danny. Solar first on the wait list, and next on the waiting list are for Ride the Lightning will be Solarplex. Solarplex also wants Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Mother Love Bone or Black Eco Vinyl. Yes, the Mother Love Bones that are coming back in tomorrow. Silver. Yes, James. Tanner tested everything, and Laura just delivered a crate of vinyl. James, it would be, I can message it to you, but it would be $105, I think is what Tanner told me. So we've looked at it, and it's $105. And I was supposed to message to you or Tanner. So, okay. And then we have Primus Pork Soda. Primus is $39.99. That's a double LP. Collective Soul is $29.99. And then Misfits Evil Live. Misfits is $33.99 for Evil Live. Also, we have Primus Live at Woodstock, 1994, $29.99. So let's look at Creator one more time. Whole new slew of auctions are going up. We got Creator and 86 German OG first press. No barcode on back cover. It is a $95 start, and that's a final call on that one. Scott Dwallow on FITS, and FITS was for what was FITS, Scott Dwallow? I'm not for sure on that one. And then Creator does have a bid for 95. Okay, Lord just dropped off another crate of metal. That's good because I just kind of started recapping stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go right into that lower crate. Okay, this was all new. This was the first crate of new vinyl I showed about 3 hours ago. So that's why we just sold a bunch out of there. Probably a lot of people missed it. Creator has a bid for 95, and now we're going to go ahead and put up Nuclear Assault. Game over. So Nuclear Assault is an official 86 USOG with insert. Not bad whatsoever. VG++ EX. Nuclear Assault's a $35 start, and it has a merch insert. 35 on Nuclear Assault. Next thing is I'm going to figure out what Scott Dwallow wanted for fits. And then over here we have we have Nirvana Live and Loud for 39. We got Nirvana with Teeth for 44. We got Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged for 19. Crash Test Dummies 38. Red Hot Chili Peppers 39. Whole Live Through This 33. Velvet Underground and Nico 36. Beatles Love was 56. Primus Pork Soda 39. Collective Soul 29, Misfits Evil Live is 33, and Primus Live Woodstock 94, $29.99. All right, let's go through this newly priced crate of stuff that Laura's marked. We have filled up another crate here, so let me swap these out. That's amazing. I sold a lot again tonight, and I feel like we're at the halfway point, so busy. And if we go through all this new vinyl, plus there's something I don't think about as far as I visualize how much we sell every night with these crates. I move over to the side, but the big thing is everything we sell in those morning flip videos. I bet we sold an entire crate of metal from that video this morning. I don't know how many CDs we sold. A lot. Creator's $95, and Creator is sold to MT Matt for $95. Okay. Nuclear Assault 35. Nuclear Assault 35. So Jason Wilski, you're out. Jim Cooper's bid came in first. Let's go through this other crate over here. Thank you, James Hicks. I'll let them know. I'll let Ed know. I've got so many scribbled notes over here. I'm assuming whoever watches this sale kind of takes notes for me live. I have so many conversations. As soon as these sales are over, I sit up front eating kind of my lunch, I guess. It's in the middle of the night. I'm eating lunch at like 2 a.m. But I'll be thinking like, okay, what did that person say? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to order? And the bad thing is, if I don't write it down, I can't do it tonight. And so it's the next day after they watch the sale, and basically Jake, Linda, G, they make notes for me live, like, Chad, do this. Chad, you said this. Chad, you're supposed to message this person. Now, if they miss that and I don't remember it, then it's like 72 hours before it actually gets to me and I actually get it done, because they watch this stuff the next day, and then I have to come in and see the notes, and then I do it the next day after the sale. So if I don't like scribble stuff down over here, then it could get lost in translation. So I try to make little notes, but they watch these sales and they basically take notes for me. Otherwise, we'd be in a mess. Okay, next auction over here is Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. Motley Crue's a 1985 U.S. Specialty OG, VG, a $30 start, okay? $30 start for Motley Crue. Nuclear Assault's at $45. And a straight price crate here. Holy crap. Let's get started on this. I'll be here tomorrow, and I'll be here Saturday. No, I think I'm buying Seth's tickets, and I'm giving everything to my brother so he can take his family. Saturday's a good game to take kids to, and people that's never been to a football game. It's cheap. You can go see Neyland Stadium. You can see the Vols. You can see the band. You can see a college football game, and it won't be stressful, and it won't be crazy, okay? It's not like going to a night game playing a big SEC team. So over here is Saturday. I'm not going to go. I'm trying to give it to my brother and his kids so they can go to a game. Saturday's a great game to go to Knoxville, okay? You're not going to be stressed. Kids won't get upset because Tennessee loses in a double overtime. So it's a good experience to go Saturday. It's going to be cold, but I'd rather be here selling records, okay? And then next week's Florida, and I'm supposed to go down and visit with a customer that used to live up here, and but I think I'm going to pass. So Brandon Sanders, if you're watching, I don't think I'm coming to the swamp, buddy. I think I'm going to stay here and sell records again. Bolt thrower. Bolt thrower's a 2014 with poster, $32.99. And then we have Gate Creeper. Gate Creeper is death metal, $19.99. Nuclear Assault 50, Motley Crue 35. And let's go ahead and see what's over here in my bonus crate. It's time to start mixing in some surprises. This is Scorpions Gold Ballads. What a cover. Scorpions Gold Ballads is an 84 German OG. And this is VG Plus, a $20 start. Okay, $20 start on that. Gate is sold to Ivan R. So we got Bolt Thrower, Gate Creeper sold, New Metal, straight priced. Y'all are going to like this one. Revocation, Chaos of Forms. Revocation is technical death metal, $24.99 on that. And Apocalyptic Raids. Apocalyptic Raids, the pentagram, is black metal on red vinyl, $24.99. First thing is Nuclear Assault. Jason Wilsky has it for $50. Kenny Roll, You've Been Outbid. Motley Crue has a new bid for $40. Lewis, You've Been Outbid. And Scorpions has one bid with Scott for $20. That's all of our auctions right now. Hiram Aponte on Revocation. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And then we have, this is heavy in more ways than one. This is Celtic Frost, sealed, a 2023 reissue on Go Vinyl. That is $34.99. And Skeleton Witch, Breathing the Fire. Skeleton Witch is thrash speed metal, $19.99. I don't know about y'all, but I think it's time for an ice cold monster. Dun 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 dun. I don't know why I said that like ice, ice baby. An ice cold monster for the shing bum bum ba ding dong. Under pressure, bum 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 da da da. Did he rip that off? Did he rip that off? Vanilla Ice. They said he ripped that off. Shing bum bum ba da da da. It's close. French baguette from Panera. I just took a big bite of bread. Boy, I've ate a lot of bread this week. I've ate enough carbs to start a factory. A carb factory. Okay. Whew. We're having a wonderful night here at Coletco. We got Laura still here. That always makes me feel good. I like having somebody here. It gets kind of lonely. I live a very, very lonely life. I only see like 5 people. But at the same time, I'm in front of literally thousands every night, so it's bizarre. I live in like some kind of bubble, some kind of simulation bubble. Just I'm around hundreds and thousands of people hop on and off every night and talk and hear me, but I very rarely see any human beings in person. Over here is this. First thing is Celtic Frost is sold to MT Matt. That is sold to MT Matt. Nuclear Assault's at $55. And then over here we had Skeleton Rich. That was sold to Hiram Aponte. Steve Riley second. Sorry I had to get a stack break yet. I was getting low energy Chad. No one likes being low energy Chad. Scorpions $23, Scorpions $25, and then over here we got Scorpions $26, and then Scorpions $28, and then over here. Okay, so Danger sold. So Nuclear Assault, let's update this one over here on the far left. Nuclear Assault the last bit over here on Nuclear Assault, Jake Gold is at $55. Jake Gold is at $55. It's an 86 USOG VG++ EX with the merch insert. Jake Gold has this for $55. $55 with Jake Gold. And this is a final call, and it's going twice, and it's going 3 times, okay? $55. I'm just a product. I'm just a 85 US Specialty OG. So this is Motley Crue, and the last bit on Motley Crue that came in was the following. Motley Crue, David Saunders, 40. I was going to make sure Lewis Kulik said out. He never did, but that's been up for a while. And then just so you know, on Scorpions, Scorpions is an 84 German OG. It's VG+. It does have some noticeable cover damage, just some wear and tear, but not bad at all, okay? And then Scorpions, the last bit on that was Brian Frenfrock at 28. Yeah, I'm almost to the point we've achieved artificial intelligence here. We're doing these shows every night. Next thing is more what? This is Death Metal 1999. Morium? Yeah, M-O-R-I-E-M, Demon something. $19.99 on that. And then Scorpions 30, Motley Crue 42, and Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. Exodus is $69.99. Yeah, that was a limited. I remember those were, I pre-ordered those. They never did come in. It was a limited edition, 1,030. Exodus is $69.99. And then over here, Mortem. That was Mortem. I think if that's a claim, Scott, then that's so to you. Are you sure that's Mortem? I guess it is. You probably know more than me. I know you know more than me. That's so to Scott Savakis. Thank you on that. Mortem, if that's not a claim, let me know. And then Twisted Sister, nice. Black and pink colored vinyl. They did this for Rocktober many years ago. $39.99. It's still sealed. $39.99. Jake Gold on Exodus for $69.99. And one more that I'm selling at least 1 or 2 auctions. And this is Gutted. It's Death Metal on blue, black, red, and that's $39.99. Nuclear Assault. Nuclear Assault is sold to Jake Gold for $55. Okay. Motley Crue, David Saunders, $45. Lewis Kulik, you're out. And then Scorpions, James Bullock, $30. Okay, Scott Savakis also on Gutted. And then over here we have Worm, $19.99 for Worm. That is called Forever Glade. Worm is Forever Glade. What did I do with my monster? That's going to be something I need to find in just a second. 1 minute. What did I do with it? Worm is $19.99. Here it is. I waited in a spot I never do lay at. That's weird. Just a quick sip right quick. Another timeout coming soon. Okay. Jeremiah Stasich on Worm. And we have Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, 15th Anniversary Edition, sealed, $34.99. Now on a double LP, 4 non-album tracks, so bonus tracks on that one. Wow, what a crazy cover. Vornth is thrash black metal, $9.99. Mark Stanley on Lamb of God, then Scott Arnold. And then we have A Tear in the Fabric of Life. This is $29.99. Knocked Loose with a note from Laura. Laura loves Knocked Loose, a 4-heart rating, $29.99. Okay, we need fresh new auctions. Fresh like Krispy Kreme donuts. James Bullock gets Scorpions for $30. That is sold. And then Motley Crue is sold for $45. And that is sold for $45 to David Saunders. All right, I'm ready to do a speed run on some auctions. We still got some cool stuff. If you need something up sooner than later, let me know. Lizzie Borden, Hallows Eve, Death Row, Kicks. Let's do Kicks, Defiance, Tyrant, Whitesnake, Loudness, Venom. So let's do Kicks, and let's do this Tyrant record. It's been staring at me all night. So Kicks is their self-titled album. Nowhere. This is one of those like you know, you have the genre of metal, right? Well, a band like Kix like this is nowhere close to something like what we just sold, this. So, but it's in that 80s kind of hair, hard rock / metal. Many genres of metal covered tonight. We've done the softest hard rock and metal, and we've done some of the most demonic, deepest, thrashiest metal ever. This is an 81 US OG specialty. This is mastered by Bob Ludwig, and it has the original RL sleeve. So some nights we have a lot of 80s glam, hard rock, and metal, and then tonight, like in the bins, we've got probably the deepest, heaviest stuff I've ever seen. And then we've got Tyrant, Too Late to Pray. But what I've learned is there's a huge demand for all of this stuff, for sure. 87 US OG, Tyrant, Too Late to Pray, a $35 start. This one is not in print right now. I get asked about this album all the time. Kix, self-titled, a $45 star, very popular. And then Tyrant's up for bid. And then let's go back down to the bottom. And next is, oh my God, that's Blood Incarnation, Starspawn. That is a 2016 OG, $64.99. That one's pricey, $64.99 on that one. And then we have Steve Grimmett's Grim Reaper. And this over here, Grim Reaper Walking in the Shadows, is on white and red colored vinyl, $20.99. Blood Incarnation, so to Jeremiah Stasich. And Anthrax Anthems. Anthrax is on pink vinyl, sealed, $19.99. And then Cavalera, Morbid Visions, red with black and white splatter. Cavalera is red and black, white. It's a thrash album, $19.99. Next is Grim Reaper. That's so to Nick Galetti. Hesson Session on KC for Cavalera. Mark Riley on Anthrax. And Oso next on Grim Reaper. Mike Straw's next on Anthrax. Jay Nutra next on Cavalera. So Kix has one bid with Alan Hagen for $45. Thank you on that. And then Tyrant was a $35 start, okay? Next thing over here is Memoriam for the Fallen. This is death metal, $17.99, with these like robotic looking robots carrying a casket, $17.99. And then Danny Thomason next on Cavalera, $20.99. Was that a price? Did I say $20.99? $22.99 maybe. Did somebody buy Blood Incarnation? Yeah, Jeremiah did. Okay. Okay, there's that. And then over here, we have Primal Fear, Code Red. Primal Fear is orange. It's power metal, sealed $19.99. One more auction coming up as soon as I show Necrot, with these demonic-looking people sacrificing or doing something to this baby. $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's see what's going on with this bonus crate over here. Bonus, 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 bonus. It's like you're spinning a big wheel. What the heck is that? Is that metal? I don't think that's metal. It looks like it could be, but I don't know what that is. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Metal Fusion. Metal Fusion, Ozzy, YNT, Quiet Riot, 2020 Volt, Rock Goddess, and Trust. Metal Fusion is on an official label, Epic. It's a compilation. Right now, there is none for sale in the U.S. A $20 start for Metal Fusion. I can tell it's UK because they use the UK cover on Ozzy. So there's some of the albums that's comped. $20 start on Metal Fusion. Okay. Okay, first thing we have is Brian Thurman on Primal. And then Ken Crooker, Scott Arnold second, then Ken Crooker, then Edwin Riviera. Okay. And then Metal Fusion 20. Okay. And then let me go over here. And okay, so we got Faith or Fear, Instruments of Death, with this guy's skull getting ripped off. That is a thrash album, $19.99. And Overkill, The Grinding Wheel. Overkill is a limited edition 1000 yellow black sealed, $39.99. They have not shipped the Scorpions, so I will have to check the status of that, okay? I will have to check the status. It's either been pushed back or it hadn't shipped yet. All right, Kicks, congratulations. $45 one bid. Thank you, Alan Hagen. Let's go ahead and make Tyrant a $35 buy now. Too late to pray. Whoa. Okay. That is a $35 buy now. Metal Fusion has a bid for 20, and now 30, and now 25, and then Faith or Fear, so to Mike's draws. Alonzo on Overkill, Richard Davis next on Overkill, and Alonzo on T for Tyrant for 35. Boom, 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 boom. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's see what's going on with Defiance. I remember when Music on Vinyl redid this album or reissued this album, Void Terra Firma. We pre-sold a bunch of them because they just don't come through too often. 1990 Netherlands, $30 start on that. 1990 Netherlands. I got an email from about signs, and I can read it to y'all right now. Okay, and there's going to be a bunch of them show up next week. Okay, wow, look at this Slayer box set. That's what somebody was at. I just got on Instagram and somebody asked me about that. So they're about to ship the other 50 Kiss lights, and they're about to ship 25 Iron Maidens and 25 Metallicas. So I bet around the first of next week, we'll have a bunch of signs in, okay? Led Zeppelin is the next one, and it should be going up very soon. Obviously, I'd like to get that one into production. That's going to be one I keep too. So that's going up soon. So first of next week should be a bunch of lights, but as usual, no guarantee on the lights. So pretend I didn't say anything, okay? Metal Fusion's about to sell for $30. Defiance, 30. Defiance. Bolt Thrower, Mercenary. That's a cool cover. Bolt Thrower, Mercenary. That is $29.99. Bolt Thrower. And then Gore Guts, the what? The Erosion of Insanity. I thought it said the Terror. The Erosion of Sanity, $24.99. Death Metal. And then over here we have Red Death, Sickness Divine. Red Death is heavy metal thrash, $19.99. That is $19.99. Okay? Also, we have Atheist, Piece of Time. Atheist. It's like a clock inside of an hourglass, and it's down here is Stonehenge. Some kind of meaning going on here. Sealed, $24.99. All right, next thing over here is this. We have Defiance at 30. Defiance at 30. And Brett Mowlin on Bolt Thrower. That's so to Brett Mowlin. And then Hessen Session on A for Atheist. I think we're done on Metal Fusion. Let's see what else I got over here in the bonus crate. That's so to Brian Thurman for $30. And then Defiance has a bid with Alan Hagen for $30. So let's move Defiance over here. The next thing I have is this. Hallows Eve, Death and Insanity. Hallows Eve is an 86 USOG with insert, EX edition, Hallows Eve, Death and Insanity. That is going to go up with merch insert, a $35 start. Cannibal Corpse, Bloody Concrete colored vinyl. Wow, I've never heard that before. Bloody Concrete, $29.99. Now, that's a creative color. Torture, Cannibal Corpse, $29.99. Bloody Concrete. Sever Torture, Misanthropic Carnage. Goodness gracious. That is Death Metal, $29.99. And this is Mortician, I think, $24.99. Yeah, Mortician, Domain of Death. Good gracious. $24.99. And what do we have here? $19.99. What do we have here? Examortus. And this is Horror Themed EP featuring 2 original songs and covers of the iconic movie themes from Psycho and Beetlejuice. $19.99 on that. And we have Testament. Never seen this one before. It's live. It's an official live. $44.99. Live album recorded at the iconic Fillmore in San Francisco. Okay, wow. A lot of nightmares going on some of those covers. First thing is Defiance. And that's sold to Alan Hagen for $30. Next over here is Hallows Eve, has one bid for 35. Deckelman gets this. Sean Drew in next. Hiram on Cannibal Corpse. And Kenny Roll on Testament. Okay? Let's put up another auction. Next is going to be Death Row, Deception Ignored. A 1989 USOG promo copy, EX condition, $20 star. We're about to sell Hallows Eve for 35. And then bonus crate. We haven't had any just good old stuff like this tonight. Just some good old stuff like this. Judas Priest, Hell Bent for Leather. Judas Priest is a 79 USOG VG. It has some grease pen writing right there. $15 start on that. This crate's definitely worthy of another quick read-through. And then we're about to do, so it's 10 o'clock. We had 9 crates of new vinyl tonight. We've only recapped 1. Definitely going to show some of that again. And we have 4 vintage, vintage crates. Now, tomorrow, I don't expect a lot of new vinyl, so it's probably going to be a big vintage party tomorrow. John's going to be here again marking stuff. Laura's going to be here again marking stuff. And with that being said, I am probably not going to go through all the new John crates tonight because it's already kind of late, but we might hit up 1, okay? So, just saying. Judas Priest has a bid for 15. I graded the vinyl VG, and the cover, just because it has a little bit of writing right there, is also VG and minor shelfware. So that kind of give you an idea for the next couple hours. Next couple hours, we're still going to have, I got to go back through the crates Paul marked, because we went through a crate pretty early that Paul marked of metal, and I think we might need to go through it again slower and thoroughly, because I try to read the hop stickers, and some of these I go through so fast, I don't even know what I'm reading myself. So give me 1 second, please. Okay, sorry, had to reply to something. All right, Hallows Eve. Kenny Roll says we have a problem with Defiance. All right, they were tied on Defiance. I never did see his bid. Alan Hagan, I got bad news. Before you bid 30, Kenny Roll bid 30. So 30 on Defiance and 30 on Defiance, okay? So we need to put Defiance back up, okay? We need to put Defiance back up. Alan Hagan, you've been outbid. Hallows Eve is sold to Ivan R. for $40. Jim Cooper's done. And then what about Death Row? Chris Flynn, only bidder on that. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris for $20. And then Judas Priest is at $28. And then let's run Defiance again. That's my bad. It's going back up. Well, let's make sure Alan Hagan doesn't want to bid more than 30. Okay, Bolt Thrower, the only one left of the last 4 nights of metal. We've sold every Bolt Thrower. 2 LP, and this one is Honor, Valor, Pride, $32.99. 2014 reissue with poster, $32.99. These are all sticker price. Apocalyptic Raids, red vinyl, black metal, $24.99. Long-awaited comeback from Brazilian underground institution. That's what part of the hop sticker reads. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Limited edition black and pink vinyl. Includes classic poster of the band. I Want to Rock, We're Not Going to Take It. They did it as a thick jacket. It's on pink and black vinyl, limited edition, $39.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $30. Kenny Roll, you're out on Defiance. Alan Hagan bid $31. Sorry, I missed that bid initially. Next is Lizzie Borden, Terror Rising. Lizzie Borden is in shrink with hop. An 87 U.S. Allied OG, $25 start on that. Alex Kane on Apocalyptic Raids. I still got Bolt Thrower. I still got Twisted Sister. This one here was Vornth, V-O-R-N-T-H. And Vornth is red vinyl, just $9.99. That's thrash black metal, $9.99. Also, Knocked Loose, a tear in the fabric of life. Knocked Loose is on that colored vinyl, $29.99. And don't forget, there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Knocked Loose. A 4-heart rating, $29.99. Sold to Bradley Smith. Okay. Also, we have Memoriam, $17.99. For the Fallen, Nuclear Blast in Shrink, Memoriam, $17.99. Necrot, Death Metal, Pretty Wicked colored vinyl, $24.99, and that one's called Blood Offerings, $24.99. Ken Crooker on Memoriam, sold to Ken Crooker. Gore Guts, The Erosion of Sanity, red vinyl, Gore Guts, $24.99. Defiance is sold to Alan Hagen for $31. Judas Priest is sold to James Bullock for $30. Time for new auctions. Lizzie Borden is a final call for $25. Next auctions, Whitesnake. Trouble. Whitesnake is a 78 USOG with the original label. It was later reissued by Geffen. OG United Artists label. It does have a clip corner, but it does have the original inner sleeve. We're going to call it a VG cover because of that crease and that clip corner, but the vinyl's nice. EX, $30 start on that. Red Death, Sickness Divine. Red Death is a heavy metal thrash album. Gatefold jacket, $19.99. Severe Torture, Misanthropic Carnage. Dutch Blasting Death Metal, Masterpiece, back on vinyl. Dutch Death Metal, $22.99. Lizzie Borden has a bid for $25. And Mortician, Domain of Death, Orange Crush with splatter from Relapse, $24.99. Okay? And now, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be, I've got Gene Simmons, Cheap Trick, Tears for Fears, Girls Against Boys, Kiss, New York Dolls, David Bowie, Van Halen. Van Halen 2 is a 1979 Columbia Club copy, and this is VG++, maybe EX, in shrink with the original inner sleeve. Van Halen's a $30 start. Whitesnake has a bid for $30, Lizzie Borden $25. Okay? Done and done. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, crate, changing crates. I would scream it like the lady on Austin Powers. Release the sharks. You know how she screams, release the sharks? I would scream changing crates or change the crates at a high-pitched screaming voice like she does, but I can't hit those kind of notes. I need to record, get that like AI recorded or something and play it every time. All right, let's run through this crate quickly. Just a half crate. Changing crates. Slayer, live in Paris, 1991. Slayer, $29.99. The Beatles, live in Stockholm, 1964. The Beatles is $33.99. Live in Stockholm. ZZ Top, Recycler, all analog, Kevin Gray, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Sublime, Self-titled, $39.99. Santeria is the big song on here. $39.99 for Sublime, Gatefold 2 LP. Soundgarden, the A-sides, a.k.a. our greatest hits, $44.99. Robert Warner gets the Beatles. Thank you, Robert Warner. The Beatles White Album, 2 LP stereo remaster, $49.99. Tom Petty's greatest hits, absolutely loaded. Don't make me read the track listing because you'll want to buy it. The Beatles, live from Adelaide, 64. Robert, you could have the third and final Beatles bootleg if you buy that one. Richard Bradshaw on ZZ Top, that was $39.99. So all the Rhino hi-fis are $39. And I can get this. I have in stock El Loco. I have DeGuelo. I have Afterburner. I have Eliminator. We also tonight had their first album. I can get Tres Hombres. I can get Rio Grande Mud. I can get almost all of them. But this one sold to Richard Bradshaw. Chris Casey Driver, if you want a waiting list, let me know. Robert Warner gets the Beatles. Nirvana Unplugged is $39.99, and then 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, is $44.99, okay? So Lizzie Borden over here, it got one bid with Paul Cruz for $25 sold. Whitesnake got one bid with Lewis Kulik for $30 sold. And Van Halen is a buy it now, no bid for $30. No bid on Van Halen, $30 buy it now on that. So that crate had 9 Inch Nails, Nirvana, Tom Petty, The Beatles, Soundgarden, Sublime, and Slayer live in Paris, $29.99. Our next auction is Venom and Loudness. Let's get these up right now. So Venom and Loudness. Loudness Hurricane Eyes is an 87 USOG VG Plus, a $20 start. And Venom Nightmare. Venom's an 85 UK repress with alternate cover art. The album cover was changed to this after the original Devil Rape cover was banned. VG condition, a $10 start. So this had obviously some kind of really horrific cover originally, and that was recalled with that one. $10 start on that one. 2 people bid on Whitesnake. It was the same person. Lewis Kulik bid 30 and Lewis Kulik bid 30. I only showed one person. I think the same person bid twice. Okay? All right, let's go right into another crate. Told you I'd be fast. And let's do this. I already recapped the very first crate earlier. That was Primus and Misfits and Collective Soul and Primus and Beatles and Velvet Underground and Hole and Red Hot Chili Peppers and Crash Test and Stone Temple Pilots and 9 Inch Nails and Nirvana. So if any of those tickle your fancy, that was what was in the very first crate when I did a recap about a half hour ago before we went through that other lower crate. So now, the first 2 crates of new vinyl are now into one. Nice. So that means we sold at least a whole crate of new vinyl there. That's fantastic. Loudness and Venom has bids. New auctions going up right now. Stick with me. We still got plenty of stuff to do and show and tell. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next one is going to be... I think I got a Scorpions here, but it's pretty low grade. Yeah, I got Scorpions Love Drive, but got some budget auctions here. It's a 79 USOG, but it's VG minus. It is a $5 start. Scorpions Love Drive, VG minus, a $5 start on Scorpions, okay? There's that. And let's see. So I'm going to take these blankets away for a second. So let me show them one more time. Ghost blanket, 60 by 80 queen size fleece. We've sold out of Misfits, or excuse me, we've sold out of Megadeth and Metallica, and I've got Grateful Dead. So I'm going to move these right over here. I don't have but 2 Ghosts left and 2 Grateful Deads left. Now, I hadn't shown the other miscellaneous stuff tonight. We might do that in a second. We might just wait till tomorrow. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is, now that y'all know all the newly straight price metal has been shown, I'm probably just going to run through these one more time, okay? And this was the stuff that Paul marked. This is all metal. And last chance on these before they're posted tomorrow morning. Because if I take all this and everything lower marked, it's just going to be one crate, and just FYI, okay? So here we go. And I'm going to take a little bit more time to figure out what some of these are. Suicidal Tendencies is their self-titled debut. I know what this is. It's on magenta colored vinyl. It's sealed for $34.99. Stephen Reeves on Van Halen. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's so to you. I also have Blackened Images Mortuary. and this one was a 2020 pressing, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. So Loudness has one bid for $25. We're about to sell it. Venom's at $15. Scott Arnold, you're out. Paul Cruz, you're out. And Scorpions has bids for $5 and $6. Stephen Reed's got Van Halen. Mortuary, Suicidal Tendencies. Lawsuit was a original. It's an 86 Canadian OG sealed, $49.99 with a warning suggestive lyric sticker, $49.99 for that. Overkill, the Electric Age Deluxe Edition. Overkill is on green vinyl, a 2019 Record Store Day Deluxe. Overkill, $34.99. Hammer Rule, Show No Mercy. Hammer Rule is an 1984. This is a 1984 U.S. original on white vinyl in shrink wrap, $49.99. Brian Thurman on Overkill. That's sold to Brian Thurman. Overkill, sold to Brian Thurman. Next thing is Protector. Leviathan's Desire. Protector. Black vinyl, shrink wrap near mint, 2021, $24.99. Loudness is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $25. I never did see anybody else bid on Venom, so sold to Jason Wilski for $15. And now Scorpions is at $8 with Scott Arnold and Nick Galetti. You've been outbid. And now Nick Galetti's at $9. And now we have Kick Axe. And Kick Axe Vices is an 84 U.S. Pittman original EX condition, a $15 start on Kick Axe. Protector is sold to Edwin Riviera. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. That's sold to you. This is Tankard Volume 14. And Tankard is a 2018 red vinyl, sealed, $29.99. And what do we have here? This one was Thulsa Doom, Thulsa, Realms of Hatred, which is a 2019 death metal EP, $24.99 on that. Chris Flynn on Hammer. That's sold to Chris Flynn. Kick Axe has a bid for $15. Scorpions is a final call for $9. And now our next auction is going to be, oh my gosh, is that more? What is down here? Oh, that could possibly be more metal down here too. Give me a second to swap some stuff around. I forgot about this crate. Oh my gosh. I think it's Kit. No, there's Metallica. All right, so there's Metallica. Kiss, 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 Kiss. Kiss. Let me get everything out of here that's not Kiss. Kiss and Keith Whitley. Wow. And Metallica. Kiss, Kiss. We might can throw up one of these Kiss, though, because there's some pretty good ones in here. We sold a Creatures of the Night earlier. Beatles. I'll leave that in there. We don't need that right now. Beatles. Probably some more lower grade. That's almost a whole crate of Kiss stuff. But I know this one here is pretty dang desirable, so let's throw this up in Metallica. All right, we'll save Keith Whitley for another night. So, all right, so what do we have here of Reload? Metallica Reload, wow, it's original. It's OG, 1997. A 1997 2LP OG, Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. The Memory Remains, $175 start. That is now up for bid. Kick Axe 15, Kick Axe 16, Kick Axe 18. Scorpions has a new bid for 10. Nick Galetti, you've been outbid on the Scorpions. Next is Overkill Scorched. Overkill is on Go Vinyl. It is limited to 2,500. Sealed 2023, $39.99. Nightmares Made Flesh. Not Bloodbath. Bloodbath is a 2010, $49.99. Trench Hell Southern Cross Ripper. Trench Hell Southern Cross Ripper is brown and bone merge colored vinyl, $24.99. Pretty wicked looking. $24.99. Lewis, you've been outbid on Scorpions. Metallica's $175 start. And last bid on Kick Axe was $20 with Alan Hagen. Last bid on Kick Axe was Alan Hagen. Okay? This is Kiss Hot in the Shade. It is an unofficial. It is EX. It's on red vinyl. It's an unofficial pressing. $55 start on that. Also, we have Haven, Age of Darkness, Retro Archives Edition, a 2017 remaster for Haven, $39.99. Opprobrium Serpent Temptation, 2016 remaster, $34.99. Sacrator, 2022 Thrash Clear with Orange and Cloud Effect, $34.99. Anacrusis Reason. Anacrusis is a 2019 remaster, sealed for $29.99. Wehrmacht Shark Attack, 2021 reissue, sealed, $24.99. The Scorpions is in VG minus condition. It has a high bid of $11 with Nick Galetti. It's about to sell. Kick-Axe is at $23. Metallica's $175 buy it now. A no-bid OG Reload, $175 buy it now. And Kiss is a red vinyl unofficial. Final call for $55 to lock in a bid. Protector, Misanthropy, 2021 with a bonus 7-inch, $29.99. Sodom, Genesis 19. Sodom is sealed for $49.99. The Bleeding, Mono Creator. This is a 2023 orange and gray merge, $24.99. And Extremity, Coffin Birth. Extremity is $19.99, 2018 death metal. Scorpions has a new bid for $12. Kick-Axe has a new bid for $24. And Kiss is a buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. Next is Struggling Harsh Immortals, a 2021 red vinyl, punk industrial metal, $19.99 on that. Killing, Face the Madness, that's a 2021 red vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. The first track is called Kill Everyone. Scarecrow, Raise the Death's Head, that is a 2021 white with black splatter, $19.99 on that. And Devil Child, CHILDE, 2018 reissue, and this is VG Plus, $19.99. Soul Grinder, Filth Encrusted, 2023 metal with sticker, EX, $17.99. Shatter Messiah, Orphans of Chaos, 2016 prog metal, power metal, $17.99. And Haunt, Windows of Your Heart, it is signed, and that is $39.99. Lewis Kulik gets the Scorpions for $12. Kick-Axe is up to Alan Hagen. MT Matt has it for $26. Mike Quadrini gets Metallica Reload for $175. Thank you on that. And Kiss is still available for $55. Prog Metal one, please. That one was, I believe that one was this one right here. No, wait a second. Industrial. Did I say Prog? Hold on a second. Let me go through. That always messes me up. Industrial, red, black, reissue, metal, Prog. That was this one, yeah. Shatter Messiah. Okay. Kick-Axe has a new bid for $28. There's that. And we have Haunt, just showed that. That was $39.99. Midnight Hellion, Condemned to Hell, green vinyl, $24.99. Misfire, Sympathy for the Ignorant, $29.99. It's time for a new auction. Let's see what I can come up with over here. Let's see here. This is like mostly classic rock type stuff. Make sure I've picked out every metal-related thing that I can find over here. We've made a big chunk out of them for sure. What was in here? I think that's all Kiss. So there's two. Yeah, if I condense these, it would be, it's pretty much two entire crates full of Kiss auctions over here for continuation of Monday. Of course, Laura gets the premium stuff, and then there's some good ones in here. They're just kind of mixed and kind of have to find them. Here's Malice. Let's see what's going on with Malice. Malice in the beginning. Malice is an 85 USOG VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Nervosa Jailbreak, 2023 sealed, $29.99. Gravehuffer, Your Fault, red vinyl, $19.99. Sacrifice Apocalypse Inside, 2019 cyan with white splatter, $27.99. Sean Druin on Sodom from earlier. That's sold to Sean Druin. Kick-Axe is at $33. Alan Hagen, it goes back to you. Now Malice. Authorized, The Source of Dominion, 2025 blue and yellow split, Swedish, $39.99. Oh, it looks like the Swedish flag. Okay, very cool. Looks like the Swedish flag. And then we have The Glorious Dead Into Fleshless Shrines, $19.99. And the last two was Exhumed Gore Metal for $24, and Coffin Sinister Oath, $24.99. Wow. Okay, and we have pretty much gone through twice every straight price metal record, the pre-owned stuff that Laura and Paul has marked tonight. That was a total recap. Yep, that was everything that they've marked tonight. Pretty much 3 crates full, and I'm going to go ahead and grab the handful from the last Laura crate, and that's going to be all that's left. Kick-Axe has a new bid for $36, and Malice is a $20 start. Okay, and let's go to another one. But first, I'm going to condense all this here so I know where it's all at. These will be right here behind me. If you decide, if you change your mind, you want something else later. Sacrifice is sold to Chris Flynn. And yeah, 45s for sure. When things kind of Haunt is still available, yes. When things kind of slow down, John's got me 2 more full boxes of 45s. I'm actually about to flip through them and see if there's any auction-worthy stuff. I got 45s, and we got all the new stuff over here too. And then Bloodbath. Bloodbath was, I feel like I've read something called Bloodbath 100 times. I remember that one. It's back here. I'll know it when I see it. It's right here. This is a 2010 press. Righteous Made Flesh, $49.99. Edwin Haunt is Windows of Your Heart, clear of red and black splatter, and it's signed on the front, $39.99. Okay, and Edwin says he'll take it. And then Malice is a no bid, $20 buy now on that. And Kick-Axe is still getting bids. Empty Matt has it for $40. Empty Matt has that for $40. I got quite the crate of just regular records over here. Might getting to the part of the show where metal is dwindling down, and we're about to go through a lot of other different stuff. Kelly Gabney on Bloodbath. And then the Word Mocked is right here. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for. Right here. That's Shark Attack. Crossover thrash masterpiece. Finally available on vinyl again. 2021, $24.99. Kick-Axe is sold to MT Matt for $40. All right. And these are going to go right here behind me. Gonna breeze through a couple crates right here behind me so I can condense them, if anything, and make some room. Plus, you might have missed some stuff earlier. So let's go ahead and get started on that right now. And Hiram on this. Hiram on, I'll take it, that was Word Mocked. Every metal auction in the hot picture has sold. Every metal auction, there are nothing left over. Every metal auction hot picture is sold. I have sold half of my bonus crate. I'm gotten down to stuff like rock and classic rock and 80s. And we've went through all the straight price metal, and I've really got down to like Crocus and Malice and Kick-Axe kind of stuff on these last couple metal crates. So we have got near the end of the metal, but I've got one more over here. I'm about to move some stuff around and see what's in it. One more crate. The only no bids is Kiss at 45 and Malice is at 20. Okay, and then let me get those crates of 45s. John got a little bit closer, mostly to see. It's way too early to do buy it now still, because we'll start doing those buy it nows and we'll get really distracted. We definitely have some we can throw up for auction though, like DJ Jazzy Jeff, The Fresh Prince, A Nightmare on My Street. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. Originally sold at Walmart. Really clean. A Nightmare on My Street. Nightmare on My Street is not part of and has not been embodied in the soundtrack of any Nightmare on Elm Street motion picture. This record is not authorized, licensed, or affiliated with the Nightmare on Elm Street films, New Line Cinema Corporation, the Elm Street Venture, or the Fourth New Line Huron Venture. Wow. $7 start. What time will 45 Bite Now start? Probably in about a half hour. I usually wait at least up until 11. Okay. Hallow's Eve. All the auctions are sold. Anything that was posted earlier today, those are all sold. Okay. Malice, a $20 start. Yeah, let me lay down. This is the time of the night where I can confidently lay down a timeline. The next half hour, I'm going to be doing a quick recap, more auctions, and we're going to do maybe at least, I've got a great Buy It Now Best Offer vintage bin, and then we always do at least one half off vintage bin. That will be between now and 11 o'clock. A little after 11, we'll probably still try to show what we can with vinyl, crates, etc. And if the 45 buyers are on, as y'all know, the last between 11 and 12, and definitely after 12, we've been doing nothing but 45s every night. I've got 2 whole new boxes. So it's like the show is about to transition. We're about to get into a whole new batch, but I'm officially re-showing all this one more time. DJ Jazzy's a $7 start. We have the Best of Annihilator. That was on silver vinyl, limited to 1,500, $54.99 on that. Slipknot Iowa, foil cover. That was a 2 LP, $36.99. And then Korn, Life is Peachy. We sold a lot of Korn tonight. I love Korn. And Korn is $39.99. I especially loved it when it's creamed. Nice cream corn. First thing we're going to do is put up another auction. And I've still got some pretty solid stuff over here, like let's do Flock of Seagulls. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Dun, 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 dun. This is an OG pressing in shrink, $25 start. DJ, Nightmare on My Street. So evidently, they had to make it very clear this had nothing to do with the Freddy Krueger movies. Sounds like they almost got into some trouble over this. They had to make that very clear that was not associated. The Malice, Edwin, was VG+. It's not bad whatsoever. $20 Buy It Now on that. So Korn, Slipknot, Annihilator, more Korn. Sabbath Volume 4, $29.99. Korn self-titled is $49.99. We sold one. There's one left. Black Sabbath self-titled, there's one left for $29. Peace of Mind was $33. Lorna Shore, I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me, light blue marble, $44.99. Malice is sold to Ed Riviere for $20. My crate is pretty much full over here. I'm about to swap them out. We got Black Sabbath Master of Reality for $29. Korn Untouchables for $34. Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses, $36.99. And Tool, Fear Inoculum. So Tool, Slipknot, Korn, Black Sabbath, Lorna Shore, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Korn, Slipknot, and Annihilator. DJ's at 11. Flock of Seagulls is a $25 start. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Wow, there's some good singles in here. I'm going to pull some of these out and start putting them up for auction. Poison, Your Mama Don't Dance. Poison is going to go up for a $10 start. Really clean copy and a picture sleeve. Poison is a $10 start. Good luck on that one, okay? Flock of Seagulls is the full album. Yep, it's the original self-titled full album. 82 OG, $25 start. Kelly Gabney on Tool, Fear Inoculum. Great decision there. Holy moly. Thank you, Kelly. And then Corn Dog Records wants Black Sabbath. Now, my question is, which one do you want and how many of them? And I have filled up another crate, so let's start filling up our 6th full crate tonight. That is amazing. Plus, I have a feeling we're about to do a bunch of miscellaneous. I love it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. What did I do with the first full recap crate? It's right over here. All right, I still think there's some stuff in there that should have sold, but I'm not going to push it tonight. I'm not going to push it tonight. I still think there's plenty in there that just should have sold. Corn Dog Records. Okay, well, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. I don't think I've ever said Corn Dog Records before, so make sure you message our page. What we need you to do is I need you to send us a message with your email address and mailing address. And once you've done that, say, I have sent you my info. Thank you, $8 in limited shipping. Okay? DJ is sold to Levi Hilton for 11. Final call to get a bid on Poison for 10. And definitely Flock of Seagulls, because I am swapping out crates. All right. Whoops. Trying to get all these condensed so I can find them a lot easier tonight after sale. It's going to be a huge 6 a.m. video. I thought it was big this morning, but I ordered a ton of vinyl tonight. And a lot of this is just well-known restocks. So here we go. Very quickly. Thank you, new buyer. Welcome to CollectCo. Quickly in here, these are, if we order something on new vinyl, I don't have to tell you, a lot of this is really tough to get OG stuff. So it's just like really tough to get. First, there's White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. Tame Impala. Tame Impala is called Deadbeat. That's the new indie exclusive Coke Bottle Clear. Tame Impala is $44.99. Chrome, Alien Soundtracks. Chrome is on Splatter Vinyl, $24.99. And we have Cheap Trick. That's their new album that comes out tomorrow, all washed up. Cheap Trick is $34.99. That's on colored vinyl. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl. Ozzy's $29, and Winger's on green vinyl for $33. Winger, green vinyl, $33.99. Poison is sold to Carla Brecky for $10. And Flock of Seagulls is a no bid. You can pick that up for a $25 buy it now. Flock of Seagulls, $25 buy it now. Next is Devo, and let's do Devo, and let me just start from the front and work my way back. Gene Simmons. Here we go. Devo and Gene Simmons. So Devo is New Traditionalist, an 81 USOG. It has the merch and the bonus 45, VG++, a $25 start. It also has a gigantic hop sticker, a promo sticker, and a promo stamp. And Devo is not bad. VG++, a $25 start. So there's the 45 that came with it, and there's the merch insert. So an OG Devo, hop sticker, promo stamp, and then Gene Simmons as a picture disc. A 78 OG sealed picture disc. And no saw marks. You got to be kidding me. Wow, no saw marks and no punch holes. And that's definitely the original shrink wrap. This is sealed. A $75 star and no punch holes and saw marks. Amazing. Over here, Flock of Seagulls sold for $25. And was I on the Cheap Trick? Let me see over here. Let me pull that up for you. And then, I took a couple names down last night. Let me see if you was on the original pre-order. You was not on the original pre-order. Earlier tonight, there was 2 people. I think you were one of them. And I tagged it. I put them on there and I pulled 2 copies out. So, yes, if you were on there, then it should have been. So, okay, I lost my train of thought. Next is Danger Danger, self-titled. That's $39.99 for Danger Danger. And then Gorgira Magma. Gorgira is $29.99. This is new for Friday. The Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton, $34.99. White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, La Sexta Risto, $38.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33. And Metallica, Master of Puppets, remastered, $29.99. Enough's Enough is on purple vinyl, $39.99 for Enough's Enough. And Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden, $38.99 for Sleep Token. And Winger in the Heart of the Young. Unfortunately, it does have a sing split. Winger's on blue vinyl, $33.99. Let me see what's in the 45 box. We've already pulled out a couple good ones, eh? Let's see here. New edition. Culture Club. Let's see. What is that? Belafonte. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson. That's always a good one. Let's pull those 2 out and see what happens. 2020. Who is that? The Knack. I'm looking for picture sleeves first, of course. There's a couple more good ones in here I'll come back to. I've got our next 2. Oh, that's a Wing, some kind of Paul McCartney foreign. So this is new edition, Cool It Now. $7 start on that. And then Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson, Say, Say, Say. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Paul and MJ. Okay? And this crate was Winger, Sleep Token, Enough's Enough, Metallica, Iron Maiden, White Zombie, Avett Brothers, Mike Patton. That's new for Friday. Gojira, Danger Danger, Winger, Ozzy, Cheap Trick, Chrome, Tame Impala, and White Zombie. And Rob Vlodarchek got Flock of Seagulls. Now Rob's going to run. He's going to run so far away, he couldn't get away. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there's that. Got those in now one crate. I got another empty crate here behind me then. Excelente. Excelente. Devo has a bid for 25. Final call to get a bid on Gene Simmons for 75. New Edition 7. Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson 7. One more quick crate here. I'm going to try to bend over and pick it up. Oh, that didn't feel too good. All right, this was a pretty good one. And I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So, unfortunately, another seam split record, but it's available through tonight. This is Portishead Dummy, light seam crackle, but always desirable. Portishead, $36.99. Corey Ross put VH. Van Halen? I don't think there was a Van Halen in the last crate, was there, Corey? VH. Let me know what VH was for, Corey Ross, or maybe you're watching behind. Over here, we have Depeche Mode. This is $44.99. That's live. Acoustic Christmas, the KROQ broadcast. That's a live. Depeche Mode, $44.99, 2 LP. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication with Sabotage. That's a double LP. Beastie Boys is $44.99. Tori Amos, Under the Pink. The Timeless album, fully remastered on 2 LPs. Tori Amos is $28.99. L7, Bricks Are Heavy. I think that was something Laura ordered. That actually should be in the Laura crate. And I ordered L7 self-titled the other day, which I also think Laura ordered, but we had sold out. And L7 sells very well. L7, $36.99. Offspring Americana, $34.99. Pulp Fiction soundtrack. Now, because of when this came out, 1994, a very tough OG to get. Pulp Fiction, $36. Vlodarchek on the Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. So to Vlodarchek. We have the Killers direct hit. Somebody Told Me, Mr. Brightside, Smile Like You Mean It. All these things I've done when you were young. Read My Mind. Wow, those, like, the first 6 tracks are just amazing. The Killers direct hits. That's a double LP, $44.99. Whitetown. Now, a song popped up on a playlist. I forgot which one it was, but I listened to some of them and I was like, I need to order this because it's a 90s group. 1997, yeah, and I've never seen any kind of OG. Whitetown, Women in Technology, $39.99. Vlodarchek on the Killers, and then we have 311's Greatest Hits. Of course, Down is probably one of their biggest ones, but they have a bunch. 311. That's a 2 LP, $33.99. And then Tyler Childers live on Red Barn 1 and 2. Vlodarchek does not need Killers, okay? We'll put that back in there then. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson for $7. We're going to sell New Edition for $7 if anybody wants them. We're going to sell Gene Simmons for $75 if anybody wants it. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. And then Devo got one bid for $25. And then Devo is Alan Hagen's for $25. Nice. An OG, a promo copy with hop sticker and promo sticker and gold stamp promo and the 45 and the merch insert. That would be a $10 billion restocking fee. He said bid Kelly Vlodarchek. Okay. $10 billion. We could buy a few records with that if we had $10 billion in liquid cash. Imagine having an endless debit card. That'd be insane, wouldn't it? An endless debit card. There'd be some people could not, it would be wild, right? I still don't think I would buy a lot. I feel like I would just get sick of buying stuff at a point. It'd be like, ugh, this is boring. I can buy whatever I want. This sucks. Okay, let's put this right over here. And let's do, not that one. This little short one here. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to do some vintage stuff, okay? We're about to get into vintage best offer, if those people are still awake. Hopefully they are. It's been a night of, every once in a while we have a show of pretty much nothing but new vinyl and metal, and that's been one of those nights tonight. So got some 45s here on deck. It's probably about time to start showing some of these. I feel like we could have some people maybe about to itch for some 45s. I kind of like going through them because I see a lot of stuff that I like too. In my record collecting world, in my universe, there's a lot of stuff I'm looking for that's on 45. So I'm like, wait a minute, what's John's found over here? So here's a couple more we can auction, though. Trying to find some big ones to auction. Here's Bon Jovi. There's some good stuff in here, for sure. Genesis, New Kids on the Block. This is pretty cool. Tom Petty. Here's a couple here for $7 starts. So we got this here, Bon Jovi, You Give Love a Bad Name. Bon Jovi, Raise Your Hands and You Give Love a Bad Name. $7 start on that. Fairlane Dave's ready for some vintage, but he's getting sleepy. Check out this Tom Petty. I think this originally came in a plastic sleeve. It probably wasn't the best plastic to store it in, so John got rid of it, and he kept the sticker, and that's a $7 start on Tom Petty. Okay? And then Bon Jovi 7, 272 million a day. That's wild. Holy crap. That's hard for, that's a crazy amount. REM is an 84 US club. REM, an 84 US club, Carrollton, inner sleeve and shrink wrap, VG Plus, a $25 start. $25 start, REM, Reckoning, an 84 US club, VG Plus, $25 start on that, okay? But Chad, I was taking reserve for Best Muddy Water Seal, just saying. Oh, he's talking to somebody else. Never mind. All right, let's run through this crate right quick, okay? A lot of jazz in this one. Bon Jovi has a bid for 7. Oh, I need to get Coletco to set me up on a pay package. I don't have shareholders, though. I've got a lot of people responsible. I'm now responsible for a lot of people. Luckily, I don't have shareholders, though. They could be like, we will give you a pack of Oreos if you can hit 10 million in sales next year, Chad. We have Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique, Herbie Hancock, Albert Stinson, Joe Chambers, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Final recap of new vinyl. I mean, there's 2 more crates after this one, but I'm ready to get into vintage. And just to make sure everybody's seen these while I'm recrating them. Amon Amarth is Berserker. Amon Amarth is $44.99 beige marble vinyl. The Right Touch Duke Pearson. Right Touch Duke Pearson is $34.99. And King Crimson is $34.99. 200 gram, $34.99. Appreciate the more as you put in sweat. That's true. I think you get to a certain point, like a Elon level, and it's just like, it's probably just a headache. It's just like, gosh, you know, all the troubles that comes with having that much cash. Wasp is $44.99. You have much more. You have bigger problems. Sam Rivers Contours. Sam Rivers is $34.99. Contours is $34.99. That's a Blue Note Tone Poet. And we have Carmel Jones, the remarkable Carmel Jones, another Blue Note Tone Poet. RTI, $34.99. And Anthony Williams, this is with Sam Rivers and Herbie Hancock, another Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99 for that. And then Chick Corea, Now He Sings, Now He Sobs, another Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. And Adolescence, Purple or Blue Marble Vinyl, $29.99. All right, Bon Jovi is sold to Calvin for $7. Over here, we got Tom Petty for a $7 buy it now. That's on red vinyl. And then REM, Final Call, an 84 USOG Club, VG Plus, conservatively graded with the original inner sleeve, $25 star. Mike Massey is, in fact, not a shareholder. No, I've got... my biggest responsibility is just knowing how many people work here, and it's like the amount of responsibility having to run a business and payroll and all that, because we got to keep things rolling. We can never slow down. That's the thing. If you get to the point where like you're at that CEO level, you're just constantly having to figure out how to grow, or you're going to get fired, or something bad's going to happen to the company. So it's just like you got to constantly be figuring out how to do something innovative 24/7 like Tesla. It's like all the time, or they're going to be mad. The Tom Petty is Change of Heart and Heartbreakers Beach Party, and that's on red vinyl, and that's a $7 buy it now. Okay, let's go through. So I think I was going to see if John marked a check condition crate, and if he did, we are going to go at least through that best offer. Let me see if he did mark a check condition. He usually marks at least one. And so this would technically be new arrivals. It is. And new arrivals are best offer. And this is the first crate in about 6 hours we've done of vintage best offer. Okay? Vintage best offer. This is it. Check condition stuff. Okay? So Scott Arnold, you've got first dibs on Tom Petty. Scott had offered $5. If you don't want it for $7, Scott, 007 says he does. Okay? And then REM is a buy it now for $25. So let's go through these right quick and make sure everybody knows what's up with the no bids. So 007 gets Tom Petty for $7. And what we're about to do is vintage best offer. I've got REM, an OG 84 Club for $25. Sold to Hiram Aponte. Some great deals lingering back here on the auction block. It's getting late. Shannon Mashaka was next. Kiss is a red vinyl unofficial. Kiss is a red vinyl unofficial. $55 buy it now. Gene Simmons is a $75 buy it now. Sealed OG. And then Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson 7, and New Edition 7. That's the only no bid so far tonight. About to go through this crate best offer. New vintage stuff. Being shown pretty late. And what we'll do is we'll also, we'll probably start trying to mix in some 45 buy it nows. Okay, we'll try to do that. And let me condense this. So I've condensed all the new vinyl now into 3 crates from tonight. I just heard the front door. Boy, Laura is, it's amazing how quiet she moves. She literally always make sure she gets to her car safe. I have monitors over here where I can see the parking lot, but it's amazing how fast she can move. I heard the front door and I'm like, dang, she's so quiet. She moves so quietly. I mean, she's already gone. Boom. She's fast. It's amazing. She's so fast. Okay. New Edition is sold to Calvin and Megadeth. We have a wait list for that one. Kenny Cates bought the last one. Actually, Oso bought the last one, but your pal Kenny bought the last one, but we can put you on a waiting list. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Trying to chew down the rest of this bread from Panera. Now, 007, they also make an Iron Maiden Trooper blanket, too. They also make a Trooper blanket. All right, next two auctions. David Bowie, Station to Station, shrink with the Golden Years Hop sticker. A 76 USOG Indianapolis tan RCA label. It has the inner sleeve, shrink, and hop. Nice David Bowie, Station to Station, $30 start. And then Duran Duran Rio. Rio is an 82 US club copy. It's VG++, a $25 start on Duran Duran. All right, new vintage stuff, buy it now, best offer. The best of the Grateful Dead, Skeletons from the Closet. A VG copy, $24.99. Best of Grateful Dead, VG, $24.99. Styx Cornerstone over here. And then we have, this is VG Plus, $14.99. Styx Cornerstone. It does have a little bit of wrinkles back here on the back, $14.99. And then Blue Oyster Cult, Cultosaurus Erectus. BOC is VG Plus, $17.99. Cultosaurus Erectus, VG Plus, $17.99. The Eagles, this is their self-titled debut album, VG Plus, $24.99. And then 007 Platinum, also on the Megadeth Rust in Peace waiting list, okay? So, well, actually, Danny didn't go on there, so you'll be the first one, yeah. So let's order a Megadeth Rust in Peace blanket for 007 Platinum. Make a wait list for me, please. And then Jay Beach on Grateful Dead, sell that to Jay Beach for $20. Duran Duran has a bid for $25. Also, we have Magical Mystery Tour. Magical Mystery Tour is an OG Scranton press, VG Plus, $39.99. There is some writing on the label, but that is an OG stereo copy. Penny Lane, there is a barber showing photographs. Strawberry Fields Forever, Your Mother Should Know. Todd Saw was going to pay full price for Grateful Dead. Well, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Can you believe it? I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus, $14.99 for Mirage. This has the original inner sleeve with it, $14.99. Cheap Trick Dream Police, a VG Plus copy, doesn't look too bad at all, $14.99 for Cheap Trick. And Rush Hemispheres, VG Plus on Rush, $24.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, VG Plus, $19.99 for Rainbow. OG Gatefold, Ronnie James Dio. Duran Duran is sold to Lewis Kulik for $25. And David Bowie is a buy it now for $30. All right, David Bowie's a buy it now for $30. We got Sammy Hagar VOA. Sammy Hagar actually doesn't have any condition notes. Yeah, this might have went into the wrong crate. So no condition notes on that, $24.99. Jay Beach does already have a copy. He'll pass it to Todd. Well, Todd, I'll give you Grateful Dead, but I'll still only charge you $20, of course. So sell that to Todd Saw instead of Jay Beach for $20. So Todd, not only are you getting Grateful Dead, but you're getting a $5 discount. So that's sold to Todd. And then R for Rush, we have an offer for $15 and $20. Empty Matt, you were first, so you can have it, but it will be $20. And then, oh, that was for Rainbow, okay. Rainbow, sell that to Empty Matt for $15, and that means Chad Snyder, you're getting Rush for $20. All right, we got that figured out. Errol Smith, Not in the Ruts, VG Plus $19.99, and CCR Green River, VG $14.99 for Green River. Lewis Kulik gets Cheap Trick for $10. That's sold to Lewis Kulik, okay? Let me pause there. I guess I'm going to go ahead and start showing a few 45s for buy it now. So get prepared for this. This could get pretty fun. This is always interesting unless I see one. Plus, this will help me figure out if there's any in here I want to auction. And we'll start showing some here for $6.99, okay? Let's get started. I got Michael Jackson Bad. So all the vinyl is presumed VG Plus or better, or VG Plus at minimum, okay? Michael Jackson Bad, $6.99. Smooth Operator, Sade. The Rolling Stones, Start Me Up. Taylor Dane, Don't Rush Me. Ambroy Dukes, Journey to the Center of the Mind. And Heart, Never. Those are all $6.99. A lot of 80s picture sleeves there. Over here, we have Journey, Raised on Radio. Girl Can't Help It. VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99 on Journey. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. EX $27.99 for Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. EX $27.99. Carla Breckie on Bad for $6.99. 007 on Rolling Stones for $6.99. Stacy next on Rolling Stones. Carla Breckie first on Heart. And Stacy next on Heart. And then Stacy, I got to send you pictures of platter packs. Platter packs for Stacy. I hadn't done that yet. I just remembered. We got Journey to the Center of the Mind. We still got Taylor Dane and Sade for $6.99 if anybody wants that. Journey for $8. Scott Arnold, 10. 10. 8's getting close to half off. 38 special is VG Plus $17.99. Wild Eyed Southern Boys, VG Plus $17.99 for 38 special. Planet P is EX Condition, $12.99 on Planet P. And Led Zeppelin is VG Condition, $19.99. And this is Sterling RL, VG $19.99. Journey 10. We have Marshall Tucker, Together Forever, VG Plus $9.99. You're getting closer, man. We have Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver, VG Plus $14.99. Love is Alive, Let It Out. Great album here. Dreamweaver, Weaver, what did I just say? Broken Scones gets Led Zeppelin. That had Bob Lugwood mastering. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. VG $12.99 on that. And Bad Company, Straight Shooter. EX Condition on Bad Company, $17.99. Feel Like Making. Feel Like Making. Over here we have this, the Beach Boys Endless Summer, VG Plus $17.99. 38 special 8. 38 special. Pass. We have Humble Pie Smoking, VG Plus $14.99, and the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. This is EX Condition, $37.99. Blue London label, Sterling in the Dead Wax, very clean copy. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, $37.99. All right, let me get this box of 45s closer so I don't have to take, 5 and then 5 steps back. You take 5 steps in, you take 5 steps out, you grab a pile of 45s and you shake them all about. Over here, we got Janet Jackson, The Pleasure Principle. Steve Perry, She's Mine. Billy Idol, Don't Need a Gun. Donnie Iris, Tough World. And Human League Human. Those are all $6.99, okay? Next is Triumph, Just a Game. That's VG $9.99. It's the original gatefold with the board game. Over here, we have Carlos Santana, Havana Moon. VG Plus $14.99. GS, $60. GS, what is GS? $60. Oh, Gene Simmons picture disc. I'll sell that to you for $65. I had it marked for $75. It's sealed. That was supposed to be the minimum bid. $65 on that one. Craig Thomas on Billy Idol for $6.99. That's sold to Craig Thomas. Thank you on that. Okay. And then Chris Ferrara got David Bowie Station to Station. That's sold to Chris Ferrara for $30. And that leaves Gene Simmons and Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson at $6.99. So Kiss is an unofficial on red vinyl for $55. And I've reduced Gene Simmons by $10. Donnie Iris is sold to Kelly Gabney for $6.99. Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney, that is $6.99. Human League, Steve Perry, and Janet Jackson. All right, let's put those right back there. Next is Bad Company. I think it was EX. Yeah, the vinyl's not bad. It does have cover damage right in here. Cover wear / damage, $17.99. Epitaph, that's Outside the Law. VG Plus $29.99. And we have the Classic Performances of 10 Years After. VG Plus $14.99. So this is Hot Rocks. Blue London label EX $37.99. Now, Hot Rocks is kind of weird. There's a variant that has like a side 4 different mix than all the other ones. So there's like a side 4 variant that has different mixes than all the other pressings. And they know what to look for when they're pricing these, Paul and John and Laura. I forgot the exact situation, but obviously that's not one of them. Chad Snyder on Humble Pie for $12. Sell that to Chad Snyder for $12. Scott Arnold is going to take the Journey for $10. Thank you. And then CCR $12. CCR. Is there a CCR in here? Well, there's a CCR in about every crate. VG $14.99. Sell that to Brian Studdard for $12. Three Dog Night coming down your way is VG Plus $9.99. All right, more 45s. Let's see here. $6.99. We got Mike Post from Magnum PI. The Police, Dee Da Do Da, Dee Da Da. Ebony and Ivory, Paul and Stevie. Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All. Donna Ross, Reach Out and Touch Somebody's Hand. And Irma Thomas, Wish Someone Would Care. And then quickly, Neil Diamond, Solitary Man, one of my favorites. Neil Diamond, Cherry Cherry, one of my favorites. And nice, Live, The Dolphins Cry, Live, $6.99. Whoa. Okay. 38 special. I will sell you 38 special for $15. It's VG Plus $17.99. $15 on that one. Not a bad copy. A classic rock album. First thing is my best price on Magical Mystery Tour. MMT. This is, I'll do it for $34. It's marked $39.99. If you need a copy, I'd love to share you a copy. It is an OG Scranton VG Plus, okay? Next is Todd Saw on Triumph for $14. Now, Todd Saw Triumph was only marked VG $9.99. Mega Blast gets The Police for $6.99. Calvin was next. Stacy gets Donna Ross for $6.99. Carla Brecky gets Live for $6.99. And then Scott Arnold gets 38 Special for $15. Josh Brown next on Live. And Gary Wright was VG Plus $14.99. Ooh, Dreamweaver. One more record out of here. Molly Hatchet, Frank Frazetta, VG Plus $14.99. So I don't know if y'all seen, but Kurt Hammett owns the original Frank Frazetta Molly Hatchet cover of Beating the Odds, and he's consigned that to Heritage Auctions, and it's probably going to sell for millions of dollars. But Kurt Hammett of Metallica owns one of those original Frank Frazetta artworks, and he's selling it out of his collection. And Heritage has got it, and it's probably going to bring, what, $5 or $10 million probably. MT Matt on Gary Wright for $12 to sell that MT Matt, and Gene Simmons is sold for $65 to Tyson Morgan. Okay, so out of that stack for $6.99, we still had Neil Diamond, Cherry Cherry, Neil Diamond, Solitary Man, Irma Thomas, Wish Someone Would Care, Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All, Greatest Love of All, Ebony and Ivory, Paul and Stevie, and Mike Posting from Magnum PI. So, finishing up this crate, Journey is VG Plus $14.99. Supertramp Crime of the Century is VG $9.99. And Blues to Cult Agents of Fortune, VG Plus $22.99. Blues to Cult Agents of Fortune. I wonder if they've got that live where they're taking bids on it. I think they're just starting to promote it. So, Kurt Hammett he collects a lot of movie posters. And, oh, they've redone their website. So he collects a lot of movie posters, and he's bought some of the rarest horror posters that's ever come through. Let me see if they're Frazetta. I'll show you. Y'all know the cover. I think it's for the album Beating the Odds. They might not have it actually listed yet. Yeah, there it is. Oh, never mind. The starting bid is $10 million. Holy crap. Yeah. So that right now is owned by Kurt Hammett of Metallica. And that was for the Molly Hatchet album, Beating the Odds. But wow, see, a lot of that's cropped out of the cover. That's an amazing painting. See, I didn't know it was that. That's how it looks in a frame. I didn't realize it was that large with that much detail around it. I thought it was just a guy on the horse, so no wonder. And right now is the time, evidently, if you're holding his artwork to sell it. The market is hot, so... Yeah, the starting bid, actually with buyer's premium, you've got to lay down at least $12.5 million to get it started. Holy crap. So that's going to bring, does it have an estimate? Probably, what, $20 million then? Yeah, there's Kurt. What, $20 million probably? Golly. Wouldn't you like to find one of those at a garage sale? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Paul Cruz on Supertramp. That's so to Paul Cruz. Journey is Infinity. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And speaking of Molly Hatchet, Brian Stutter, that's sold to you for $12. Mark Vease next on Supertramp, and Hiram gets BOC for $17. All right, let's go lay down a couple new singles then. And these are going to be $6.99. We got Aerosmith Angel. Aerosmith Angel. Billy Joel, Leave a Tender Moment Alone. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. Vanessa Williams, The Right Stuff. Howard Jones, You Know I Love You, Don't You? Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time from the Olympics. Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All. Human League, Human. Brenda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. And Culture Club, Miss Me, I almost said Kiss Me. I was like, that's not right. Miss Me Blind, Culture Club. All right, those are all $6.99. I think that crate's worthy of another fast read-through right quick. Stacy first on Aerosmith Angel, and the flip on that one was Girl Keeps On Coming Apart. And all these other ones are $6.99, which was Culture Club, Belinda Carlisle, Human League, Whitney Houston, Howard Jones, Vanessa Williams, Billy Joel. They're all $6.99 each, okay? And then very quickly, we might go through another crate of new vintage stuff. That one did pretty well. This has a damaged cover on the back, but it is OG Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus $14.99. Coultersaurus Erectus, BOC, VG Plus $17.99. Pam wants Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. That is sold to Pam Murray, $6.99. Thank you. Eagles, their self-titled album, VG Plus, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is VG Plus, $14.99. Culture Club is sold for $6.99. That is Chris Ferrara. We have Sammy Hagar VOA, $24.99. Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts, VG Plus, $19.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, EX, $27.99. And Planet P, EX, $12.99. Next little handful of singles is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99, and that is Janet Jackson, If, Johnny Cash, Honky Tonk Girl, Johnny Cash, Seasons of My Heart. That is New Order. Oh, wow, that'd be, yeah, True Faith. Great price on that at $6.99. Probably should have pulled that one out. Hope you're paying attention. Goldie Hawn, Butterfly, The Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, Always Bring Me Down, and nice, Blur, MOR, and Look Inside America by Blur. Those are all $6.99, okay? Next is Marshall Tucker, VG Plus $9.99. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw, VG $12.99. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer, VG Plus $17.99. Carlos Santana, Havana Moon, Shrink and Hop, VG Plus $14.99. And Bad Company, Straight Shooter, EX $17.99. So Mega Blast, you're first on the cash. Either one you don't want, I bet 007 does, but your pick, Honky Tonk and Seasons of My Heart. The flips on those are Second Honeymoon and Smiling Bill McCall. Your dibs on those, and then the 007. Craig got New Order, and Craig Thomas got Blur. All right, so those are all sold. That left Janet Jackson, Goldie Hawn, and the Carpenters, okay? And Jay Castillo was next on New Order, already sold. Epitaph was VG Plus $29.99. The classic performances of 10 Years After, VG Plus $14.99. Mega Blast gets both Johnny Cash. Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Okay, I'm going to have to read the track listing to sell it. Usually it takes me reading the track listing. EX, $37.99. Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, Gimme Shelter, Honky Tonk Woman, Satisfaction, Painted Black, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Wow. Street Fighting Man, Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want. Let's Spend the Night Together, Wow. Mother's Little Helper, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Ruby Tuesday, Get Off My Cloud, Play with Fire, Time Is on My Side, Wow. Heart of Stone, Under My Thumb, Sympathy for the Devil, and As Tears Go By, Wow. What a catalog, and that's just about that much of their career. $37.99 for the Stones. Three Dog Night is VG Plus $9.99. Magical Mystery Tour. I've already told somebody I would do $34. I guess Mark Vease, you passed. It was marked $39.99. Triumph is VG $9.99. So Todd, did you want this at sticker price, Todd? Todd Saw offered $14, but he thought it was $20. It was $9.99. And then Journey Infinity with Wheel in the Sky Keeps on Turning. VG Plus $14.99. There we go. Mark Vease on Hop Rocks. That's all it takes. Folks, this isn't my first rodeo. If you want to sell a copy of Hot Rocks, just read those tracks. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, I forgot how many great songs the Rolling Stones made. You can't always get what you want. Epitaph is 1974. I bet Todd will want that. We'll see what happens. Let's grab another handful of 45s before I change crates. Changing crates! We have Roxy Music, Dance Away, The Crystals, Dadu Ron Ron, Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar, Hey Baby, Bruce Chanel, that's a classic. Against the Wind, Bob Seger, The Guess Who, Do You Miss Me Darling, Abracadabra, Steve Miller, and John Anderson. That's country John Anderson, not prog rock. Yes, John Anderson, Cold Day in Hell, and When It Comes to You. Against the Wind, Epitaph, So to Ryan Mustaine, and we have Santana for $9.99. Chris Ferrara, $9.99. Okay, and nothing in here. These are all $6.99. We have John Anderson, Abracadabra, The Guess Who, Bob Seger, Bruce Chanel, Pat Benatar, The Crystals, and Roxy Music. I'm going to ignore the rage bait in the comments. Goodness gracious. That's what you call rage bait. That's rage bait. I don't take rage bait. Some people do every day on Facebook. I ignore the rage bait. Not today. Okay, next crate is going to go up right now. And let's go ahead and knock out a crate. Since y'all are here buying vintage records, let's go ahead and do another one. Against the Wind. Yeah, no. It's like the people say Led Zeppelin's never recorded a great song. I'm like, okay. This guy's just obviously trying to start a fight with me, so I'm going to take a drink of Monster. Jet. Boom, boom, boom. I still having flashbacks of the McCartney concert when he went into Jet. I wonder if Michael Manning's watching. I know he was there with me. The Facebook feed died? Oh, it did, didn't it? Yeah, we're not on Facebook right now. Well, let's give that a second. Yeah, Facebook is, Facebook's down. Hold on a second. Jet. I can almost remember their funny face. That time. Yeah, I might have to restart the feed, everybody. I apologize, but Facebook is down, it looks like. Does it actually say Coletco was live? Yeah. All right. I got to restart the feed. Facebook got dropped. Facebook got dropped. So if you're on Twitch or YouTube and you can hear me, I got to start a part 2. So let me start a part 2 and I'll be back in just a second, okay? Can y'all hear me still? Anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? Okay. Now y'all know. I'm going to start a new feed then, okay? Yeah. All right, let me start a new feed. Facebook has ended.